Hello, everyone. We should be live now. Press 1 if we're live. It should be working. But yeah, we got Third Strike. We got Virtua Fighter 5. It was funny this year signing up to do the official restream. When more people join, I'll tell my little story of restreaming last year, EVO, which was just a mess. But yeah. Also, you're not going to hear the background music going. Nice. Yeah, you're not going to hear the background music going because last year I got copyright struck or monetization struck from their freaking background music between matches. They would play like little songs or whatever. And whoever decided to let these songs be played at Evo decided, you know what? Every single person restreaming the event, I'm just going to strike them and take their money. So, um during the commercial breaks, during the downtime, I'm going to mute the stream. Evo doesn't want me to do that. But then again, they're letting people get copyright struck. So that's on them, I think. Plus, last year, I'll tell you the story. So last year, um, signing up for Evo was this big ass deal. You had to sign all these forms and everything online about whatever. And one of them was like not muting the stream during commercials and stuff. And another one was not speaking too critically of their sponsors or whatever it was. And I thought, oh boy, here we go. It's so esports. So anyway, I signed this form or sent it in or whatever. And weeks go by. Weeks. No response, nothing. So the day before Evo, I thought, oh, I must be denied my approval. I mean, it's been weeks. I've heard nothing. And then what ended up happening is that literally the morning of Evo, which I'm like driving around out of town or something, literally the morning of Evo, I get included in this giant email chain of probably 100 people. All of us have each other's emails, by the way. Luckily, I use like a business burner email. But yeah, so apparently someone at Evo last year woke up in the morning and was like, "Oh yeah, I was supposed to approve all those people's requests for to restream. Let me do all that real quick." And so you could see in real time him just chain replying everyone, "Yeah, sure, go ahead, whatever, for sure, fine." So I'm like, okay, Evo is not checking these restreams. Evo has no idea who's restreaming their event. So then when I restreamed it last year, I was like, I'll just do whatever I want because they're not going to check. They have no oversight on any of this. So then this Evo, it's funny enough, I go to sign the forms or whatever. And this time it's like, yeah, whatever. Just assume you have permission unless we tell you otherwise. So yeah, it's a Evo's restreaming stuff is a giant mess. So them not saying don't mute the stream during the commercial breaks or whatever, but then copyright striking you if you don't. We're muting the commercials. Long story short, when commercials come on, they are getting muted. Like this downtime screen here playing background tunes, that's all getting muted because that stuff got me struck last time. Uh, yeah, so welcome everyone. These restreams are a little bit more on the cozy side since usually, yeah, so professional, exactly. So esports. So, yeah, like there's not a lot of like Third Strike people out there, not a lot of VF people out there. In terms of people who will actually tune in and watch tournaments, it's so funny because if you talk to people about Third Strike, if you talk to people about Virtua Fighter, everyone's like, oh yeah, Third Strike's awesome, Virtua Fighter's awesome and all that. But then the actual like people who tune into tournaments for them are like 1,000 people. So this is probably a stream for a small demographic, but I was going to watch these anyway. I was going to watch Third Strike. I was going to watch VF, so I was like, well, might as well stream it while I do it. And I will attempt to give some analysis and some thoughts on the matches and stuff. I pulled up a little matchup chart. I've been studying Third Strike matchups a little bit. It's not going to be top tier stuff, but it's better than nothing. And these days, it seems like fighting game commentary has kind of given up on that. like when you tune in for fighting games and stuff, it used to be that they would tell you a little bit about the matchups and about the more detailed things, but now everything's gotten so play by play that you kind of don't really learn too much about the games tuning in. So my information is not going to be perfect, but I am going to attempt to sort of talk about the strategies and the games and the players just from watching Beat Tribe and watching Cooperation Cup all these years. Stream Eris's stream? Yeah, I used to watch Eris restream tournaments a few years ago, but these days, like if you tune in for him restreaming a tournament, like half of the stream is him yelling at his chat. He's just fighting his chat the entire tournament. So, yeah. But exactly, yeah. I really enjoy Eris's restreams when he'd talk about the matches and stuff. High level VF is pretty crazy, exactly. And I've been playing VF a lot recently, so I can give a little bit. It's a little hard to. There's so much depth to the games, and I've been reading like matchup guides and stuff, so I'm gonna try to explain the matches and everything. By the way, guys, we're probably gonna be sitting here. Yeah, exactly. I'm a big Eris fan. I'm a big avoiding the puddle fan. If that's not clear on the channel, how many clips of Eris I use, how many clips of avoiding the puddle I use. Yeah, I'm a massive fan of his stuff. Oh, how do you guys like the background? I'm really digging it. I'm digging it so much I probably will use it for other streams, even non-Third Strike related. So they're even like the little portraits back there even have a little bit of animation to them. We're going to be watching this screen a really long time. How's it going, everyone? Chat, talk to me, because we're going to be watching this match incoming moments probably for an hour. I bet 8 o'clock is when the matches actually start. So let's chat, because the t-shirt is cooler. I'm missing out on conversation, but yeah. Let's see. Musashi asks, how do you feel about the argument that Virtua Fighter doesn't have real checkmate scenarios besides the timer? Oh, I was talking about that a little bit earlier. But it has checkmate scenarios, but they're not as obvious. Oh, we're getting started here. Let me turn on the audio. Oh, no. Hold on. The background music's still going. So I'm going to leave it until they turn off that background music. Well, okay, whatever. All right, let's get the audio nice and balanced. How is the audio sounding, me compared to the source here? When am I reviewing Trauma Center? That would be really fun. Yeah, I should do a little like DS stuff. That would be fun. Trauma Center. Yeah, Bog loves Trauma Center. It's a really cool game. I think it was made by Atlas, right? That's pretty cool. That's fine. We can talk about whatever we want to talk about for a while here. Oh, nice. All right, Cooperation Cup is starting. So EVO, remember Third Strike at EVO was 5 hours delayed? So we're, just a half hour delayed? That's pretty good. Oh, Solitude asks, obligatory request to drag Hog out of the Bog. So funny enough, right before the stream, Bog and I were playing King of Fighters 2002 together. We're both getting into that. And it was really fun. But he doesn't play Third Strike or Virtua Fighter, so yeah, it'd be like me just subjecting him to. He'd be so confused. What is the hell is going on here the entire time? So, yeah, Bog's resting for this stream. It's out of his jurisdiction. I was saying it's a shame there's no 2002 because he'd come on and talk about that. Fight the Rave says, what do I think the VF announcement will be? Yeah, I'm hoping it's more details about VF6, obviously. Hoping like an actual bit of match footage, stuff like that. 2002 Ultimate Match is what we're playing on Steam, and it's really good. Ultimate Match is amazing. Like the extra characters, the art. I don't know what the balance of the new system is. Bailey asked, did you drop Vanessa for Sarah? Yes, I did. But now I'm like, I'm very undetermined about, basically I'm kind of just playing Sarah until VF6 comes out. And then when 6 comes out, I may do a whole character swap based off of whatever they got going on. Nice. I love Cooperation Cup. I watch it every single year, so I'm really excited. Let me get the chat. And I recognize some of these guys vaguely, right? Like, my memory for them isn't super good. But these guys, I've seen, like this guy with the hair in the front. I swear I've seen him in a lot of finals and stuff, so I think he's really good. Okay, we're getting the overlay all moved over. Nice, nice, nice. And I can actually sometimes confuse the Virtua Fighter players with the Third Strike players, since Cooperation Cup and B-Tribe are so alike. But as we're playing, I'm sure I will spot some players. But in terms of Vanessa versus Sarah, Bailey, I was recently, like I said, studying matchups and stuff like that. And studying just like the characters and all that to try to give a little bit more information. It turns out Vanessa is like way stronger of a character than Sarah. I was like, damn. But I don't think it matters all that much in VF until you get really, really good, if it ever ends up mattering all that much at all. Yeah, I love the intros. So it is going to be a little bit... Did you have your birthday? Oh, it's coming pretty soon. Yeah, so one thing I may miss a little bit, though, is like Cooperation Cup and B-Tribe Cup. They have that sort of underground feel to them a little bit. So I was watching yesterday's matches, and I noticed like the Japanese commentators, I obviously don't understand what they're saying, but usually when you watch, maybe it'll be different on finals day though, is usually when you watch both B-Tribe and Cooperation Cup, they are screaming the entire matches. They get like insanely hype. So, and it kind of really adds to even just the aesthetic of the tournament, even though I don't know quite what they're saying. So hopefully we get that situation here for today's finals, because I was watching yesterday's matches and the commentators were just being kind of chill. They're like, I can't understand what they're saying, but they didn't seem as like crazy as they normally are. So for people who don't know, let me explain what Cooperation Cup is and what B-Tribe Cup is. So both Cooperation Cup and B-Tribe Cup began as grassroots arcade events. So yes, they are taking place at EVO Japan this year, but they're not from EVO. They're exclusively Japanese tournaments. Sometimes American players or other country players would go over there and get destroyed. But basically, it's a full-on Japanese tournament played on arcade cabinets. So this year with Revo will be the first year that I'm aware of in recent memories that B-Tribe will not be on arcade cabinets. Of course, since there's no Revo version of Third Strike, then Third Strike will be played on cabinets. They play them back-to-back in Japan rather than side-to-side, which I think is pretty cool. And usually what ends up happening, again, it's a little different because now they got a stage, all that stuff. But usually what ends up happening, if you watch the older tournaments, is the players like stand next to their teammate and be like, go, get him, which is always my favorite. So I'm hoping this still is managed to capture that energy a little bit. But it is cool that people hopefully will see these tournaments. Though there is no English restream. Actually, while I'm at it, hold on, give me a second, chat. I'm gonna title this English. Hold on. Give me a sec. Well, I'm being defeated by my setup. Screw it. I'm not going to retitle it. People will figure it out. So let's see if I can recognize any of these team names. I think they maintain their team names. Didn't Majin Obama used to do it? Yeah. I think he's not doing it, though, because obviously it's being done by EVO. There could be on Finals Day English, though. There could be, because it's Finals Day now, they could bring out the English commentary. But, so last year, actually, it wasn't Majin Obama who did the finals for the English commentary for Cooperation Cup. It was two guys I don't really recognize, but they were really good. Especially this, I think he was Japanese, this older Japanese guy, where he was like really technical and intense. I thought he was great. So maybe he's coming back to do the English restream, but probably not. EVO probably would have their own commentators and stuff. Yeah, so this is 5 on... Let me get back to the explanation. So Cooperation Cup is 5 on 5 team battle. So Japanese arcade players and teams of 5, and then, you know, you play the match single match, right? And if you lose, you're out, and then your team member's sent in. And so this is really fun, especially for Third Strike, because counter picking starts happening, character matchups start happening, character specialists start happening. So I think it's definitely the best Third Strike tournament you'll see. It's the best Third Strike tournament every single year. It's the most exciting, the best players. Third Strike at EVO last year was kind of like the minor leagues compared to, I think, Cooperation Cup, in terms of the players and stuff like that. And some of these players have been playing Third Strike for an insane amount of time. So this is going to be really fun. Also, I'm in the shed, and it is probably going to get burning hot in here. I actually, you have to use my webcam for these long streams like this because my regular camera will like overheat. So last year when I restreamed EVO, I think I lost like 3 pounds of just pure water weight because it was just sitting in a sauna for like 6 hours. But this year's going to be way cooler because it's Third Strike and VF rather than like Street Fighter and Tekken and so forth. Hey, what's up? DD2 says, what's up? This is going to be probably a little small-scale, cozy stream with the small contingent of Third Strike and VF fans out there. As in people who watch the game, because a lot of people like Third Strike, but they don't like watch it actively or anything like that. If you do, though, this is the tournament to watch. This is it. Cooperation Cup. I think this is the 19th. I was looking. I think it's the 19th Cooperation Cup. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, Third Strike. Third Strike rules. Hey, how's it going? I'm replying to your comment. By the way, how is my voice to background music, background audio, plus Mark fans? Yes, yeah, exactly. That's true. The fighting game contingency of the Electric Underground also. So, how is my audio compared to the background audio? It looks pretty balanced on my side, but I always want to make sure before we get 4 hours into the stream. So, is my voice loud enough? Is the background volume's good? Okay, that's what I thought. It looks fine to me, but I always want to double check. Thank you very much, Bailey. Okay, so as we get into the matches, I'll see if I can recognize some of the players for you guys. But I was thinking about Cooperation Cup before today's stream and everything. Thanks, Guts. And I was thinking it would be interesting if they made certain, to me, or is the turning audio too quiet? It could be probably a bit louder. Okay, I raised it a little bit. That might help a little bit. Very good point. Yeah, UD says it's probably a good idea to recheck when the matches start. Yeah, because the audio balancing in EVO could be insane, right? So, what I was saying is, it'd be interesting, actually. They don't do this, but it'd be interesting if, hey, Daryl, how's it going? If, for Cooperation Cup, if they made rules to character usage, where basically, like, if you had a team, you can only have like one character of each on each team, and you could only have like one Chun-Li on your team. That would actually make kind of Third Strike's crazy balance a little bit more interesting. Like if they don't do this, but if they made made Cooperation Cup rule set around like characters and stuff, so it's like, all right, you can have one Chun. That's it. You get one Chun, you get one Yun, and then that's it. Or if they even made it where you could have Yun or Chun, but you can't have both or something like that. Yeah, I think they could really, I think the team battle format has so much potential for doing really interesting stuff. Like they could even like force teams to have like a low tier or something. You know, it's like, all right, every team needs to have a Sean player or a Q. And so some dude like has to spend months practicing Sean. I really think they should do stuff like that. And rather than just letting the players choose their character. Like if I ran a team tournament, that's what I would do. I'd be like, all right, you guys can have your team, but you guys are going to have to adapt to the format of, all right, you get one high tier, you get 3 mid tiers, and you have to play 2 low tiers or something. That way you could get some, that way it's still balanced, right? Everyone, because it's a team. But then you could have some hilarious matchups where like some dude's playing Sean versus Sean versus Remy or something. I think that could be pretty fun. Yeah, exactly. Musashi says, exactly. Like you could give points. Oh, that's such a good idea, Musashi. You could give points to the characters. So each team has like a pool of, let's say, 10 points. And then each character takes up a certain amount of points. So it's like Sean is like -1 and Chun is like 4, right? So you have a Chun. And then to fit, you're like, all right, we need a Sean in there to like to make that work. That would be really fun. I think, hey, how's it going, Nightwing? I think it could be really fun the way they could play with the team format more. And maybe if I ever got into running a fighting game tournament or something like that, I would do stuff like this. You could really have a ton of fun. Or you could like make people choose like a ban system for the supers. So for example, like coming into the tournament, your team could ban a super of each character on another team. So, for example, Yun. Your team could ban Yun's Vism style super, and so he has to play with like the other supers. And then the Chun, you could ban her like super that links into everything and force her to play with that weird like ball. It could be really fun, the stuff you could do with like without ever changing the game, just with like tournament formats, bans, and obviously with like a team tournament, they're not as like competitively serious as solo tournaments in a way. When you skip the commercial breaks, alas, I cannot skip the commercial breaks, but I will mute them. I was saying at the beginning of this that like last year, EVO made me agree to like not mute the commercials and everything. And then what did I get for it? Well, after I followed the rules and didn't mute the commercials, they monetization striked the video because the commercials contained copyright music. So that's my story in terms of this year muting the commercials. So yeah, it's that's just ridiculous. So VF. There was a question earlier. Has VF happened yet? VF is going to be deep into the night, my time. It's going to be like hours from now, basically. Yeah, I know exactly, Anon. So esports. The most esports moment ever. They make you agree to not mute the commercials, and then they copyright strike you for not muting them. It's like, the funniest example of this is in Street Fighter 4. When Street Fighter 4 came out on PS3, they had this like YouTube upload system you could use. So you could upload YouTube replays. You could upload Street Fighter 4 replays directly to YouTube. It was kind of cool. Except Capcom would then copyright strike the videos because of the music. So it's not on the Electric Underground. It was just on my like personal account years ago. I would upload like random Street Fighter 4 like Akuma versus Gen or something, and then Capcom through the PS3, and then Capcom would copyright strike the video. I'm like, Capcom, what are you doing? I don't know if that, I think they stopped doing that, but that was a thing for a while, which was ridiculous. Probably been asked before, but what is your favorite fighting game? Ooh, that's complicated these days, actually, Power. So my favorite 3D is definitely Virtua Fighter. Virtua Fighter 5 Revo is my favorite 3D fighting game. Though, if people played VF4, that would be in real close contention. Because VF4 is amazing, too. But it's, like, impossible to find matches in it. So I can't ever, like, fully verify whether or not I like 4 or 5 better. But, so we're going to go with VF5. But 4 could be my favorite if I could get matches in it and play and figure that out. And then my favorite 2D fighter right now is definitely 2002. Bog and I have been playing it, Unlimited Match. Bog and I have been playing it. That game is so good. It's insane how slept on KOF 2002, sorry. King Fighters 2002 is. And it has a little bit of like a sort of 3D fighter feel to it with the movement, with the rolling, with the throws. So I've been really enjoying 2002. So if 2002 was here, I'd definitely be restreaming it as well. Dr. ETMD says, do you like VF Quest? I do. VF4 Quest mode is really good. Actually, probably now that I'm better at VF, I should go back and play it. Because now I'm quite a bit better at VF, so I should go back and play 4 Quest mode and see how it kind of holds up. Because I remember it being amazing. But yeah, poor VF4. If it had online, you can actually play VF4 on Fightcade. That is a thing. But the thing about it is, like, no one does. So it's there, but no one's actually playing it. So you just look at an empty lobby and cry. Yeah, a huge game recommendation from me, I'm probably going to make a video about it here soon, is King of Fighters 2002 Unlimited Match on Steam. That thing is so legit. And Bog and I have been playing online matches against each other, and he's all the way across the world from me, and the connection's been great, the rollback's really good, and then the graphics, the gameplay. It's definitely my favorite 2D fighter right now, so high recommendation from me on 2002, and I'll probably make a video about it, because I've been playing a ton of it. Yeah, Musashi says, we should start to see a VF4 revival scene. Yeah, I wish they would just do like a Revo version of VF4, basically. Matthew says, glad to see you streaming more often. Hope you have some blue moons in the fridge for afterwards. We're going to be, Matthew, judging by the schedule, there is no afterwards. We're going to be here forever. We're going to be here till tomorrow. Because just knowing EVO and knowing Cooperation Cup and knowing Beak Tribe Cup and knowing them back to back, I bet this, no kidding, I bet this stream is like 15 hours long by the time we get through the entire tournament. The VF6 announcement is at 8 a.m., which is 12 hours from now. I get the feeling that this whole tournament is going to go into the VF6 announcement. So you guys will probably watch me 12 hours from now being like, oh, VF6 announcement, let's watch it. It's going to be all night. We're going to be here all night. This is going to be, I've been preparing. Yeah, I've been preparing. I'm like, just knowing EVO, knowing B-Tribe, knowing Cooperation Cup. Japanese tournaments, I love them. They're amazing, but they're not like Shmup Slam in terms of their schedule. They take it, they're chill. There's downtime. There's a lot of time in between matches. So, and then EVO's always constantly chronically behind schedule. Like, for example, this was supposed to start an hour ago. And I said at the beginning of this stream, I will be impressed if we actually see a match before 8. That's my time. So I'll be impressed if we see a match within the next 20 minutes. If we do, then the event is running on time-ish. Lazy Ninja says, good to see you, Mark. What's your take on KOF 13? You know, I've been playing a lot of 2002 lately and really liking 2002. And I played KOF 13 when it came out. And do you remember how horrible the netcode was? And from my understanding, there's actually a new version of 13 now with rollback netcode and everything. So I'll have to give that a try and play it because the graphics are so amazing. The thing about 13 that I probably would prefer 2002 more over it is that 13 is a little, it seems more combo based. It seems like you got a lot of long combos happening in that one. Where 2002, I love how like brief and visceral the combos in that game is and how like fast that game's pace is. So I would say so far I probably prefer 2002 over 13. But 13, exactly, Musashi. Musashi nailed it exactly. Like the graphics are so good, but the combos are too long. So, but since no one plays 13, maybe you can do is just make an agreement with your friend playing it with you. It's like, listen, you got a 10-hit limit on your combo. Then you have to drop it. We're going to gentlemen agree to do 10-hit combos, and then that's it. That could be sort of funny. What's my ultimate match team? So far, Bog and I, because what's cool about Unlimited Match is you can do singles mode. So Bog and I have been playing a lot of singles mode and like learning one character at a time. So my team so far, my main character is definitely Takuma. I play him in 98. I play him in 2002. He's like not even that good. He's kind of bad, mid-tier-ish in 2002, but he's my favorite, so I play Takuma. He's my main guy. And then Yamazaki, I'm dabbling with him, so I might play Yamazaki and then Mai. And Mai is like, because she's awesome for one, but also because she like has fireballs. So I'm like, probably or her fans she throws. So I was like, probably need some sort of fireball character on my team, so we'll go with Mai. So that's the team composition so far. Yamazaki could get switched out though, depending on how well I do with him, or Mai could get switched out. The only like hard, solid, ride or die choice so far is Takuma. Even though I think he's actively worse than both Mai and Yamazaki. By the way, try out 11 on Fightcade. Yeah, so I'm going to be, it's crazy. If you look at 2002 on Fightcade, its activity is insane. It is like more active than most fighting games on Steam. So my sort of plan is that I play with my friends and stuff in Ultimate Match or Limited Match, because I actually like that version more. But when I need to get sort of general rank matches and stuff, I'll probably play on a Fightcade. Yeah, Takuma. I feel like O2 is when the long combos started. Could be. That could be the case. I'm just getting into 2002. I have not been quite yet subjected to some insane combos, but we'll see. The only problem with KOF series is that a lot of the characters are the same. Yes, so there's a lot of universalization across King of Fighters. For example, a lot of the frame data is kind of universal across the characters. Which, to me, that's what I was saying. I kind of like it because it gives it a sort of 3D fighter sort of feel to it, sort of like Virtua Fighter, where an elbow, a character may have like a slightly better elbow or slightly worse elbow, but an elbow's an elbow, a sweep's a sweep, a throw's a throw. So I kind of like that personally, but it's not nearly as like varied as something like Street Fighter, like Third Strike and stuff, with all the crazy character variations. So I kind of like it, but I can see why if you like the more hard character variety, that Third Strike would be preferable, or like Alpha, or like the older Street Fighter games. Musashi says Unlimited Match is the 3D backgrounds. Yeah, so the 3D backgrounds in Unlimited Match are either amazing or kind of bad, you know? So there's some, like the school is amazing. I think the dojo's pretty cool. KOBV says, hey Mark, hope you're doing well today. By the way, have you ever played Capcom fighting game Cyberbots? I have not, but I've definitely seen Cyberbots. Is Cyberbots related to their beat 'em up? What's the beat 'em up. Armored Warrior, something like that. I always feel like, I haven't played Cyberbots, but I've always feel like there's some sort of connection between Armor Warrior and Cyberbots in terms of, you know, mech, beat 'em up mech fighting game. Okay, so Team Third Monster versus Team Game Greenland. I am not familiar with either of these teams, so it could be I just forget the team names, or they change the team names. Sometimes that happens too. Yeah, the aesthetics of Ultimate Match are amazing. Absolutely. Yeah, it's related to Armored Warriors. I knew it. Yeah, I should try that out because I really like Armored Warriors and its art style. Alrighty, here we go. See, it's so funny because they're like, you can see kind of in the background, they're like, when you imagine Third Strike finals being played at EVO, you kind of imagine like, you know, Mandalay Bay and like a big arena and stuff like that. But they're like in the back of a warehouse. It's really funny. It almost feels like the actual venue for Cooperation Cup was higher quality than the EVO venue, just in terms of the space and everything. But it's hard to tell, obviously, from the limited area that you can see on camera. But not exactly a main stage of event here. But that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I bet Cyberbots has a lot of crazy moves and stuff. Yeah, I gotta try it. You know, it could be interesting. That's Golden Capcom era. You know, Cyberbots, Armored Warrior, Alpha, Third Strike, all that stuff is just on another level in terms of Capcom back then. So. Yep, Kudo, I said it's a miracle. It'll be a miracle if we get a match before 8 my time. So 15 minutes. If I am correct, I am the EVO Whisperer, because I said about when we started the stream 45 minutes ago, we're going to be sitting here an hour before a match starts. Darkin says, Cyberbots basically recycled Armored Warriors sprites. Yeah, but I think that's cool, right? Because those sprites are so awesome. I'm glad they got a little bit of extra attention, because it feels kind of sad. They're just in that one game, and then that's it. Zekfault says, Mark, you need to do a ranking of CPS Capcom beat-em-ups. Yeah, I think when I get back from Slam, so next month after I do because basically the schedule for this month is this weekend or today, but I'm sure it'll go into tomorrow. I'm restreaming here, which is mostly just like a little passion project more so than anything else. And then next week is Slam. So next week I'm in Colorado doing Shmup Slam, which will be streamed here on this channel. That'll be really cool. And so when I get back from Shmup Slam, I got to cover Devil's Third. And then when I get back from when I finish Devil's Third, I think I have to cover the new Doom game. So yeah, I got a locked schedule. But then after that, I think I might do like a beat 'em up video, like the greatest beat 'em ups. All right, we are into the match. It happened. It happened 15 minutes before I predicted. So thank God. All right, so Yun versus Ryu. For those tuning into Third Strike for the first time, Yun is in the top 3 sort of trifecta of ultimate top tiers, which are Chun, Yun, and Ken. Pretty much every team will have either a Chun, a Yun, or a Ken, or all 3. They're just incredibly strong characters. Ryu is definitely a favorite in terms of players and fans. So like if you played on Fightcade, you will play a lot of Ryus because he's a very solid, well-rounded character. He's got some cheese with his Denjin, so he's got his own stuff. But in terms of tiers, Yun's on another level. So sending out the Yun early is interesting because usually what I've noticed, I was watching yesterday's matches, usually they send in the top tiers later into the match the battle. So either this team is sitting on a bunch of top tier characters, or sometimes they'll send in like a really strong point. But sending in the Ryu first is bold. That's a bold move because I guess Ryu's pretty all around, but he's going to have a kind of tough time against Yun, I think. Because Yun is very rushdown heavy. Yun's going to be up in his grill. Ryu's not going to have a whole lot of time to get his Denjin built up and his meter built up, and he really needs that. So, yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Ryu has the fun to win with energy going for him, yeah. Yeah, Genjin. I think that's how you pronounce it. I always like to call it like Vism, because it's straight up like Vism from Alpha. He goes Alpha 3 Vism mode real quick. Yeah, Ryu is a strong character. Definitely in the upper... He's viable, definitely. But I think just up against Yun, it's a tough one. All right, Dudley versus Yun. I think this is a little better because both of them like to be up close. Both of them like to be in each other's grills. I could see if Dudley can get him knocked down, that'll be good. You just got to get him on the ground. That's the question here. Can Dudley knock this Yun down? If Yun keeps him in neutral and keeps him... he has the advantage, I think, according to my limited skill in Third Strike, just playing it, you need to get this Yun knocked onto the ground. Otherwise, he's just going to be causing... In neutral, he's just insane. He's got dive kicks. He's got like that lunging punch. Of course, he's got his Vism super. He's just on the loose. Yun is terrifying. So the Dudley, if he can get him knocked down, that's when he can start. But just swinging in neutral, it's a scary situation. He's got to get him. Okay, he's got him in the corner. No, he's out. The dive kick is just really good. It's hard to pin Yun down. He gets out of the corner with his dive kick, with his super jump. Of course, if he gets really desperate, he can just pull out the super. All right, here we go. He's got him in the corner. Rose into the Rose forces a mix-up. See, that's what I'm saying right there. Dudley can do insane damage if he can knock your ass down. So I could see why they sent him in on Yun, because all he has to do is get this Yun knocked down. But in the process, it's going to be tough. But Dudley has some insane shit in terms of wake-up game because he can throw his Rose and force you into like this ugly mix-up. I don't know if the super beats the Rose or not. I don't play Yun, so I don't know if supers beat the Rose. But potentially not. I'm not sure. Okay, he's got him knocked down. Go, go, go. But he's all the way across the screen. Dudley is slow. He's a slow boy. Okay, got him in the corner. This is it. This is his chance. Yun is... There it is. That's what I was saying. That's a problem. Yun can just Vism right out of the corner. He's got him in the corner. Oh, damn. Damn. Dudley is a really strong character, though. He's definitely upper tier. He's not top 3 trifecta Holy Trinity, but he's definitely upper tier. Ty asks, what's your opinion on YouTuber Mild Conviction? I've never heard of Mild Conviction. I don't know if this is like a good YouTuber or a cringe one. I have no idea. I've never heard of it, but it's a cool name. I'll say that. Meter whiffing building ass. I agree, Blackwind. I don't like to bring this up too much around too angry Third Strike players, but I do think that one of the biggest design flaws of Third Strike is the fact that you can whiff moves to build meter. Because a lot of the, like for example, if you couldn't whiff moves to build meter, it would bring the trinity of the top characters down a peg-ish, you know. They would still be really good, but it would definitely help bring them down a bit. Because Yun, for example, he can run, he can run away, look at him. He's crouching, building. Now, this is Yun versus Yun. A Yun mirror. Sometimes to beat Yun, you must be Yun. So, you know what's funny though is, oh, thanks so much, Roldy. What's funny though is, I think the coolest character in Third Strike is Yun when he doesn't have his Vism super. Like when he's just neutral Yun, he's super cool. I love his moveset. I love his style. He's kind of one of my favorite characters until he activates his super, and then it's like, why? But other than that, so I think if I start playing Third Strike again, I usually play Ken, but if I start playing more Third Strike, I might switch over to Yun, but then just use his other super and be like the one, like as a protest, to be like, all right, I'm playing Yun, but I'm not going to use his Vism super. I'm just going to use like one of his other supers. What these are, history does not know. Archaeologists, philosophers have debated what are Yun's other supers. They've never been seen. They're hypothetical creatures, but yeah, I'd play one of those. But anyway, Yun on Yun. I think the white Yun has an advantage because he's the way cooler color than the yellow Yun. And a little known fact about Third Strike is the cooler your color is, that actually boosts your skill points. And so playing white Yun, that's like +5 skill points. Playing yellow Yun, that's like -5. So we have a bad matchup here. White Yun to yellow Yun. It's just a tough situation. Hey, Chanchai, thanks for tuning in. For those who don't know, Chanchai is a really, really good Virtua Fighter player, and he's a great resource for Virtua Fighter, and I'm always messaging him, asking him about random things about Virtua Fighter. So if you haven't checked out his channel, he's a great resource for Virtua Fighter. So, okay, Yun versus Makoto. This is I think a good pick. So here's the thing about Makoto in Third Strike, just watching Cooperation Cup over the years, is on paper, Makoto, she is not as quite as good as obviously the top tiers. But for some reason, just watching the tournament over the years, all of the Makoto players are like insanely good. There's some sort of like Makoto Yakuza happening where all of the Makoto players are insanely strong. So even though Makoto isn't as high tier as Yun, just observing this tournament, the Makotos are really good. Maybe it's just a taste thing, but anyway, I could see Makoto being an okay matchup against Yun here. They're both up close. They're both personal. Makoto's got the scary grabs, but the dive kicks. The dive kicks are terrifying. Yeah, waifu power. That's exactly. The waifu power of Makoto powers up the Japanese players. Also, Makoto has the coolest stage in the game, or one of the coolest stages in the game. Makoto is just one of the coolest characters, so that's like +12 skill points. We talked about the skill points tier list. So white Yun is like +5, but Makoto, just playing Makoto gives you like +12 skill points. So I'm saying all that, and this Makoto's getting annihilated, so maybe I'm wrong. But usually, when I watch these tournaments, the Makoto players are really good. Okay, Vism, run. Run for your life, Makoto. I think this is the scary part, is when Vism turns on, it's like, what do you do here? Yeah, Makoto's cool. Musashi says Makoto has said to be the scariest character in the game by some top players. I think so, because it seems like the top Third Strike players, either because they're just bored of playing Chun and stuff, is just okay, here's an interesting thought. There's the book Art of War, and there's this concept in the Art of War called large army or something like that versus small army. And basically the idea is that, applied to fighting games, is that playing a top tier character, yes, like Yun, Chun, and Ken, they are superior to the other characters in terms of their moves and everything. But in the sort of competitive metagame, because everyone plays Yun, Chun, and Ken constantly, sometimes playing a little bit of a lower tier character like Makoto and stuff. Now, I don't think this holds true in Third Strike in Japan because it's been played so long, but the theory would be is that like a high tier but slightly less common character in tournament could actually have an advantage because people would be less familiar with the matchup and so forth. I don't know if that's the case in Third Strike anymore, but that would be the idea. But maybe this Yun player is just like the best player in the world because he has destroyed the entire team. Okay, so this is a tough call in terms of coolness points, but I think the white and blue is still cooler than the white and black, so here we go. Usually, though, with these tournaments, the last player on the roster is always the best in the team, usually. So this Yun player, if there's one person on this team to win, it's got to be this guy, because usually the guy who's the best plays point. So this guy right here, he's playing point. The entire team is on his back. If he loses, it's over. You know? So here we go. I think. Did he win? Oh, I thought it was 1v1. I thought it was a 1-to-1. Yeah, the anchor, exactly. So I used to be on swim team, and that was always the strategy too. The best person on the team, the fastest swimmer would swim anchor, because basically the idea is that they would get a sort of like team status boost from their team being like desperate. All right, Yun versus Chun. So this matchup, it seems like Yun kind of tends to do better, but it's hard to tell. You know, they're both amazing. It's going to come down to, they both obviously know the matchup, so it's just going to come down to player skill here, I think. Because if you're a third strike player and you play Yun or you play Chun, this is the matchup you need to know. So it's going to be, I think this will be more of a, just whoever's better is going to win here. Yun also has an amazing stage. Chun has the worst stage in the game, I think. I think it's the dumbest stage. Third strike has a lot of amazing stages, but Chun's is probably the dumbest, and it's also one you see constantly. Yeah, I don't think you can do moment 37 versus Yun, because he can just throw you, right? All right, here we go, Chun. So we need the guys on the left, the game land green. All of their hopes ride on this Chun player or Yun player. And Yun's got a lot of stuff. Basically, I think the strategy would be, I haven't played Yun, but I do play against, I do play Ken against Chun-Li. And kind of the strategy is you got to get on top of her before she builds into her supers too much, because she can link every move ever into her super. And so if you can, especially in the early game, you want to stay on top of her. You want to keep her contained. Yeah, keep her in the corner. Keep her locked down. She's not super good in the corner. She's got her little spinning EX spinning bird kick, but other than that, she doesn't have a whole lot. So, and she doesn't have like a super dive kick like Yun does. And I don't think she can reversal super that well. I'm sure it's pretty good, but I don't think it's like the most amazing thing. So pushing her into the corner early is a good idea. But what you don't want, at least when I play Ken, what you don't want her is like half screen whiffing moves, building super. You don't want that. Do not want that. So the Yun player is like racing after her, but he overcommitted. He dive kicked right into her face, but missed and got supered. Yeah, so be careful with your dive kicks, kids. Yeah, Musashi says her super does way too much damage. I think so. I think if they rebalance third strike, all they would have to do is just go in and like tweak the meter, the super stuff. They wouldn't even have to rebalance the moves or anything, or change the moves. They just rebalance like meter gain, rebalance how you gain meter, rebalance how much meter people have. I think all of that would go a really long way. Matthew says, I'm old enough to remember when Street Fighter 3 came out. Everyone was pissed about the roster, and it was ignored for years. I know, right? It's a comeback story of epic proportions, right? And that's funny, last year I was talking about this, and so I like researched it a bit. And yeah, basically when Third Strike came out, it broke even from my understanding, but it didn't do super well, obviously. But over the years, just how well Third Strike has endured, now it's like a profitable game for Capcom. Even though it hasn't had a whole lot of releases or anything, just the releases that it's had and everything, it's now like a profitable game. So it's like a long tail rather than just a... But the thing was, though, is that back in the day, in the arcade era, building a game for the long term was viable because it could continue to generate revenue in the arcade, right? So Third Strike's such a great example of that. Oh my god, are you seeing me sweat? The hotbox has already begun. Good thing my webcam's still a little hazy. We don't need high definition for this because I'm gonna get roasted. Classic Old Man Fighter. I think the most classic Old Man Fighter is definitely Super Turbo. But we're getting there with Third Strike. I still think like the Old Man Fighter is Super Turbo, but Third Strike's getting there.
はい。
Musashi says, I don't know if it's true, but I heard City of the Wolves flopped sales-wise. They must have spent so much money in the marketing. Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, Musashi, here's an easy thing to point to, which is didn't they have, like, a famous soccer player, Ronaldo or something, be in the game? So in Tekken, in Tekken Tag 2, Snoop Dogg costs, like, $1 million or something, from what I heard. And so think of Ronaldo, the soccer player. Getting him into City of the Wolves probably cost them millions of dollars. So they probably needed to sell an insane amount of copies of that game just to recoup that cost alone. Yeah, Solitude says you need to get a cooler or something. I actually have a cooler, like a big swamp cooler, Solitude, but the problem is that if I run it, it's just super loud, so it ruins the audio and everything. DD22 says, it doesn't matter, they're owned by the Saudis, money isn't even a problem. Yeah, I get that feeling as well with the recent SNK stuff. It's more sort of like a, what do you call it? Like a pet project, right? Rather than something that's a super serious business endeavor. Which is kind of cool in some ways and kind of lame in some ways. So, yeah. I don't think anyone's like too concerned about the sales of City of the Wolves. Yeah, well, the problem with City of the Wolves, I was looking at it. I'm playing 2002. And it's like, if you're playing 2002, and then you look at City of the Wolves, you have to ask yourself, why wouldn't I just play 2002? Because 2002 has a massive player base. It has an amazing Steam port. So I think that's a huge problem that the current SNK stuff struggles with, is like, how do they beat or outdo 2002 and 98? And is that even possible? Maybe it is not possible. I don't know, but yeah, so those games just seem more worthwhile in the end. That's why I'm like, I'll just play 2002. Or Ed says, why wouldn't I play Mark of the Wolves? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Solitude says the Idaho heat is killer. Exactly, it is. It's the climate is either freezing cold or burning hot. Those are your two options. And so that's one actually reason why I don't stream that much, is until I get some sort of studio thing happening where I can run AC. The Shmup Shed, I can now battle cold. The Shmup Shed is insulated against the cold, but the unintended consequence of that is in the summer I just cook to death. So yeah, it makes streaming really hard. It makes recording really hard in the summers. I'll probably have to figure some sort of strategy out in the summer. All right, so here we go. Ibuki versus Chun. Let's look at this matchup chart. I have a matchup chart here just in case. I'm sure it's not like perfect or anything, but just to get an idea. Let's look at Ibuki's matchup with Chun here. It's really bad. 3.7. So, again, this isn't probably like written in stone or anything, but this is going to be a tough one for Ibuki, looking at the matchup chart. I could see why, because, like I said, Shmup Shed, yeah, that's what it's called. Been in here for like 6 years. Yeah, Ibuki is one of the coolest characters in the game visually, and her moveset and everything. So I think the problem with the matchup is, even though I play neither Chun or Ibuki, just reading the chart and sort of thinking about it is probably, like I said, Chun is most terrifying when she's sort of hanging back and just building meter and building super. And I think that's kind of what Ibuki does as well, is, you know, hang back, build meter. And so maybe it's just, you know, Chun is so much better at that than Ibuki, so it makes the matchup tricky. Plus parry, so like the whole like projectiles and stuff, you know, that's not really that useful. I mean, I'm sure it's got some use and everything, but yeah, the parry is not the thing that would save the matchup. Oh, that's just killer. The damage output too. I bet Ibuki doesn't have a lot of health. Because a lot of these sort of vortex mix-up characters like Akuma and stuff, they have really low health.
Wouldn't SF2 Championship and Hyper SF2 the old man fighting games? The Street Fighters before Super Turbo.
Thanks so much, NCR Trooper Scout. Yeah, if you're going like ancient, yeah, Hyper Street Fighter 2 before even Supers existed. Yeah, definitely. That would be like the most OG fighting game in existence, right? Hyper Street Fighter 2 is pretty cool though, honestly. I sometimes play it with my brother because my brother, I guess, to prove your point exactly, NCR Trooper Scout, my brother does not like Supers because when we're playing Super Street Fighter New Challengers growing up, it didn't have Supers. And so when we play Street Fighter together, he hates Supers. He thinks they're stupid. And so we do play like the New Challengers and Hyper. So you're right, yeah, exactly. There you go. Guys who grew up playing Street Fighter on like Super Nintendo and stuff, Hyper and New Challengers is like the ultimate because it predates even Supers. All right, we got Akuma. Now, I do know Akuma because I used to play him before I switched to Ken. So Akuma is an amazing character once he gets the knockdown. And he's got like great neutral game too with his fireballs and with his movement. But you touch the guy and he just explodes. So that's what makes him really hard. And he's not like super safe or anything either. For example, I played Akuma in Street Fighter 4. And Akuma in Street Fighter 4 was a lot stronger, at least at one point. Because not only did he have the vortex. Oh, the way now that's just dirty. Not only did he have the vortex, but in 4 he was safe. You know, he kind of could play. He was able to do a lot of stuff. Where in Third Strike, he has to take a little bit more risks to get in and so forth. And since his health is so low, like one mistake and you're just dead. You just die. So I could see him being really hard to play in tournament at this level. But at the same time, like I was saying before, one of the advantages he may have is that you have to be prepared for his mix-ups. You have to be prepared for what he's going to do, his game plan and everything. And so the veteran players probably will annihilate Akuma, but if you are a sort of mid-tier player, probably kind of good in that sort of situation. Akumer. Yeah, that's how Eris says it, Akumer. Ukeru says, you have an older brother. Yes, I have 2 brothers, an older and a younger. I'm the middle brother. And both of my brothers play. They're not gamers, really. They play like a little bit of Call of Duty and stuff like that, but yeah, they're not gamers. I'm the only sort of gamer in the family. D22 says, also, Mark, you should do more podcasts. I really do. Well, I do them on the Patreon now. Not to plug the Patreon too much, but yeah, they're on the Patreon now because it was hard to incorporate podcasts into the public content. Because, I mean, I thought about this a lot. Like, okay, so I could, because podcasts are like different animals than YouTube videos, right? They're a whole different medium and they don't really do, like, go back and listen to the original run on the podcasts. The original run of the podcast on YouTube. They have like hundreds of views, which is fine, you know, during that era and everything. But these days, it would just be hard to integrate into the sort of main channel. But I love doing them. And I was like, well, do I make a separate channel for that? But then that's a lot of, you know, trying to juggle so many things at once. And then I I need stuff for the Patreon. So that's where they are. If you want the podcast, they're on the Patreon. I do them, I do 2 podcasts every month on the Patreon. Yeah, they're on the Patreon. Just because that was the best way for them to sort of exist. It was hard to do them in a YouTubing format. Plus, give the Patreon something cool, right? The patrons make the channel happen. And I especially appreciate that a lot more these days now that I'm full-time. It's like, the patrons make this happen. So I think they should get some cool exclusive stuff. So that's where they are. They're on the Patreon. Okay, so Chun versus Yun. We've talked about this before. The Yun wants to be in Chun's grill, wants to shut this Chun down from... Oh my gosh. That was crazy. Wants to keep the Chun locked in. right? You don't want her laying back. You don't want her building meter. So, yeah, get in there now. Look, because she's building towards that super. I think it would be a funny change. They'd never do this, but I think it'd be a funny change if in third strike, if you got hit, you lost meter rather than gain meter. So like if you're getting hit as Chun, you like lose meter. That would make the matchup at least a little bit more reasonable to deal with. Because it's kind of ridiculous that even when you're winning, you're sort of losing because she's gaining meter, right? You're like beating her down, and she's losing health but gaining meter. Double A asks, thoughts on the emergency patch for Tekken 8? I saw that. It seemed sort of nothing too, you know what I mean? It's like sort of rearranging the old saying, like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. You ever heard that saying? That's how the emergency patch seemed to me. It's like, oh, okay, so you moved the deck chair from the front of the ship to the back of the ship, so that will make the ship sink slightly slower. That's kind of what it seemed like to me. Will Krieger come back for a beat-em-ups video? Well, I want to do a sort of beat-em-up stream at some point, and it'd be really fun to bring Krieger back for that. So I guess that's how I describe Tekken 8's emergency patch. It's rearranging the deck chairs of the Titanic. Maybe it helped a little bit, but the ship is going to the bottom of the ocean. Hey, how's it going, second class? Daniel says, any plans for YouTube memberships in the future? You know, YouTube every month messages me about that. Like, YouTube is pissed that I don't do that. But I'm always a little scared to get too, like, spread things out too thin. And so because the Patreon's doing so well and I'm so happy with how it's going, I'm just going to focus on that and just leave it. I'm, like, scared to get too ambitious, basically. It's like, okay, things are working. Things are going well. Let's just leave it exactly as it is. So for now, I'm just maintaining the status quo as much as possible. So just keeping the Patreon how the Patreon is, and keeping the YouTube how the YouTube is, and letting it be. But yeah, I guess if I start, having problems with Patreon or something, that's something I could look into. But right now, I'm just sort of maintaining everything as consistently as possible. I've been watching a lot of, watching Third Strike, right? Remember the match where Yun dive kicked? The dive kick could have either won him the match or got him killed, but he overextended and got killed. That's what I'm afraid, like, doing, like, YouTube memberships or, like, trying to extend too much, is I'm afraid I'll dive kick into a Chun-Li super. So I'm just sort of maintaining things as is. Yeah, exactly. You know what's funny, 8-Bit? I was saying the other day that I used to not understand about, like, superstitions of ancient cultures. Like, when you listen to superstitions of ancient cultures, they would sacrifice people for rain. They would do all this insane stuff for, like, rain and for, things outside of their control that we know now. Well, just become a YouTuber. And all of a sudden, rain dances, blood sacrifices, all of that makes sense. Because since you have so little control over how the algorithm treats you and stuff, you do start to develop these superstitions against your sort of will. Like a superstition that I've developed now that's really hard to get rid of is, like, if I post a video, I won't look at it for like 8 hours, because I'm scared if I look at it, it will, like, ruin the viewership. It'll like mess up the algorithm in some way. Because all of the videos that have done well have been ones where I, like, didn't know they would do well, so I just posted them, and then I look at them 8 hours later, I'm like, oh my god, the video's doing well. So now I've developed this superstition of whenever I post a video, I don't look at it, other than after the premiere, for like 8 hours. All that sort of stuff. There's all kinds of these weird superstitions you start to develop. Sailors, exactly. So when it comes to, like, doing new things right now, I'm very scared to, like, do anything different, because I'm scared it'll anger the algorithm in some way, or anger the momentum of the channel in some way. So I'm playing right now. I am Chun-Li. I'm hanging back. I'm swinging my legs in the corner and building meter. That's the strat. Hang back, build meter. Okay, so Urian versus Hugo. Interesting matchup. Let's look, guys. I know I'm way behind in this match, so let's take a look. I suspect it's kind of good for Hugo, but let's take a look. Urian. Let's look here. Favorable matchups. Oh, nope, it's good for Urian. 6-4. So, okay, it's a little Urian favored. I could see that because all the projectiles and Urian's big old limbs and everything. But I get the feeling, Hugo, if he gets your hands on you, if he gets his hands on you, that could be terrifying as Urian, because Urian doesn't have a lot of, like, runaway options, right? Like, if you're, like, right here, this is probably, like, oh, my God. If you're Urian right now, Hugo's right there. If he gets his hands on you, he'll just obliterate you. And you don't have, like, dive kicks and, like, crazy stuff like the other, like, Yun and the top tiers do. So you got to work your way out here. This is Hugo's moment right now. He's got to keep this Urian. Oh, no, he got out. Okay, now, all right, uh-oh. He does have a lot of health, though. He does have a lot of health. Hugo, I feel like Hugo is a really good tournament character. I don't know about in the top level, but, like, if you went to your local and you look at your bracket and you see a Hugo in your bracket, I bet it would be like, oh, boy. Because he just can annihilate you with the slightest slip. And he's got a lot of health. He's very tanky. Obviously, it's like when you're beating the hell out of him, it feels like, oh, he's such a bad character. But then he gets his hands on you one time, and you're like, oh, my God. But the Urian did it. The Urian got out of the corner, and that was it for Hugo. He's got to keep you in that corner. He cannot let you out because he can't move. EX Testament is awesome. Exactly, KOPV. Yeah, he's just menacing. And if you watched EVO, that guy at EVO did amazing with Hugo in EVO because he was playing a bunch of, like, American players. And like I was saying, like, in tournament, American players probably aren't as highly experienced in tournament as obviously the guys here at Co-op Cup who play in arcades and tournaments all the time. So, like, the American players, they encounter this Hugo from Japan. Terrifying. Final boss. It's like a final boss in a fighting game. Hugo's really cool. Yeah, he is a cool character. I always get the feeling that if Bog played Third Strike, he would play Hugo. It just seems like the kind of character he'd play, right? Like this giant thing that just walls you in the corner. But I think Bog likes zoning characters, so I don't think he'd play Hugo. But since there is no zoning characters in Third Strike, maybe he'd play him. Or he'd play Urian, maybe. He's kind of a zoning character. All right, Urian versus Chun. Now, this I did look up. Okay, so I looked up Urian versus Chun. Apparently, this isn't so bad because Urian is pretty good at dealing with Chun because of how big his limbs are. He can outrange her. So he's actually, I've heard, kind of good against Chun. Obviously, not, like, amazingly favored or anything, but it's like a good... Apparently, because I was watching last year's Co-op Cup and the commentators were talking about this, like, this is not a coincidence that they sent Urian in. Oh, wait, no, sorry, Chun. They sent Chun in after the Urian, so never mind. But anyway, Urian seems to be pretty good against Chun from what I've heard, all things considered by, Third Strike standards. So we could see something happen here. That's kind of her only reversal right there, is that wake up EX kick. So, but that's probably hard to space around. All right, here we go. Do not, okay, oh, dive. I feel like the Urian, he's like, get her. Again, you got to get her in the corner. You got to keep her contained. You cannot let her loose, build and meet her. That's terrifying. She's got him. All right, 1-1. Okay, this is it. This Urian is the anchor, too. So, this Urian needs to, like, hard carry his entire team. Kind of a crazy anchor character, but I could see if you're the best player, you're the anchor. There we go. Jug. Okay, push her. See? He's pushing her to the corner. Get her in that corner, Urian. Okay, open combat. That's a little scary, but look, he's keeping the pressure on. As long as he's keeping her locked in, I think that's good. You don't want her running loose. Build and meet her. She jumps out, air stomps on his head. Amazing move. That she got her. Got him with punished right there. That is so much damage. In the corner. Great. Gets out. The throw escape saves him. Great move there. Oh, parry. Okay, here we go. Here it goes. Oh, there it is. That's it. Nice. Amazing. That's why he's that's what I was saying. He's pretty good against Chun. And that's why he's the anchor. Just keep her in that corner. Now only 3 yuns to go. He did, poor Urian player. Only 3 yuns to fight through or whatever he's got to go through next. I think Yun versus Urian's a really tough matchup. Let's look. Because you know there's a Yun. I don't know the teams, but you know there's a Yun waiting. Lying in wait. So let's look. Unfavorable. Yun. Okay, so Yun's sort of... It's not so bad, though. It's 6-4, so it's not so bad. Yeah, Urian is a staple, though, of tournaments. You'll always see a Urian because he's just so good at... Once he gets you locked down with the unblockables and stuff, it's just a... And Urian kind of fits along with the top tiers, I think. Because remember what I was saying, like all of the top tiers, even Ken to some degree, so Chun and Yun, they love to hang back and like build meter and stuff, and I think that really shuts down a lot of like the poor Ryus of the world and stuff. But Urian loves to do that too. He loves to hang back and build up his reflectors, and so I think he kind of fits the meta of the top tiers pretty well. That's just me taking a guess at Urian. I don't play him at all. But I fought a lot of Urians in my day, I'll tell you that much. And he kind of does feel like sometimes you're fighting a Chun-Li or something where you don't want him like hanging back there building meter because of his reflectors. They're just so evil, right? They're so good. Okay, so what is Urian's worst matchup? That's a good question. Let's see. Yang. That seems odd. Yang is his worst matchup. I guess that because I'm assuming because Yang is really oppressive, gets up in your grill. He's like full offense, so I could see him being pretty good against Urian. Okay, I'm gonna take the fastest break possible, and I will be right back. Just to get some water. I'm gonna get some water. I'm cooking. Water break. I'll be right back.
ではないです。大丈夫です。まあヤン強豪プレイヤートプラー含め、粒揃いなチームではありますが、まあやっぱり対象ですよね。じゃあトーナメント表見ていきましょう。はい。よいしょ。いけないかな。じゃあまあ普通にしゃべって。さあ、まあやっぱりね、抜きチルドレンというところもあり、まあ頻度はもちろんプレイする頻度は下がってはいるんですが、まあやっぱり精神的支柱のギドラの1本抜きチュンリーがポイントになるのは間違いないですね。画面も出ましたね。対するがニュースキアクラブですね。さあコアッパ大原裏剣カリンプレジと、今回、ゲームラウンドグリーンと並んでいわゆる純正地方勢というか、でもまあそうかね、形になるのかな。そうかと思います。はい、いわゆる静岡勢と呼ばれる、現在は大井川のブラップルリバー大井川店にてプレイしているメインのプレイヤーなんですが、ここも最古参組と今の現役が混じった、なんかザ地方組というか、すごくなんか地方色のあるいいチームなんですよね。コアッパセイバーとかでも結構やってるプレイヤーで、そうですね、ベスト8とか全国とかで行ってますからね。コアッパ裏剣プレジあたりは、ザ古豪というチームで、そうですね、もう本当僕からしたらプレジさんかと思ってびっくりしちゃいましたね。杉山さんも古豪枠ですが、もう古豪枠だと思いますが、その杉山さんがびっくりするぐらいの古豪でございます。さあ試合準備整ったようなので参りましょう。コペレーションカップ決勝トーナメント1回戦第3試合スタートです。トクラ座っているのはトクラと、さあチュンリーがこれはオーバーレイ的にはちょっと見ていこうかな。チュンリーが2枚いるのでちょっとどっちでしょうね。ちょっとオーバーレイ更新を待ちましょう。さあワンピ側はトクラヤン、ヤン VS チュンリーのマッチアップですね。さあチュンリーは早めに画面賞脱出。この辺の意識の速さはなんかプレイヤーのあれですね、実力が測られているんですね。さあ先決隊からしゃがみコパン旋風。
動けてますね。
動いてますね。特に昨日非常に調子良かったので、5パン PA スタンコンボも決めていく。
ベース返しもしっかりしていく。
素晴らしいですね。
昨日4打で決勝決めた、4打でしたっていうのも。
そうですね。
はい。
決勝に進出する試合で4打点を決めて、チームに貢献したと言って、非常に嬉しそうに喜んでましたが、さあここはそのままの調子を今日も継続しているのか、これは。投げる。さあこれは大原チュンリーですね。チュンリーが CX トロはガードを切り返していく。大パン。おっとゲーキック。割り込んでいく。大足下段が通ったが EX スピバー
止めましたね。勢いを止める EX スピバー。
さあファイナルラウンド。ユンガは1回触り、ヤンガは1回触り出すと、
はい、
まとわりついた攻めをかなりいやらしくできるんですが、ここは切り返す緊中継東ローザン。大足ではちょっと拾えずだが、めくりから駒投げですね。これが非常に厳しい。チワシ EX ソロピオラセル
乗ってますね。
乗ってますね。さあ、白虎総称なるフィニッシュ。さあ、ニュースキアクラブ、残りは
お、なんか今一瞬画面プレスさんだ。
さあ、杉山さん注目のプレジアンということで、ヤン同キャラなかなかレアですね、これは。さあ、ドクラの心境はいかに。さあ、しかも精鋭ですか。
そうですね。プレジさんといえば、
はい、精鋭のプレイヤー、数なかなか少ないんですけどね、この精鋭を選ぶプレイヤーは一つなかなか珍しいものも見れるかもしれませんが。さあ、ヤン同キャラ戦、ドクラ VS プレジェ投げて、ヤン側はまずはドクラが優勢か。緊張系持続って珍しいのが見えました。持続部分だと相手が浮きません。
本当は上にね飛ぶはずなんです
けどね。おお、崩していく。
かっこいい。
選挙隊の持続を重ねているように見えて、いろいろなネタが混じっている。こちらで見ても何やってるのか分かんない部分が多いが、さあ、ドクラはここは前方で掴んでいく。いやー、ラウンド2、さあ、精鋭の色のところが見れてという部分だが、
I have returned, and I'm wearing a hat because something to help with the heat a little bit. Hopefully. Maybe. Okay. So our hero looks like our Urine hero was lost in battle. Oh, DD22 asks who did this background. So this was a background I found, like the template of it, like these little animated portraits. Aren't they cool? I found this on Steam. On this, I had to buy it. It was like called Steam Wallpapers. So I bought it, but in terms of like making it a scroll like this and like changing the coloring, I did that. So it's like a edit of an existing background on Steam, which is pretty cool. D22 says, also, isn't Idaho basically in Canada? How is it hot? Well, Idaho is an arid desert. So it's, like I said, it's either burning hot or freezing cold. Those are your options. You decide. Basically, during the day, you're getting roasted. During the night, you're freezing and dying. That's the temperature is kind of wild. So it is 8:30 for me. This is just the beginning, my friends. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So about the background. Yeah, so we're in for a long haul because I'm suspecting this is gonna be a 12-hour stream. Okay, the Chuns are on the loose this tournament. They're playing to win this year. I feel like last year I was seeing a lot more like Makotos and those types of characters. This year is very... Oh, we got a Yang. Okay, so the Yangs last year were really good. So this could be one of those. Let's look at the name. I don't know if I recognize the name, but last year the Yangs were really good. Yeah, it's party night. Yeah. I know this is a more like niche stream. Most people don't care that much about like Third Strike and VF and stuff, but you know, I was gonna watch it, so I thought might as well stream it. That'd be fun. Oh, the hair flip. So the thing about I think Yang does pretty well against Chun-Li, by the way, because of he just gets in the grill. But the thing about third strike taunts is that a lot of them have left team is stacked, UD Slusher says. You see a Yang, that's usually a sign, the team's got something going on. Because I was saying last year I was watching, and the Yang players were just insane. So the funny thing about Co-op Cup and B-Tribe is that until the final 2 or 3 teams meet up against each other, some of the best teams will just like steamroll the other teams. Didn't we see that one guy beat the entire team just with the first Yun? So, okay, Yun on Yang, brother on brother. But what I was saying is that in third strike, the taunts aren't just stylistic. They usually have different properties, which is pretty cool. So I don't know what Yang's taunt does, but for example, Ken's taunt gives him some sort of attack boost. Q's taunt is insane because if you do it 3 times, I believe, he gains like extra health basically, like he gains armor health sort of thing. I don't know if Chun's does anything. Dudley throws the rose, of course, so a lot of Yang's must do something though. So yeah, and of course, I believe taunts charge meter a lot of the time. Don't say that VF and 3S are loved. So the thing about both Third Strike and Virtua Fighter, and it's very fitting that they're together in this block, is that they are beloved games. You're not going to go around and hear people smack talking either game, but that being said, they're just really overlooked. No one really pays that much attention to them. They don't have like an esports scene really. They don't really have a whole like economy behind them in terms of, for example, like Tekken, for example. As critical as people are of Tekken 8, you're never going to see the Tekken 8 influencers and stuff move off into VF, at least not until 6, because VF5 Revo is a wasteland in terms of popularity and content. It's unviable economically. And Third Strike's like that as well. As much as people love Third Strike and as cool as it is, it's not like the same thing as the esportsy fighting games in terms of audience and all that sort of stuff. So, for example, here's a really clear example of this. Third Strike, the Co-op Cup is definitely the biggest Third Strike tournament of the year. And then B-Tribe Cup is, I would say, the biggest Virtua Fighter tournament of the year. Both are being streamed here on EVO Japan. And from what I'm aware of, this is like a side stream, right? And I'll take a look. Let's see how many views they have right now. And I'm just pointing this out. I'm not critical of it or anything. I think it's cool, but I'm just saying that they're niche. Well, I can't see. Usually, can't you see with the live stream? I guess you'd have to leave the video to see. So I guess someone in chat could type in there. Chat, how many live viewers are there for this stream right now? Oh, you guys are watching my stream. Right. Never mind. You'd have to find the Japanese stream. But if you do, I guess tell me. Okay, Alex, nice. Yeah, this is just awesome. Alex is such a cool character. So Alex is, I think, the only example in the Street Fighter series of the title character, like the main character, being a grappler. That's super rare. Grapplers are usually side characters, but in Third Strike, the main character is Alex, the grappler. So you're bringing out Alex. This is got to be a good player, right? If we're doing sort of the math, the sort of character tier math here, if we're this late in the tournament and we see Street Fighter 4 was Abel, I didn't know that. Wow, I stand corrected. I didn't know that. I thought Ryu was the main character for. I did not know Abel was. That's interesting. Okay, never mind. So I guess Abel and Alex, both begin with A, both blonde, are the main characters of their respective games. I didn't know that. That's interesting. But anyway, Yeah, okay. I stand corrected, guys. I didn't know Abel. I knew of Abel, but I did not know he was the main character of 4. I just always assumed Abel was or Ryu was the main character of 4. But that's what I get for never watching the ending cutscenes, I guess. Okay, Akuma versus Alex. This is a fun one. This is a fun one. So this Akuma is Anchor. So all of their hopes and dreams lay on this guy. This is going to be really tough. Or is the Alex the Anchor? Let's look. No, it should be... Yeah, okay, no. The Akuma is the Anchor. So this guy's got to be good. Nice. Yeah, Alex has one of the best stages in the game and one of the best songs in the game, absolutely. Abel, the most fraudulent MC, yeah. Yeah, Abel's such a non-entity, I forgot about him. This Akuma is gotta hold it down. He's gotta run the gauntlet, though. That's gonna be terrifying, because, okay, you get through the Alex. That's probably a favorable matchup for Akuma, I would just assume. Let's take a little look at this. I have my matchup chart here. It's not an exact science, but we'll go for it here. Let's see here. There you are, Akuma. Let's see, Akuma versus Alex. Yes, it's definitely Akuma favored. So, this is just the, like, when you're in a fighting game, you know, in a beat 'em up, this is like the mid-boss, right? He's still got a bunch of final bosses waiting at the end of this. Hey, Night Layson. Oh, here we go. Oh, this could be it. Oh my God. Oh my God, the super. Oh. Yeah, that's such a great song. Well, we'll never see that stage again, and we'll never hear that song again. Well, I guess unless this team wins next time he plays, so never mind. Alex is amazing. Alex is such a good example, his visual design, of how to make a, like, muscly, like, big, beefy dude, but make him look good. Because the problem with all of the later Street Fighter characters, like the way Ryu looks in Street Fighter 5 and 6, the way all of the, like, muscly characters look in Street Fighter 5 and 6, is they just look like giant walking piles of meat, right? Whereas Alex, he's definitely extremely muscular, but he's got kind of a litheness and form. So just the character designs, I think, of Third Strike are miles ahead of modern Street Fighter. Just visually, the way they're designed, they're so much more iconic, so much more distinct, so much better. Oh my God, the Akuma is on the loose. So he's got to get through the Chun, but here's the problem. He's got to pay the super tax. That's the problem. It's all fun and games until that super gets a hold of you and melts your health bar. Because remember, Akuma has such... Red parry, that was awesome. Because the health of Akuma is so low, and his stun is really low too. So Chun gets a hold of him, he's in big trouble. He needs to keep her... This is weird. It's like kind of a weird neutral game because Akuma can't, like, go full in like a Yun or anything. But he needs to keep the pressure on somehow, right? So he's going to kind of play this sort of mid-range game, I think. But that's it. That's the end of our hero. Got to pay the troll toll. Goodbye. Goodbye, our friend Akuma. Alrighty, that was brutal. But it's saying earlier that the team that we just saw, they were really, really stacked. Ryu turned into Goken. That's really funny. You're right, Base. You're right. He did turn into Goken, now that you mention that. Power asks, do you think a first-person fighting game, beat-em-up, is doable? Beat-em-up-wise, I think definitely. Fighting game-wise, that would be interesting. I'm trying to think of what that would look like. Definitely, I think it's possible. Basically, if you took like Virtua Fighter and you turned it so you're looking down the barrel of the character, maybe. But then the perspective of like spacing and stuff would be really tricky. I think in game design, if the developer's clever enough, anything's possible. So there's probably some like high genius level way to make a first-person fighting game work, but it would be really challenging. I would say that it would be very, very challenging. Untapped potential. It's an interesting concept, though. Like, you could even have like a weird sort of like profile up in the left corner or something. Yeah, that's a call out. That was a moment of glory for our friend, but then this is what happens. Kicks? Oh yeah, kicks would be so weird in first person. I guess they would all have to be like low kicks, like stomps and stuff like that. Arms. Oh yeah, they tried to do that with arms, and that didn't go so well. Yeah, Super Punch Out is you know what's funny is like Super Punch Out is a lot of modern games, but kind of better. Like the way it uses the dodging and the memo and everything. Super Punch Out is really fun. I guess you could do a sort of Super Punch Out style fighting game. I guess that could work. Though that isn't technically third person. That would be limited third. Though that wouldn't be technically first person, right? Because you can actually see Little Mac. You don't just see his arm. Well, on the Wii it might be different, but on the SNES you actually see him. He's just transparent. Thanks so much, Musashi. I really appreciate that. That's really generous of you. Thanks so much for the donation, my dude. Yeah, Dio says, isn't there a first-person medieval melee combat game, Chivalry, that are like that? For sure. I think they're a little bit of a subgenre from fighting games, though, because they're not one-on-one, right? But I guess you could have something like that. Hey, thanks so much, Trooper Scout. That's really generous of you.
When I heard FPS fighting game, my mind turned to Chivalry, Mordau, and Mount and Blade. Medieval melee-based combat.
Yeah, I think that's getting kind of close. Definitely. That's getting close. You know what's funny is that recently I got interviewed by a channel that is about like Chivalry and about those types of games. Isn't that funny? I don't know if that interview is ever going to come out or not, but because I think the guy didn't quite know who I was. It was kind of an interesting interview, but yeah, anyway, I ended up talking to this guy who was really into those games, and so I kind of talked to him about him, and so yeah, I guess something like that would be kind of close. I think what they should do with Co-op Cup and V-Tribe Cup is they should have like a shot clock between matches where you have like 1 minute. So like the team has to like sprint on stage. All right. Okay, so we're going to revisit my Makoto theory. So Makoto theory I was talking about is last year and the years before that I've watched. Oh, by the way, pink Makoto in terms of like skill point increase is like plus 30. Pink Makoto is plus 30 skill points. But the Makoto theory is basically the years that I've watched Co-op Cup, there have always been these like insanely good Makoto players, and they tend to be the only ones you see in the later rounds. So far, this theory has not played out, but the theory is basically if we see a Makoto player at this point in the tournament, that player is going to be really good. Oh, wait a minute. Come on. Come on. Oh! The universal overhead. One in doubt. Can't ever forget about the universal overhead. Okay, so even though Pink Makoto has plus 30 skill points, there's still Yun. Yun is just pure tier-wise is really hard to deal with. Oh, I think Yun is pretty tricky, too, for Makoto because he's so aggressive. that's probably a tricky matchup, especially with Super. Especially with Super. I think the way the matchup would go, this is just observing it over the years, is like basically when Yun doesn't have Super, it's like, okay, this can happen. Makoto versus Yun, this makes sense. And then he gets Super and you're like, uh-oh. Matchup over. Roll for your life. Oh, God, here it comes, the overhead. Oh, the juggle, too. Oh, great jump. Oh, run. Great throw break. There's still a hope, though chip damage gets really scary now. Chip is on the table. Ooh, parry exists, but it's still hard to avoid a lot of chip in this game, even with it. Especially when he gets Super. I think that's it. I don't know. Can you beat him when he has Super? Oh, I think that's just to run out the Super. Yeah. I think that was a last-ditch effort, or just like a wild haymaker, because I'm pretty sure with that amount of chip and him in Super, it's just kind of over. That would be my guess. That was rough. That's what I was kind of saying, though. The matchup seems like Makoto versus Yun kind of makes sense until he gets Super, and then it's over. Or it's, really brutal. Checkmate, yeah. Musashi, we just witnessed a real hard checkmate. Oh, my God. So the lesson would be, like, do not allow Yun to get Super, but the problem is, like, see, this is sort of an issue with Third Strike in terms of its balance, is the way it handles meter, because, for example, you can't stop meter, basically, because if you hit them, they gain meter. If they hit you, they gain meter. If they whiff moves, they gain meter. Just meter, like, just never stops. That's why I was saying an interesting balance change would be if you hit them, you actually decrease their meter. I think that would be kind of cool. Because then at least when you're like beating the hell out of Yun and Chun, they wouldn't gain meter by taking hits, right? They would lose it. So anyway, that ship is obviously sailed. But I think that's the biggest problem that you run into with all the tiers and stuff is mostly meter. Meter is kind of the villain of this game in a lot of ways. Okay, Yun's got the Vism going. I think Yang versus Yun's pretty decent matchup. Oh, great. Oh, come on. Yang player tends, that's what I said, Yang. I guess we can go Yang theory, Makoto theory. Oh, I got him, though. Damn. Okay, 1-1. Yeah, at range, third striker range. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like nerfs meter, basically. You could leave everything else just the same, just like make meter less insane. Got him. Nice. I think the thing about Yang is at least he does a lot of damage on his brother. Hey, how's it going, Spiders? Yep. We're doing some Third Strike and then later VF. This stream will probably be 12 hours long by the time we get through the tournament. Yeah, and from what I understand, Yang doesn't use Super that much. He uses his EX, like, Rekkas and stuff. So that could also be kind of a good little shutdown for Yun early on anyway. Oh, Dudley. All right, so I have no idea about this matchup. Dudley versus Yang? Let's look. Let's do our patented research on this. Dudley versus Yang, chat. Let's take a little look. Sorry, the website's slow. Okay, Yang, Dudley. Oh, Dudley. So it's somewhat favored Dudley, but they're pretty close, but Dudley's a little favored. I'm assuming because once he gets Yang locked down, the damage and the setups. But this Yang will not be stopped. He's on a tear. Oh, baby. Oh, this is KO. Wait a second. I recognize this guy from last year. I think this guy is really, really good. Because I recognize the name. I think he's a really good player. Like top, like a top player. Base asks, have I played Dark Souls 1? I started KO is ancient, Bailey says. Yeah, KO seemed... maybe I see him every single year and recognize him, but I think he's really good, from what I recall. But yeah, Base, did I play Dark Souls 1? I started, but just have to cover other stuff. But Dark Souls, yep, Dark Souls is next in terms of the Souls stuff. I've started a little bit. In the beginning is very promising, so it's going well so far. Okay, neutral Makoto. Great color. I love the neutral Makoto color. That's like plus 10 skill points. But I'm divided here because I kind of like the Yang. Okay, I guess we'll go with Makoto here, but I don't know. I kind of like KO and Yang though, so maybe I'll stick with him. I get the feeling once Makoto gets Yang locked in, that gets scary. But he's got the Rekkas. Let's take a look at the matchup here. So versus Makoto, slight disadvantage. So it's pretty much even. Slight advantage to Makoto, but KO is beast mode, so maybe that doesn't matter at this point. Oh, got him locked in. Out of the corner. Dive kicks. Okay, well, the EX Rekkas. That's what he's looking for. Those do an insane amount of damage. Oh, nice throw. Here it comes. Oh, the command throw. That's it. A character, yeah, super. You want to see Dark Souls 2? We'll get there. We're on Dark Souls 1. So far, Dark Souls 1 is going really well. But I'm just in the early part of the game. So it'll be interesting to see how Souls 2 stacks up. I'm going with an open mind, though. With all these Souls games, going completely open-minded. All right, Ken, finally. Finally we see a Ken. That's the character I play. So I actually know how this matchup goes. It's a good... Ken does really well, but you can't let the Yang get all over you. You got to keep him at a bit of a distance. There we go. Beautiful parry. Got him. So Ken just outputs so much damage. You can just beat the hell out of Yang. Air parry, classic. Oh, parry the uppercut. Why would you uppercut? What do you think this is, Street Fighter 2? You don't anti-air uppercut. Everyone knows that. I remember the first time I played Third Strike after playing a bunch of Street Fighter 4. I went to a local, and they're like, oh, you want to play Third Strike? I was like, sure. So I picked like Ken or Akuma or something, or Ryu maybe, and the guy kept parrying my uppercuts, you know, anti-air uppercuts. I was like, what the hell? So, I mean, come on. You don't uppercut a jump. Everyone knows that. Okay, he's got him. Oh, great. So the cool part about Ken's, like, fierce is that the first hit of the fire uppercut remains grounded. So you can cancel it into, like, supers and stuff. It's really cool. I don't know if you can cancel it into his kick super here, but you can cancel it into his fire super, or his uppercut super, which no one uses. Sometimes I do, though, but... Yeah, anyway, the fierce uppercut's really good, because the first hit leaves you grounded. Oh, he went for it. So why he went for a short uppercut there, a little one, is because if you do the little one in the corner, you can actually juggle them with it. And it does insane damage. Yeah, exactly, Base says. Yeah, the double light uppercut. So basically, if you get them in the corner and you light uppercut them, you can chain another uppercut into it. And I think it's unscaled, right? It does an insane amount of damage. One of my favorite little tricks, especially when I'm fighting someone like Urien or a character that puts you in the corner. There's something really satisfying about juggling them. Here we go. Next match. Chun versus Ken. I think this is a little rough for Ken. Maybe I'm Ken biased here. You know, it's a shame Ken isn't player one, because then we'd get his stage instead of Chun's awful, stupid stage. But there we go. Okay, get him. There it is, the double. The taunt, I think, increases your damage. I think. It does good stuff. Not just style points, though. Those are great, too. Okay. He's doing a good job keeping that Chun contained. got to keep her in the corner. But you can't just run at her, right? Because of the limbs. You got to keep her locked in. He does, I think, though, one thing Ken has that's really good against Chun is he has a crouching punch that they call the Emperor. Oh, nice. Beautiful. That's it. Oh, no, it's not it. But there's Chip. There's Chip. Yeah, that's going to be hard to deal with. But he has this crouching medium punch, I think it is, that they call the Emperor punch. Because there it is, right there. That punch. So that punch, the first frame of that punch has no hurt box. It's pure invul hitbox, baby. And so what you can do with Ken is, like, when Chun-Li's sticking out her leg, you can fire that off and counter hit her because it has no because it extends with no hurt box. So you can outrange her with it, which is pretty cool. One of my favorite moves with his. Oh boy. Yeah, just Chun gets one toe on you, you're dead. Oh, Musashi says, doesn't Ken beat Chun slightly? Well, that's what I said. I guess that's my Ken bias, playing Ken. I guess so. I mean, I'm a little out of touch with what the matchups look like these days. But back when I remember playing it, it felt a little Chun advantaged, but maybe I just, wasn't fully aware of the meta and everything. A nice throw. That's a cool throw. Wow, I didn't know that hit. I thought that was blocked. Okay, powering up. Yep, that's her, like, reversal. Imagine if she didn't have that. That's it. That's like, I think he's still alive, but the mix-up. Stillness says he doesn't. It doesn't feel that way. He doesn't Stillness. If you play Ken. But yeah, I recognize this team. I think this is one of the better teams because I recognize the guy with the hair in the front. I see him. I feel like I see him on a team that wins a lot or is in like a top team. So I think this team right here on the left is really good. DD22 says Ken has always been god tier in literally every game. It's so strange. Well, Ken is really awesome, but wasn't he kind of mid tier in 4, right? Even though what was that guy's name? Oh gosh, I can't remember his name. Remember it's not Makoto. That's a character. But there was that at the end of Street Fighter 4, there was that Ken player that was winning a lot. But I remember that was always kind of like impressive because I think Ken in 4 was a little mid-high tier. He wasn't like amazing, right? Or maybe, that's what I recall anyway. And then old Ken is amazing, but I think like new Ken's kind of not that. Momochi, that's it, Lazy Ninja. Momochi, yeah. Wasn't it in 4 like really impressive that he was winning because Ken was kind of mid-ish, high-ish tier? Oh my god. This is just going to be a beatdown. I'm calling it now. This Chun is going to annihilate this Makoto. I can sense it. I can feel it in my bones. White Chun is the most powerful Chun. That's like 4 skill points. Okay, wait. The Makoto's got him. Wait a minute. I called it too early. Okay. I think we're going to round 2. Yep. All right, good. Okay, never mind. Makoto theory still might be viable. Here we go. Yeah, I think Third Strike is like Ken's peak, right? Isn't Ken like amazing in Third Strike, pretty much, compared to the other game? Oh, he was like horrible in Alpha, wasn't he? I know because I play Ken in Alpha. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you playing Ken in Alpha, right? Isn't he pretty bad in Alpha? But he's got the ponytail. Exactly, Spiders. But that being said, I think this is a... I think what Makoto needs to do is she needs to activate Heat right now. Activate Heat, Makoto, and then you can heal from the chip damage. Heat burst. Oh. Well, that'll work. That'll do. Wow, that was really impressive. Commentator's Curse? Yeah, exactly, Commentator's Curse. I am not good at predicting these matches, so that could be a running tally of... I think so far I've been pretty accurate, except that one. That one I was way off. Ken is good in Alpha 2. What about Alpha 3? That's the one I play. Was he good in Alpha 3? I'm not really super good with knowing the matchups and stuff in that game. Let me quickly tell you guys my Alpha 3 story. I went to Spain And the guys in Spain, half of the shirt I'm wearing now, half of the event was shmup players, and then half of the event was Street Fighter players. And so I walked over there to the Street Fighter guys, you know, because some of them played shmups as well, and they're like, "Oh, do you want to play some Alpha 3 with me?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" I play a little bit of Alpha. I have never been more obliterated in my life. I was just annihilated. And I felt like a baby. I might as well have not even used the arcade stick. I could have just hit the buttons and done better. It was the most epic beatdown of all time. So maybe that's also maybe why I'm being a little bit biased against Ken in Alpha 3, because it felt unbelievably bad. Yeah, okay, so now this Makoto has proven that miracles are possible. So this is the anchor. I should have realized that. The anchor is always like the best player. So this is it. Yun Makoto. I think this is a tough one. Get him. Get him. Chase his ass. Chase his ass. You got to keep him in the corner. Nice. Nice parry. Do not let this Yun out. Do not let him. There you go. Yeah, I know. I doubted the Makoto, and I will never doubt again. I'm a changed man. Oh. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, V-ism in the corner. Look at those. Okay, that is kind of cool. You got to admit, like the Yun air mix-up dive kicks, that's pretty cool. Oh, my God. Moment 48 incoming. No Cammy in Alpha 2. That's messed up. That's right. Cammy's only in Alpha 3. Yeah, this Makoto's really good. But this is scary. Everything's on the line. This Makoto may be going home with nothing. Instead of going home with $10, this Makoto's going home with no dollars. Oh, nice super. Okay, this is it. Push, push, push in the corner. Okay, he's jumping back. Good. Now he's going to try to jump over her. Keep him in there. Keep him in there. Uh-oh, here it comes. That diving, that lunging punch is an amazing move. Because not only does it hit, it like moves your ass out of the corner. There it is. Uh-oh. Now, uh-oh. Okay, how close is he to Super? He's right at Super's door. Just run away. Okay, this is like Tekken tag. Run away, build Super, and come back to kill her. This is terrifying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying about the Super in this game. Like, all the interactions before that Super came into play were like really cool, and you're like, oh my God. And then Yun just runs away, builds Super, and you're like, match, game over. Damn it. That was impressive, though. Unbelievable. Well, I don't know if it's necessarily cheap, because the whole game is like that, Musashi. It's like, I feel the way Third Strike works is like, there are those who play the game, which are the characters who abuse meter, and there are those who are like casualties, and those are the characters who don't abuse Super, right? Or abuse meter, I mean. So Makoto, for example, she's kind of a casualty because she's got all these great moves and grabs and mix-ups, but I don't think she has any really oppressive meter mechanics, and so she's just a little too honest for this game. Oh, this is a great question. Asemtoad asks, how does the parry factor into your thesis of True Checkmate? So this is a common misconception about Third Strike, actually, is that Third Strike doesn't have True Checkmates because of the parry. That is absolutely not the case, because there's so many scenarios where actually they can set up a checkmate off of parry. For example, like Akuma, he can jump in the air and do an air fireball, and while you're parrying the air fireball, he can run and hit you. And so Third Strike actually, I feel like, has quite... And then, of course, like V-ism right here. When Yun goes V-ism mode, you can parry all you want. You're not stopping that. So, and then there's Urian's Aegis Reflector. And so parry is like a tool in Third Strike to get out of checkmates. Of course, like the Daigo full parry. but it's not like a full revive heal out of them. I think that's a misconception because of the Daigo full parry. You know, now that you're all here on the stream and you're all like kind of in the behind the scenes, because not a lot of people are going to watch this stream, I actually was pretty close to putting a section into the video game, to the Deepest Games Are Done video about the Daigo full parry, actually, where I was going to say that in Third Strike, but I was like, this is a little bit of a side topic. It's not, it's not super relevant, but I'll give it to you all here as like a little bit of bonus. I was saying that in Third Strike, in America, Chun-Li's super was a checkmate, right? That was the American checkmate. But in Japan, her super, because of their skills at parrying, was not a checkmate, and so you saw like this hilarious like attempted checkmate in the EVO Moment 37, where basically it would be like in a game of chess, you checkmate them with the king, and then all of a sudden the king like teleports. You're like, whoa! Or the king like kills the queen, teleports and like cuts the key. Kills the queen. That's kind of what happened, right? Because in Justin Wong's mind, all of his career up to that point, playing in America, playing Third Strike in America, I bet not one time had that ever happened to him. And so he's sitting there, he's like, got him, checkmate. And Daigo's like, So, checkmate does play into that moment, because I think you call like an American checkmate, but it wasn't a true checkmate, and it got him killed. So there you go. But anyway, Third Strike has checkmates for sure. Not only with timers, but because meter is so insane, you got like all the crazy meter stuff, all that. So parry is like kind of a tool against it, but it doesn't fully block it. It does not prevent it. It's just kind of this cool little workaround. This cool little like workaround. So I think it works really well in Third Strike. I think the main problem with Third Strike, as I was pointing out, is actually the meter, like how out of control the meter of the game is, rather than the parry mechanic. I think the parry of Third Strike is actually pretty well balanced. Santiago says he knew the situation. Yeah, but what I was saying is that like at that time in the United States, right, because it was pre-esports, I mean, it was probably one of those situations where it's like, okay, theoretically, someone could like full parry the super, theoretically, but never in tournament had that happened. And so in Justin's mind, he's like, tournament over. And then he gets full parried. He's like, what the hell? So, yeah, it's just interesting because it does kind of play into the whole checkmate situation. All right, we got Urien versus Yun. I think this is a really tough matchup for Urien. Let's take a little looky look. Where Urien did kind of okay against Chun, but I think Yun is a little tough for him. Let's look, though. Let's look. Let's see. Urien, slightly. It's 6-4 for Yun, so it's not too bad. Not too bad for Urien. Red Urien makes his reappearance. Oh, okay. Oh, I guess one thing Urien could maybe do, this is like theory crafting, I guess if Yun goes Viasm, he could maybe throw his Aegis and like try to use that to defend himself. We'll see if he actually does that. Okay, there he goes. Yes, he does it. There you go. It's like the one answer to this super. Nail him with an Aegis. Or whatever, however you pronounce it, the reflector. Come on, get him. Oh my god. They're both building meter. You see, that's what I was saying. This is why Urien works in Third Strike, because he plays the game. He plays the game of building meter. So he is a Third Strike character. He counts, because he can just run back and build meter, and it's viable. Uh-oh. Here we go. Corner juggle. Oh my gosh. Okay. How close is Urien to super? Oh, he's there. He's there. Okay. He's got an emergency button. Here. Oh, the throw. That's a good mix-up. Oh, the command grab whiffs. Yeah, Asymptote. Sorry, I can't read. Asymptote says, I think the parry system works into your imperfect tools thesis. Exactly. I think so too. I think that's why Third Strike parry works in a way that other games parries don't work, is because it's not perfect. There's all kinds of there's moves that you can parry that are bad to parry because of the recovery and stuff like that, and also the high-low dynamic. Throws beat parry. So I think the parry in Third Strike is well done because it's nice and limited. It adds a lot of depth and variety, but it's still limited. It can't go too crazy. Whereas the supers and some of the meter stuff feels kind of like perfect, perfect tools. So those are a little scary. Just like what I was saying before, like how, for example, in Chun, even if you kind of beat her and beat her up, she'll still gain meter getting hit, which is, I think, just a slight change as to how meter is gained would have really helped. But it is what it is. It's Third Strike. It still rules. Okay. Oh, here we go. Now, no one feels bad about this, right? When Yun starts beating the hell out of Chun, you don't feel bad then, right? This is like a... I like Yun better than Chun, so I'm going to go with the Yun here. I personally like him more. As crazy as he is. Oh my gosh. Here comes the mix-up. Oh, nice block. That's it. Have you missed VF? Nope. VF is going to be later. So first it's Third Strike, then it's VF. So this is going to be a beast of a stream. Here we go. Yeah, and I know a little bit more about VF than Third Strike, but I'm trying my best. I have played quite a bit of Third Strike, but not. I just know Ken, right? Like, I know a lot about Ken, and then his matchups, but everything else I'm tried to study a little bit beforehand. Okay, here we go. Get her in the corner. Beating her up. She's gaining meter. That's fine. Get her. Nice command grab. 1-1. Okay. Chun is sitting on an atomic bomb, though. One touch. She's got an atomic bomb in her boot. Waiting to go off. But Yun he's whiffing, he's jumping, he's whiffing, he's building. All right, they're both armed. Here we go. Great blocks. There it is. He's got to close her out. He's got to close her out now. He cannot allow her to get that super off. There it is, another one. Oh, here we go. How close is she to stun? Doesn't look like that close. Oh, great parry. She's about to get 2 nuclear bombs. She can still melt him. She can still melt him. She's got another bomb ready to go. Oh my god. Just like that. Oh, great parry. The throw, that was great too. These are both really good players. That could be it. I can never tell with his freaking super because it's so weird. Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. Wow. Wow. I actually think, rather than buffing the characters of Third Strike, I think if they just nerfed the top 3 just a tad meter-wise, it would work really well. Because, like, imagine buffing Urien, and he gets, like, even more insane. Or some of the characters. I think just a little scalpel to the top tiers and their meters would be great. Just a little shave their meter a bit, right? And nerf their meter a bit, and I think it would be great. Because when you're watching all the characters fight without supers and stuff, it's like really good. Like that's like usually the best parts of the round is when they're both like fighting without using stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, UD. UD says, like, cap Chun at 1 meter. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that. Just nerf the meters a little bit, I think. But keep all of the... Because the basic frame data and gameplay is all so good. Here we go. Yang versus Yun. Now, this seems to be a pretty decent matchup. Yang knows his brother. He knows what he's up to. He's got the EX Rekkas. Those are pretty good. They both have crazy-ass command grabs and dive kicks. Nice parry. There it is. That's the move, baby. Throws him way off. I also think Yang is a little bit more mobile, so maybe he can deal with this a little better. Maybe not, as I say that. Ooh. Yeah, the Vism analogy. That's what I always think of when he... It's like Alpha 3 mode. Yun has Vism. No one else does. Here we go. Command grab. That's always nasty. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. He's got to land that. What Yang's? There it is. That does so much damage without using that much meter. There you go. Okay, he's got another one locked and loaded. He used it. I think he's got another one. Uh-oh. Dive punch into block for your life. Block for your life, dude. Oh, no. I think that's it. Amazing. Street Fighter 4 Yun was really cool. I actually really like Street Fighter 4 Yun. That was my favorite. I'm just going to call you Toad. Toad, my favorite player in 4 was Kazunoko and his Yun. Those were so awesome. I don't know how balanced that character was, but I really loved watching Kazunoko play him. So, yeah, that was always really great. I think he won like Canada Cup or something with Yun. It was really good. I feel like he won something. Whew. These matches are getting crazy. Ken, yes, Ken's player 1, so we get the Ken stage. All right. Now, every time a Ken's on screen, I'm going to cheer for him. Royal Purple, not a bad color. Of course, my favorite color is Sunburned Surfer, but Royal Purple's also good. Okay, the Yun's got him in the corner. I do know this matchup. And the matchup is do not let Yun get you in the corner. You need to get him in the corner and get into like... Oh my god. You need to keep him locked down. You do have that punch. And you can outrange him. You got some great range. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay, so he might EX. He's got some EX moves. Oh boy. Block for your life, Ken. Getting juggled for forever. Okay, it's still possible. Yep, building the super. One touch, you'll get him. This is like a knife fight. Uh-oh. He does have EX Tatsu, though. That can kind of get you out of scary situations sometimes. Oh, no!
This is the least I could give for the awesome content you do. Your videos are thought-provoking and entertaining. Random question, what a few of your all-time favorite shooter OSTs?
Thanks so much, Warchild. I really appreciate the donation. So, what's my favorite shooter OST? I love Border Down and I love Under Defeat. Those are definitely two of my favorites. And then, of course, I love Mushihime-sama's OST. I find that like weirdly nostalgic, even though I didn't listen to it as a child. So Mushi, Border Down, Under Defeat, DOJ, big one, and then I guess a fifth one. A really cool one that gets kind of slept on is I should remember that, the Square game. Einhander. Einhander has a really cool OST, as does the Darius, the PS1 Darius game. That OST is amazing. So those are my favorites. I actually did a whole video about like the top 20 shmup OSTs, and so if you want to hear me go on and on about OSTs for like 3 hours, that video really does it. But yeah, definitely Mushi and then Under Defeat and Border Down are definitely among my favorites. Those are always like go-tos for me. Gotta make the alerts smaller, dude. Oh, sorry. So normally, yeah, I might have to do that because normally when I'm streaming, it's just me like chatting with the chat. So like the screen isn't that important. So yeah, let me see if I can try to reduce that a bit. Let me do that now before I forget. Okay, I'm gonna make it a little smaller for this stream since we're actually watching matches rather than just talking to me. There we go. Okay, now it's smaller, so it won't cover the whole screen. Sorry about that. Yeah, normally it's just me, so it's not really that important that it covers the screen. There we go. Okay, now that's solved. Last time I did a stream and I forgot to make the stream alerts audible to me, so they would go off and I wouldn't hear them. I'd just be talking during the stream alerts. So learn that lesson. All right, Ken versus Chun. Our boy Royal Purple Ken took out the Yun. Now it's time to take out the Chun. He's our hero. He's the protagonist of this tournament. Any Ken player on my stream Every Ken player is the protagonist. Oh, great parry, though. Oh, yep, got her. You can do short into super. That is such a hard input. You guys probably know this, but these super hit confirm inputs, some of them are like really easy, like the target combo one. But short into super is really freaking hard. I have to like scientifically practice doing those to hit them, and I've never hit one in a real match. I've done medium into super. I've done some of them, but a short into super is a really hard input. And I know about buffering and all that, and I've buffered it, but since the shorts are so fast, like your buffer time is tiny. It's like, oh boy. Okay, 1-1. Yeah, he's the de facto protagonist, right? Of the 3 top tiers on my channel, Ken's the protagonist. Even though he's like insanely good. Great tech. Okay. He's sitting on a bar. It's funny how Chen and Kun, can I speak? Ken and Chun are actually kind of alike in a lot of ways. They kind of work similarly. They kind of have similar supers. They kind of play at similar ranges. It's just, I think Chun is just a little bit better than Ken at the game they play. But it is funny how actually similar they kind of are. Ken just has a pre-divorce Ken. Yeah, this is Ken, royal purple. M6 says, have I ever visited Japan? I have not. But that is a goal of mine, absolutely. I want to go to Japan and play in the arcades, and then I want to go to Korea and watch ASL Brood War. Those are my international goals. I was talking to my family about this. I was like, you guys want to go to Korea? And they're like, oh, great. What do you want to go to Korea for? I was like, we could go watch ASL Brood War. No. No, we're not doing that. But I guess I could just go by myself or something. But yeah, so yes, I do want to go to Japan. Absolutely, a huge goal of mine. And then Korea as well. For kind of similar reasons, video games, but different genres, basically. All right, Chun on Chun. So we got to go with the color tier list here. And I feel very strongly that white Chun is the strongest Chun. So she probably has the advantage. That being said, blue Chun is player 1, and this is her stage. So this is blue Chun's stage, not white Chun's stage. So she may have the stage advantage in this matchup. So we're getting a real draw here. We got Chun on Chun, one with the color advantage, one with the stage advantage. It's going to come down to the wire. Oh. I want the blue Chun to lose because... Oh, wait, no. Who's the anchor? Blue Chun's the anchor, so I guess we want white Chun to lose. So we're cheering for blue Chun here. Go meet Tasteless in South Korea? Well, I'd go to the studio. That'd be really cool. That'd be cool to meet him. It'd be really cool to meet him. He might kind of be interested in my channel because he likes Third Strike. Like, if you watch his channel, he plays Third Strike music in the background. He could be watching the stream right now. But yeah, that would be cool to meet him. DD22 says we have to get an RTS video. It will be about Brood War because I really like Brood War. So that, yeah. Later this year, I'm going to do a Brood War video. Right now, I'm like trying to get kind of decent at it, so that when I do the video, it won't be like I could actually show me playing it and not be totally embarrassing. You know? But yeah, Chun on Chun is always a tough. Spiders, I agree. Chun on Chun is always a tough match to watch. It just is not as like Ken on Ken is fun, and Yun on Yun is fun. Chun on Chun not so fun because it's just too much meter building, too much low medium kicks. You know, it's like a little too mirror matchy. Whereas like Yun on Yun, yes, it's like a Fox Ditto basically. If you guys are aware of Melee, it's like a Fox Ditto. Yun on Yun is just like pure insanity, but it's there's two of them, so it's kind of cool. UD says, hopefully this summer we can get Soul Key versus Flash. Absolutely. So UD, that's funny you mentioned that because I've been watching ASL religiously for the past 2 months. And everyone I've talked to, I've asked, like, do you guys, because there's some people I know who like Brood War, and I've asked, are you watching ASL? And they're like, no. So UD seems to be the first confirmed person that I've talked to that actually watches ASL. And yeah, that would be really cool. Toad says you can still play Brood War. Yes, so there was a remaster in 2017 that was actually really good. And with that remaster, now I always press F5 and play on the original graphics. But the great thing about the remaster is you can play with the original graphics if you press F5. And then on top of that, they really improved the matchmaking online, the netcode, all that stuff. So you can play it. It actually has a pretty active online Western player base too. The Korean player base is insane. So I checked into this because some people were saying, oh yeah, it's only Korean players. And I thought, well, that's like Virtua Fighter where I have to play against a bunch of Japanese players from across the ocean. But I looked up on Brood War, or yeah, Battle.net. It tells you how many active players. There are actually 1,000 active Western players and 6,000 active Korean players. So these 6,000 Korean players definitely outweigh the Western players, but 1,000 active players is still a big amount of players for a competitive game. To give you a comparison, Virtua Fighter 5, Revo, the entire world is like 170 active players per day. So, and that still works. So you get 1,000 active players. That's plenty. That's plenty of players. So yeah. Juarez, is that how I say it? I've been watching ASL for a few seasons now. Tastetos' cast is really good. I agree completely. You know, Juarez, what's funny is that watching the Tastetos commentary for Brood War makes you realize like how bad fighting game commentary is by comparison. I was telling this to Bog, like, you watch their commentary of Brood War, and then you think about especially current day fighting game commentary, and it is embarrassing to compare them because in Brood War, you'll watch, like for example, you'll watch I kind of referenced this a little bit in the Deepest Games Are Done video, where you'll be watching a match, it'll be 5 minutes into the match, one random unit dies, like a Valkyrie or something, and Tastetos will be like, match over, and you're like, what? How? And then, 15 minutes later, yep, the match is over. And so that's what's really cool is they'll like explain the game. They do a great job. Versus you watch fighting game commentary now. That's why I'm kind of attempting to explain what I can. But you watch fighting game commentary now. And I'm not a commentator. I'm just a lowly streamer. But you watch fighting game commentary now, and it's just play-by-play and just like noises and stuff. They don't actually tell you about the matchups. They don't tell you about the mechanics. You don't really get that anymore. Maybe because modern fighting games don't have matchups and mechanics anymore. Maybe that's part of it. But yeah, Tastetos put fighting game commentary to shame. That's for damn sure. Thanks for tuning in, Solitude. So here's the funny thing, Solitude. You're going to go to bed, and you're going to wake up, and this stream is still going to be going. So good night, Solitude. I'll see you in 12 hours. Good night and good morning. By the time we get through Third Strike and through VF5, I guarantee it, Solitude, we will see you back at the end of this stream. You will loop back in after you sleep. Zoro says, only Tastetos are good. The codecasters are awful. So, I can't speak to other commentators because I've only really watched Tastetos that much, but I think you think about it, I mean, they've dedicated themselves to StarCraft for forever, right? I mean, that's a lot of legacy skill. Like, look at the Third Strike players, right? They're like the Third Strike players of commentary. They've done it so long, and they've done it at a level for such a long time, consistently, that their legacy skill is going to be really hard to match up against. It's like trying to beat KO in Third Strike. You're just going to get obliterated. So yeah, definitely. They definitely run circles around most other commentators that I've noticed. Didi says I might actually go to sleep. It's 4 a.m. down here. Yeah, have a good rest. I definitely understand because this stream is gonna go into ungodly hours. By the time VF has like the red eye type of like what's that called? Like Adult Swim. Remember Adult Swim, where it's just like dead in the middle of the night? That's gonna be Virtua Fighter. It'll be like 5 of us. Me and 5 people watching Virtua Fighter at 3 a.m. UD says left team is stacked right now, but right team has MOV. Oh, yes. I remember MOV. So he's one of the best players. I remember that. Yeah, so he's on the right side. Remind me who MOV plays. Does he play Ken or Chun? No, it's Chun, right? Yeah, Party Night. Snack asks, have I played the Street Fighter EX games? I have not. I've seen them. I know of them, but I've never actually played them. No Gen Zers in this tourney? Oh, this is Third Strike in Japan on arcade cabinets. So, not that I'm aware of. You don't know, though. Maybe. There could be some hanging out in there. We never know. Chanchai, thanks so much for tuning in. Like with card games, it's easier to break down things in Hearthstone because that game's downtime and flow. That is true, though I will say, even with fighting games, you used to be able to tune into commentary that would talk to you about matchups and advantage, and you would get stuff like that, but it's very rare these days that you get anything like that. But like I said, that could also be a product of modern fighting games where there are no matchups. You know, there are no like really interesting things to say. It's like, oh yeah, everyone can do everything. There's always comeback mechanics. You can just do this. It's fine. I'm opening the door. Okay, door open. I usually don't record with the door open because my neighbors can probably hear me and the soundproofing's exposed, but it's so hot. It's so hot we gotta open the door for a minute. Now, I was saying earlier, Chanchai, and I think you can agree with me, is that I think both Co-op Cup and B-Tribe should have like a shot clock. The Gamer Sauna, that is no exaggeration, dude. That is exactly what it is. I'm saying both of them should have a shot clock where you've got
Schmuck
1 minute
question.
between matches.
What are a couple
Like
of
you
the
have to
top
sprint
moments
to the
that only
cabinet.
true bullet hell games
Because otherwise
have?
the tournament takes forever. Oh, okay. Thanks so much for the donation, Snowcrab. Snowcrab asks, Shmup question, what are a couple of top moments that only true bullet hell games have? TLBs, Snowcrab. No other genre has anything close to like hibachi or like there's final bosses in other genres, but nothing compared to how Shmup like TLBs. Remember, SDOJ, Saidaiyojo. It's just because the heat fatigue. The hibachi, like, of course she has a special name. Taisai Bachi or whatever, sorry. I normally remember this, but the heat fatigue is making my brain melt. But anyway, the TLB of SDOJ took 13 years to beat from the most talented players in the entire genre. I mean, it's unbelievable, the stuff that the final bosses Shmups have, the boss fights, the TLBs Shmups have. No other genre touches that, comes close to it. They make SNK bosses look like little, you know, like Bowser in Mario 64 or something. I mean, just the insanity of Shmup TLBs is something no other genre touches. So, yeah, the TLB is something that is distinctly bullet hell. Not even other Shmups really have that, right? Like if you play Gradius, like the final boss in Gradius and all that, but it's nothing like Hibachi and Inbachi. That's it. The heat fatigue, yes, Inbachi. I was just like, Saidaiyobachi? Inbachi. Yes, Inbachi. Nothing comes close to that in any other genre. Thanks so much, Thanks, JC. Yeah, I knew it was like an obvious, my brain is melting. Yeah, exactly. Chanchai is definitely right. Experience helps a lot. Actually, Chanchai, I was watching what was it? I was watching a VF tournament recently, and I thought the commentators did a pretty great job of explaining the match. And they weren't like well-known people. I think they were just like two players that were on the mic, and they did a great job of like explaining some of the matchups and stuff. And last year's Co-op Cup, they had this guy on there. He looked like kind of an older guy. That was just like a player or something, and he did an amazing job explaining third strike and stuff. So it happens, but it usually doesn't happen on like an official capacity in the same way like Tastosis does. It's usually like random hidden bosses are the best commentators. Just random dudes who know a lot about the game just appear and tell you all this great stuff. Spider says, I love seeing 3S Ryu. I agree. I play Ryu, I play Ken, but 3S Ryu is so fun with his Denjin and all his like, he's like so close to being good, but he's kind of not, but he kind of is. He's great. He's great. Oh yeah, so I need to watch some of these smaller tournaments you do, Chan-Chai. Yeah, I'm mostly speaking about like major like EVO style commentary, larger style commentary. I think there's probably a lot of really good little secret boss commentators in the fighting games, especially for smaller games, you know, like Third Strike and Virtua Fighter and stuff. This guy looks like Kamiya. Oh my God, Kamiya has snuck into the venue. No wonder he's so good at parries. It's Kamiya. Okay, let's take a look. Now MOV is the true boss of the right team. Though they have KO too. KO is really, I don't know, at least what I'm seeing, he seems pretty freaking good too. So this is like a real high level team on team action, it looks like. Both teams are really strong from what I'm gathering. You know, I will say, if you guys have watched older Beat Tribe tournaments, sorry, I'm going to constantly mix these up. If you've watched older Cooperation Cup tournaments, I think the overlays for Co-op Cup are just insanely cool and aesthetic. So it is kind of sad. You know, the EVO overlay is okay. It's not bad or anything, but it's a little generic-y. Where you look at the Beat Tribe and the Co-op Cup overlays, they have a lot of character that I really like. So I do kind of miss those, I will say. Yeah, KO seems really good. He plays Yang, I think, so that's even extra cool. Okay. So we're looking at 1-1, kind of mid roster for both teams. This is a very close match. Not only player on player, but team on team, it's close. Oh my God, I didn't know you could do that. He supers the super. Wow. Obviously that probably happens a lot, but I can't recall ever seeing that. That's really cool. Yeah, so I guess if Yun just supers, if you hard read that, you can super his super. Wow, that I think was well deserved right there. Yeah, exactly, Zoro. They wouldn't say stuff like Wombo, Combo, or Marvel. Well, you know what's crazy, Zoro? As I was saying at the beginning of the stream, last year when I restreamed EVO, they were just... also, this is like one of the best EVO restreams I've ever done because there's no commercials. No commercials in the Japanese Third Strike side stream. So, best EVO of all time? Best EVO of the past 5 years is watching Third Strike. Co-op Cup, no commercials. Pretty cool. But anyway, I was saying that even just restreaming EVO last year, they had like a whole, this is just a restream. They had this whole list of demands, like you can't mute the commercials, you can't smack talk Chipotle, or basically, for lack of better words, right? Like you can't smack talk Chipotle. I'm like, that's hard. It's hard not to smack talk Chipotle. Then it's like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. And that's just to restream it. Imagine if you're the commentator. Imagine you go to EVO and they're like, all right, okay, first of all, you need to talk about Chipotle every 5 minutes. We have a shot clock in the corner. Every 5 minutes, you're going to need to mention Chipotle at least once. We like the plugs to feel natural as well. So if you could talk about how Chipotle saved your life or something, that would be great. And then also don't say this, don't say that. I mean, I could imagine it's just insane. I could imagine it just being a nightmare. Versus, you know, the old grassroots days where it's just like, can you be entertaining? Can you say fun stuff? All right, go on there. Say fun, entertaining stuff.
動きで相手を制圧していくが残り時間は25秒
Oh, get him.
秋田のゆきさん。さ
膝から一気に局面動いて
あまだあるぞ。
前捨て投げ
Yeah, I bet Chipotle fell off. I bet what happened is Chipotle spent like $1 million on EVO, and then oh, you mean like the actual restaurant? I thought you meant like the sponsorship. I was like, I could see that they probably spent like $1 million on EVO, and then the event's over, and then they look at like their like whatever metrics, and they're like, for some reason people hate Chipotle now. There's like an active hatred towards our company because of how cringe it was at EVO. I'm making that up. That's just a story I'm making up, but that would be funny if that was the case.
千葉翔陽君当たっている
Oh, okay. Oh, Chun on Chun. Oh,
狭間
is that MOV? Who's playing? Nope, it's not MOV.
年功が届くしゃがみ
That's what I was saying about. I feel like it would be fun for the tournament format if they had like a sort of character, like point set, where it's like, oh, here's our boy KO. Everyone cheer for KO on the right. He's gotta hold it down. He's my favorite player because he's the player I can remember. I remember his tag is really easy, and I remember watching him from previous years. Okay, I think we can close the door. Hey, Greed Island. How's it going? You look like a jet stream. Oh, is he a character? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that character. I look like a hot mess right now because I'm cooking in my shed right now. I'm a roasted boy. Okay, MOV on the right. Or, sorry, not MOV. KO on the right, playing Yang. And last we're on the Chun stage, my least favorite stage. Dumbest visuals, dumbest soundtrack, a table in the way, but he's working through it. There we go, the EX Rekkas, that's the bread and butter. Safe on block. Oh, jump out of there, it's worth it. Taking that, uh-oh. That's it, right? Isn't the mix, oh, there's the mix-up. Yeah. The tough part about that is even if you don't die, that mix-up after it's real nasty. The table mix-up, yeah. Little did they know how significant this table sprite would be. It's like the most infamous table in history. The Chun-Li table. Like, it'd be actually really funny if you did like a sort of Rorschach test where you sat down fighting game players and you showed them like random objects from stages. So it's like, oh, that's the train from the Ken stage, maybe? And then you show them the Chun-Li table, and like 99% of players are like, that's the Chun-Li table. Oh my god. KO, why? Why, KO, why? Oh man, that was so close too. Alright, this is MOV, right? I was saying the whole time I recognize this guy. I recognize him winning. I recognize a winner, and I think this guy's the winner. It's cinema. Yeah. I think the thing about the Chun table is if she wasn't constantly in the game, constantly being played, I think it'd be kind of fun. Like if it was like a one-time or rare occurrence, like for example, Elena's stage. Imagine if there was a tree in Elena's stage. You never see Elena, you never see her stage. You see a tree in there, you're like, all right, there's like a tree here. But since you see Chun-Li's stage constantly, and you see that table, it's like burned into your memory. I think that's what makes it so obnoxious. All right, this is MOV, the man. He's gonna obliterate this other Chun. There can only be one Highlander, and he is White Chun-Li, which I've maintained is the strongest Chun-Li. She has a 10-point skill advantage, 10 plus skill multiplier when you play White Chun-Li. So even though Blue Chun-Li has the stage advantage, Oh my gosh. I think what they should do is they should ROM hack third strike, and instead of doing whiffing normals, they should just do a Dragon Ball Z style power up where they just key charge, because that's basically what it is. Dragon Ball Z moment when they both charge up before they fight. That's what that was right there. Chun whiffing medium punch or whatever that move is. In the corner, throw mix-ups. Now Chun has trouble getting away from Chun in the corner, except if she does that. Here comes the mix-up. Oh boy. Now MOV is sitting. Oh my gosh. Okay, so coming into this final round though, MOV is sitting on 2 nuclear bombs. So the ball's in his court. It's definitely doable. Oh my gosh. That's all it takes. Whoever lands that kick first is really dictates the match. Look at this. This is what I'm saying. Like, Chun mirrors aren't nearly as fun as Yun mirrors. It's like a low-medium war. It's like 2 siege tanks in Brood War sieged up next to each other. Where's the nuclear launch? Oh my gosh. And Chun's jump is so long and floaty that you can't like jump, do an overhead. And her overhead probably so short you can't really do that either. So it's just like, oh my god. So it's just like this low medium war. The double. That's it. Nuclear launch activated. Snack says key charge is definitely an SNK mechanic. I know, right? That's what it seems like when you're watching it. Yeah. Toad says literal footsies. That is like the peak of footsies right there. Let's check the time. Let's check the sketch. Come on, go. Alright, whatever. We'll never know. We'll never know the schedule. We'll just have to see it as it comes. Okay. Yang versus Chun. This is pretty good matchup from what I understand. Though we have to... Oh, I don't know who to cheer for here, because KO is on this team with the white Chun-Li. So we may have to switch over to MOV. We're cheering for the Chun now, because if we lose the white Chun-Li, we lose KO with it. He's attached. Oh, nice. Wow, nice medium into super right there. Chase asks, am I ever going to cover Call of Duty? Right? No, oh, sorry. COTW is not Call of Duty. It's City of the Wolves. So I was saying this earlier, Chase. I've been playing a ton of KOF 2002. Me and Bog were actually playing it before the stream, and I'm really getting into that. And so it's like hard now to look at City of the Wolves after playing a bunch of KOF 2002 and be excited for it, because it's like, I'll just play 2002. So probably not at this time. I feel much more compelled to play 2002. If you use the parry jump OS versus Yang, he's a lot more manageable. Can Ken super reversal all the slashes, I think? Probably, right? What's my 2002 team? So the real anchor is the MOV of my team is Takuma, because I like to play him. So Takuma, and then Yamazaki is my second choice, and my third choice is Mai, because Mai's awesome. But Yamazaki is not like locked in. I may switch him out, and I may switch Mai out, but Mai's pretty good, so I'll probably keep her. So tentatively, right now, it's Takuma, Yamazaki, and Mai. Diggity Dog says, I like City of the Wolves as well. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played it or anything. It's just not catching my eye currently, but nothing against it or anything. I'm just really into 2002 right now. Oh my gosh. Alex. Alex just getting beaten down every match. Have we seen Alex win a single match? Oh, he's the anchor. Oh my god. This is terrifying. This is the true final boss. So Alex is the main character, and I talked about TLBs. Here's the TLB, MOV Chun, the true final boss of Third Strike, right here. Can Alex do it? Can Alex save the universe or whatever the story is? Okay, 1-1. He's doing it. He's coming back. Just one more round. But I'm divided because if the Chun loses, then KO dies with him. But the Alex is pretty cool too. I'm not the most loyal viewer, so. Oh, I don't think that works, dude. No, I think that's. Oh man. Oh boy, he's still alive, but he's in a real tough situation. Wild EX move there. Oh yeah, he's building meter. He's building Kai. Key. Can't speak. Oh, he's got him in the corner though. Oh, he got him. He got him. Goodbye, KO. No. Wow, look at the pop off. I love Cooperation Cup pop-offs because they're like, you know, older guys, so it's always fun to watch. Got him. Holy hell. Clutch mode activate. So he won. He beat that story mode completed. He unlocked the achievement. He beat the TLB. Wow. Now we have to cheer for this team. After that, real comeback mechanics, skill. Yeah. He did have home stage advantage. That does give you like plus 10 skill points though. Let's not forget, he had home stage advantage. Wow. That was incredible. And we got our first, I think, was that our first like real big pop-off? That's got to feel good, especially on the cab. There's something special about popping off on the arcade cabinet. You like jump from the cabinet, like, punch the CRT. Yeah. Versus like popping off on a freaking little LCD monitor. It's not as cool. Yeah, as an Alex player, Snack, he's an Alex player. He says a great moment for him. The Alex went from 0 to hero real fast. I mean, that was looking rough. That was looking rough. In the corner, Chun on top of you. Yeah, that wild super. That was like not anywhere near hitting. Yeah, definitely a deserved pop-off for sure. And that super, remember the super before he made the comeback? Was the most like just flailing move you'd ever seen. If Artosis was commentating that, he doesn't even need to know. He would be yelling. He'd be screaming. That's one of my favorite things, by the way, about watching ASL is watching during a pro match, a Terran player will do something stupid, and Artosis will just lose it. I think it's so funny. I wish fighting game commentators would do that. You know, but fighting game commentators these days don't really have that same investment or passion. Very well done. Very well done. I wonder if I can fix this a little bit. Normally I have it closed, but it's so hot. I have to stream with the door open. You guys can see the soundproofing back there. Well, okay, it matches because look, you can see the wires behind the commentary desk. You can see the wires behind the stream desk. It's thematic, purely thematic. That was great. Okay, so we have to root for that team. That was third monster. We're like legally required to root for that team. No, after that. Like they should have just called the tournament. They're like, that's it, tournament over. Alex, he did it with Alex, people. That's like plus 5,000 skill points. That then takes you over to the total skill point threshold to where the tournament is now finished. Oh man, that was great. That was great. Now imagine if the next match, the Alex player just chokes. That would be funny. It would be sad, but it would be funny. You get into like you go into the final match, right? And it's like the last two players, and they send in the Alex. They're like, man, and it's like a weird matchup or something. It's like, all right, Alex. On the other side is Sean. You just have to beat this Sean player, and it's over. Then he loses. No, the Alex team is Nuki. Okay. Well, we'll see which one it is. We'll recognize them. Agreed Island says, I wish games played like this still. Me too. You know, I'm debating making a video about kind of this topic, Greed Island. Kind of talking about how FOMO, fear of missing out, has ruined fighting games. Because if you sit down 87%, I'm making up these statistics, but if you sit down like a vast majority of fighting game, even casuals and fighting game fans and players, everyone always says, man, I love the Third Strikes, I love the Tekken Tag 2s and Tekken Tags and Tekken 5s and the KOF 2002, and then Virtua Fighter 5 is pretty awesome, so Virtua Fighter 5 can remain, but Soul Calibur 2, everyone kind of agrees on that. But because of the fear of missing out type of thing, people can't make that leap into actually, following the older games or playing the older games a little bit more seriously because they don't have that economic backing. Like, for example, this is the most premier Third Strike tournament probably all year. And this is like a side stage at EVO, Japan, with no English commentary. Maybe there is the English stream, though. I haven't checked, because I like the Japanese commentary anyway. But, it's just not as premium, basically, as like the big corporate games, essentially. So, yeah, I definitely agree. And I think there's some sort of, there's a social aspect to it, because it feels like, okay, I could spend all this time learning Third Strike or learning this smaller game, but then all my friends don't play it. I ran into this problem myself. Like, I went over to my locals. My locals are now gone. But back when I had locals, I would always go there, and they're like, what are you playing? They're like, oh, we're playing Strive. So I bought Strive. I've played Strive a tiny bit because of my local. They had Strive. I was like, all right, I play it for like a few days. I'm like, no. Sorry, guys, I'm not playing this. But, yeah, like that fear of missing out really... It really makes it so even like the really awesome games like Third Strike and VF just don't have a chance in the same way. Hey, Slow Down Cooking. Yep, Electric Underground in the house. Yes. Welcome to the top secret Third Strike and VF5 stream. I say top secret because these games aren't super popular or anything, so but I really love them. So that's why I'm restreaming them. Okay, this is the final match. I still think, though, they should have a shot clock. You got 1 minute. You have to, they should make the players, sprint. Sprint onto stage. You got 1 minute. Go! Go! Like a relay race. You have to relay it to the cabinet. Because the downtimes are a little brutal. The downtimes are a little rough. Chanchai says, I explained to a friend last week that the last time I played Tekken 8 ranked personally was when I realized that I had skipped out so much on easy season grind. Yeah, exactly. Matthias says, if you find a community in your area who are really into the older games, especially KOF, you won't feel you're missing out. That's so true, Matthias. And that's the problem, though, Matthias, is that, or Matthias, sorry. Matthias is from Redwall. But the problem with that is, locals are dying. For example, I agree completely, but my local's dead. My local's dead as a doornail. So, I completely agree. For example, I kind of have this happening with KOF 2002 right now, because Boghog is playing it. So just that alone, it's like, oh, Bog's playing it, I'm playing it. Now we have this little clique of, and some people he kind of knows are playing it. So we're building this small little group of 2002 players that I know, right? So I definitely agree. It's just a little Jay killed your local. It was yeah, kind of. Yeah, I think so. So I agree completely. If you can find a local that plays a game, it makes such a difference. Chase, yeah, well, welcome Chase. Welcome to the 2002 club. Yeah, it's a 2-person. There's room for 3, Chase, if you want to join the 2002 crew. We play unlimited match on Steam. And it's awesome. So far we've been doing singles matches and it's really fun. But I need to build up. My plan is to basically with my friends like Bog play unlimited match on Steam. But for ranked matches I probably will venture into Fightcade and play on there. But right now, yeah, it's really fun to play with your friends. Matthias says, playing KOF is like being into old cars. Yeah, it's definitely like older guy stuff. Exactly. Is Leona in 2002? She is in Ultimate Match. I know that for sure. I don't know if she's in Vanilla 2002, like if you play it on Fightcade, but I know for 100% she is in Unlimited Match or Ultimate Match. King, for example, is not in the arcade 2002 that you play on Fightcade, but King is on Unlimited Match. Damar says, man, the only local near me only plays Smash Bros. That's so true. That was me as well. And they don't even play Melee. So it's like, that's pointless. Because I would go to a local and play Melee, but they don't even have that. Oh yeah, so 2002 is so interesting because it has like a massive community, but the community is mostly in South America and in China. So even though the game is like actually huge, it doesn't have a lot of like Western exposure. So there's not, like for example, I'll give you an example of what I mean. Like if you try to find 2002 like tournaments on like YouTube, they're actually kind of hard to find because they're not shown in the Western world as much. I'm sure they're out there, but they're not as like common. It'd be cool if 2002 was at like an EVO or something. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. King was on 2002 arcade, but not on the PS2 port. So there's different versions of 2002 arcade, but I know for sure the one they play on Fightcade doesn't have her because I checked for Bog because he plays King. So unless I'm like really stupid and missing it in the menu, but I'm pretty sure she's not in that one. I'll double check that though. I could be wrong. Maybe I just missed her. Spider says online is like the worst environment to learn in. It's hard. It's definitely harder, Spiders, to learn online. Really, if you want to learn kind of like an older game, one of the best tools is to learn how to do like replay analysis or match analysis. Because that takes you a long way. I had to do that a lot with VF. Where VF, there's lots of resources for VF, but there's still, it's hard to find a lot of specific things. So for example, with Sarah, we'll get to it when we watch VF, but there's a really good Sarah player called Yu. And so I found his, and Chanchai actually linked it to me. Yu's stream, and I just watch Yu's stream, and I like have a little notepad. I'm like, all right, this move's good. This move's good. So that's a really good way to learn a little bit more older, obscure fighting games is you have to literally find sort of higher skilled matches and then break out a notepad and like note down, right, what moves are good, what setups are good, what the neutral game kind of looks like. And that helps you so much. It's actually, for me, it's a lot easier than like reading old wikis. You read an old wiki and it's like, use 4768 plus J QXR into 579 XQC. And you're like, why is this written in Morse code? Can you just tell me? So match analysis is one of the best tools, I think. Sebastian asks, any interest in Ultra Kill? Would love to see your analysis. Yes. I'm just kind of waiting for it to be done, right? And I brought this up recently, and someone basically said to me that the game will never be done. It'll just be in a state of early development forever. But yeah, I'm kind of waiting for it to be done so I can like actually review it, because I don't like to review things that are in active development, because what happens is you like mention things and then they change and you feel like, oh well, was that me? So I usually try to wait for things to be fully finished and released, but from what I understand, Ultra Kill is in like this weird state of like permanent development or something, so at some point maybe I'll just have to be like, alright, close enough. Diggity Dog says, it's true. It's basically impossible to find resources for your specific problem. You got to learn to analyze and troubleshoot. Exactly. Exactly, Diggity. Like if you're playing a ranked match and they're using this string and you're like, how am I supposed to deal with this? Or this like setup or whatever? It's like impossible to really learn that through text. Or it's really hard, at least for me. But doing match analysis, you watch a match, you're like, oh, okay, so you do this. So, yeah. Chase says, yeah, Ultra Kill may never fully release. Exactly. So maybe at some point I'll just have to say close enough and do it that way. But for now, I'm just kind of waiting for it to get done. Okay, we're at the finals. This is the finals. Our hero, KO, he's been eliminated. He's gone. So now we're all attaching to the Alex player. He is now our spirit animal. Unless like if we see a Ken versus Alex match, though, I'm going to be divided because I legally have to root for the Ken players too.
もう一回上がってきましたね。2年前のリベンジだと思いますけども、また死んでもらいますんでよろしくお願いします。
Greed Island says, I fucking love Red Perry. Yeah, Red Perry is really cool. It's so hard too, which makes it really good. Like how ridiculously hard it is to do. You know, it could maybe like in a task sort of way. Maybe Red Perry could really be something to deal with Yun, or not. Maybe not. Maybe his super just will still power through Red Perry as well. Probably, but yeah, it's a cool mechanic for sure. Hey Nyan, how's it going? Akumoth asks, no Hugo action so far. So we saw Hugo. There was a brief sighting. You know, like a rare Pokemon. It was like, oh my God, there's Hugo, and then he died. You know, faint. There was a rare sighting of Hugo, and he was murdered. I think a Yun killed him. So we saw him for a moment. The mythical Hugo. Also, it's funny that remember that Hugo from EVO? And he was like dancing and styling on all the American players. It's funny to think he probably was like murdered in this, because Cooperation Cup is all these amazingly good Japanese players. That guy was probably murdered early on in the tournament. Yeah, there you go. Hayato. Maybe UD because he's playing against Japanese players, and that's a real. They all know Hugo, and they all are ruthless killers. So maybe that his story was probably cut short. Or UD says maybe he wasn't available. Oh, that was him. Diggity Dog says that was him. Yeah, he was assassinated before our very eyes by a young player, I think. Yeah, he was the Hugo. That's what I thought. Yeah. It's just hard when you're against the top tiers. In the best players, it's going to be hard to... He kind of had a moment there, though, so he's good. Greed Island says, if you want to learn Red Parry, then actually learning it versus that Yun shoulder in the string isn't a bad place. Yeah, I think there was even in the 360 version, or the online edition version, wasn't there a Red Parry trainer or something in there? So that could also be I remember there was a trial where you did Red Parries, so maybe you could also do the training mode in the online edition. I'm watching the Tekken tournament and it looks ridiculous, Zach says. Yeah, I was Zach, I was debating whether tuning into the Tekken tournament and making fun of it. But I was like, yeah. I slammed. I mean, it's been slammed so thoroughly and so well. Let's just focus on Third Strike for tonight. Let's let Third Strike have its shine. Plus, it's just a lot more fun to watch. Okay, Dudley versus Yang. This is a fun matchup. I think I looked this up. I think Dud has a little bit of an advantage. I looked at last. Now, this isn't exactly the most reliable tier list matchup thing I'm looking at, but it's the only thing I got. So it kind of said that Dudley had a bit of an advantage in the matchup, but kind of even, basically. T8 is boring to watch. Exactly, Kudo. I think this Yang is on the loose. I don't think he's gonna. I think he's gonna take him out. Now, last time I said this, I was completely wrong, so I'm a little scared to say it again. But I think the Yang's got the power right now. He's got stage advantage. That's big, right? The rain stage, that makes Dudley's gloves slippery. His punches do less damage because the rain makes him slippery. Oh, great parry. See, this is what I'm talking about. Someone asked this earlier. Someone asked about parries and checkmates, and I said, well, in Third Strike, the parry is a tool, but it does not solve checkmates, which is good, by the way. It doesn't just, like, get out of jail free because you can parry, because there's negatives, and, like, you can still get checkmated with parries. So I think that's one reason why the Third Strike parry is so good. It's like, it's nice and limited. It's good. It's got a lot of crazy uses, but it's not one size fits all. Okay, that's it. You know? You still have to use it carefully. Gutter trash. Yeah. Dudley is really cool. He's got the style, that's for sure. So I was also wrong, by the way. Dudley murdered him. But I hedged my bets a little bit more in that one. This is the finals, my dudes. This is the finals. Yeah, I haven't played City of the Wolves, so I can't comment on it directly. Yeah, exactly. Dudley's punches have a chance to miss in the rain. 50% or 5% miss rate. Chase says there's a lot of meters. Yeah, that's the part about the game that kind of like, I think I'll stick with 2002 for now. Okay, Ryu. Nice. Rare sighting of Ryu and his stage. One of the best stages in the game. One of my favorite stages. I think, ooh, this is going to be tricky. Now, they're in the finals, though, so this Ryu's got to know his stuff. But, oh, my God. When Dudley gets you in the corner with the roses, chip, baby. I think that was chip. Yep, chip. See? You can still get chipped. I'm sure that was parryable and everything, but it's just... Oh, Denjin! Okay, now he's so close to stun. One, lands something and it stuns him. The stun's draining. It's draining. Hurry, Ryu, hurry. Oh, the far rows. All the way from downtown. Okay. Got him. Boom. Poor Ryu. I think every Ryu match we've seen has just been him getting murdered. Ryu is just annihilated. Falstrix? Says the Ryu song is boring. It is boring when you first listen to it, but it just like sits well over time, right? It's like that's the difference with like the Chun-Li song and the Ryu song. Like the Chun-Li song, the first time you hear it, you're like, yeah, yeah. But then you hear it 10,000 times, like here it is. And you're like, oh my gosh, not more. It's like Green, or it's like Dreamland in Melee. It's like, oh no, the Chun-Li song. Whereas the Ryu song, it doesn't get you hyped as much, but it just sits well over time. You know, it doesn't get as fatiguing to the ear, I think. Okay, Dudley on Chun. I looked this up. Let's double check this. This is like doable for Dudley. I think he does okay in this matchup. Let's double check this. By the time I get this out, the match will be over. Go, go, go! Chun-Li versus Dudley. I think it's about even. Yeah, it's about even. It's about. Chun-Li's got a bit of an advantage, but it's pretty close. Dudley, because I think if Dudley can get her in the corner, he does really well. It's just, oh no. And he is a bit beefier, so he can take some punches. You know, he's got some health to him. Oh, beautiful. See, exactly. Beautiful parry. It meant nothing. Meant nothing. He still got nailed. That EX spinning bird is causing chaos this tournament. I don't think I've seen a single one blocked, it feels like. Okay, come on, Dudley. You gotta knock her down. You cannot let her build that meter. Then again, he can hit her and she'll still build it, but still. Okay, they're charging up. Dudley, you better have something good. You're letting her charge up. Ooh, that was interesting. Double empty hop. Dudley has kind of this interesting jump in. It's like KOF-y, where it's like kind of short and fast. It's like good offensively, but if you're trying to actually move, it seems really tough to move with. Oh man, the Chun legs are out. Got her. Okay, in the corner. He lets her out. He's terrified. He is sweating. You can see the sweat pouring down Dudley's face right now. And, yep. Oh no. We better get a miracle. Oh wait. Okay, this is interesting. He's got the mix up. I think he got her. Wow. Holy smokes. The comebacks this tournament have been wild. Strick says Dudley has the most options in the game. Yeah, he's a beast. I think he's really fun. I play Ken, so I really enjoy the Dudley matchup. Ken versus Dudley is really fun. Oh yeah, here it is, the hero of the tournament. Best, like one of the best songs, one of the best stages, one of the coolest characters. The man who saved the entire team. He defeated the final boss. It was funny, I was saying before this match, I was saying this Alex, he's got a lot to live up to now. He's got to kill this Dudley. He's got to, because they're way behind. He's got to do some work. That's a lot of people to go. He's not the anchor, so that's good, but still, he's got to make up a lot of ground. So he's got to take this Dudley out. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Tearless worshippers in disarray right now. Yeah, no kidding. Well, you know, when a game has a lot of depth and it has a lot of skill, even pretty strict tiers can be overcome, right? Skill and depth will overcome really wild tiers. And our hero Alex is here to prove it. Get him. Get him, Alex. Oh my god. Dudley's on the offense. Great wake-up throw. Yeah. This guy is not the anchor technically, but he's the anchor spiritually. The Alex players are spiritual anchor. The whole tournament rests on his shoulders. Okay. Did good. He took out that Dudley. I bet they're going to throw a Yun at him. You just watch. I can feel it. I can feel a Yun waiting to kill our hero. Oh my gosh, what is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? It's a Chun. Okay, I was kind of close. It's either a Chun or a Yun. They need to kill our hero. Get him, get him. Okay. Alex keeping her nice and contained. I like that. I wonder if, like, okay, silver lining type of thing. I wonder since Alex has a lot of, like, throws and stuff, if those might be good since they might not give her as much meter gain as, like, hits. You know, when you hit Chun, she gains meter. Maybe throwing her, she doesn't gain as much meter. Maybe. This is a theory. Uh-oh. Oh, great EX, but, okay, he's still safe. Oh, the jump. The man cannot jump. Alex can do a lot of things, but jumping is not one of them. Okay, here we go. Alex does have a lot of health, though. He does have that going for him. Oh, my God. He's taking a beating. This is looking scary now. She's pushing him back. He's crawling forward, step by step. At least he's not jumping. That's good. Oh, great. Oh, it's throw tech, though. Got him. Okay, this is where he wants Chun. Right here. This is where he shines. This is it. This is the moment. Cannot let her out of this corner. Great. Here it comes. Oh, God. That's it, right? The mix-up. It's not over yet. He's got health. Oh, my God. This is the ending of the story. This is this is like when Aerith gets stabbed in Final Fantasy VII. Just when you think hope was had, the sword through the chest. Remy versus Chun, as I understand. Oh, our hero has fallen. Oh, that's rough. That was so close too. If he hadn't gotten his toe nicked, if he'd worn like just slightly smaller boots, he would have had it. His boots were a little too big. People are trained to react to dashes. Oh yeah, dashing and third strike. Okay, Remy, wild anchor. I will have to say this is a wild anchor for the tournament point, but maybe there's you know, there's something to it, obviously. But he's got to go through an entire team, dude. Look at the roster. Look at how many dudes this Remy must annihilate to survive. That being said, we do get Remy's stage, which is pretty cool. If we end it, we at least end it on Remy's stage. Oh my God. This Chun may just put an end to everything. Hold on, my allergies are killing me. Well, I'm gonna sneeze real quick. Okay, we're back. Whew, the heat doesn't help either. Just sweating my ass off. Oh, the super misses. This is it. Chipper ass with the project. Oh, yes, there it is. Thank God. That's crazy that missed. Okay, this is it. Match point. Remy only has to kill 4 other people after this. Oh, great. Okay. Whoa. This Remy is swinging. A rare block, and it didn't work. The one time we see that get blocked and he whips the punish. Okay, he's still in it, though. He's still in it. Oh, spirit damage. Oh, my God. Chipper, throw something. How did that not kill her? Throw at the EX. Oh, my God. He knows it's coming, too. Oh, he got him. That was insane. Holy hell. That Remy player both choked it and clutched it the same round. Amazing. That was a choke and a clutch back to back. He choked like he blocked the X spinning bird kick and got supered out of whiffing the punish, and then got hit by the next one, by the way. Don't forget that. The next spinning bird kick nailed him. So you're like, he's down to nothing and just barely hung in there. Now that was a comeback and a half. Well, normally it's easy to, normally I'd say, Chun's cheap and Chun this, we see a lot of matches like that. That match, honestly, he should not have missed that punish and gotten supered out of it. That was a choke and a half on his part, I think. But he hung in there. He hung, like, EX spinning bird kick is not one of the broken moves Chun has. He should have punished that correctly. But he hung in there. That's all that matters. He pulled it out. He did it. Now he's going to get murdered by the Yun. The Yun assassin. Here to murder all of our dreams. That was amazing, though. Yeah, he clutched it. He choked it and then clutched it, which makes it even more clutch. That's like triple clutch factor. If you choke and then clutch after, that's like plus 12 skill points. Oh, here it comes. See, here's the thing, though. Here's the crazy thing about these tournaments, right? Like these team tournaments. He survived the most clutch thing ever. Next game, a Yun comes in and just kills him. You know, that's the hard thing about playing back-to-back, trying to go through an entire team is you just barely survive the craziest match. Next match, Yun just obliterates you. So let's hope he can hold this together. Pull it together, Remy. Remy is a French character, I believe. He's got to represent France in Japan. He's got the entire nation of Japan against him. Oh my God, there it is. Oh, great. He's so careful. This Remy player's doing it. He's definitely the right choice for Anchor, at least so far. But if he loses this round, it's over. And Yun can super this round away. Great. There's a checkmate, my friends. There's a checkmate. There's a checkmate and a half. Okay. Yun burning the... This is pretty good, because he burned it and didn't get too much, but he's got him in the corner. Come on, Remy. Get out of... Thrown out of the corner. Interesting. Why would he back throw from the corner? I'm not sure, but he did. Oh, great grab. It's a command grab or something. I don't know Remy that well, other than he throws these crazy sonic booms and has like a non-charged... Or I don't know. Is he charged? I've played a lot of Remys in my life. I should know him better. Great anti-air. This is it. Oh, my God. But Yun, that EX flash kick is saving this tournament. Oh, my gosh. Second... Oh, is this next player a killer? You want any? Toad is offering beers if anyone wants one. I would definitely take one right now. Except I'd pass out on stream since we got another 8 hours. Okay. All right. Yun number 2. See, this is where my tournament rules would have come in handy, because I said you could, in my tournament rules, you could only have like one Chun, one Yun. You can't double Yun. That's illegal. This should be disqualified. Double Yun is breaking the rules. Oh my God. This one is going for the throat. Oh my hell. Oh shit. Okay. Back. Okay, Remy needs to slow this down. Remy needs to make some space here, because this guy is going for the throat. He is not going to lose this tournament. I have not seen a Yun this aggressive. He is not letting him move. Holy hell. Okay, make some space for the love of God. Push him back. Get back there. Okay, good. He's got space. He's got him in the corner. I don't know what Remy's mix-ups are, but hopefully they're good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that might be it, my friends. Why did he jump? Oh, that didn't chip. That's a mirror. Oh, my gosh. Okay, that's it. There's no... I'm like, there's no way. Oh, wow. That Yun was just insane, dude. That was crazy. He didn't let him move. He didn't let him. He may have walked over there and smacked his hand off of the cabinet. That was so suffocating. Someone might have restrained him. We need a player cam. Was Remy restrained during that match? Because he could not move. He was stuck to the ground. I don't know. That Yun player was pretty impressive, I gotta say. Remy was our lost hero, but that Yun player was pretty wild. That's it, my friends. That's it. No mercy. That's what I was saying. Isn't that crazy how that can happen in these team formats? Where you got this hero player just barely beats the Chun. Barely beats Yun number 1. And then Yun's other twin, Cyber Yun, comes in and just annihilates him. Terminator Yun. Whoa, speed up. I think that was just on the stream side. That was a great tournament, though. That was really fun. We got a lot of great moments. We had the Alex heard around the world. We had Remy hang in there. That was impressive. That was really fun. It took a Chun and 2 Yuns to take out that Remy. Beat says, I love the team events in StarCraft. Yeah, I need to watch some of the Brood War team events. That would be really fun. I've been watching ASL, but it'd be really fun to see, like, clan battles. All right, so now it's VF5, my friends. When the hell is VS? When is it? I feel like this tournament must have run late, though, so VF5 must be right after it, right? They couldn't have, like, a break, could they? I mean, there will be a break because it's EVO and they're ancient and slow in terms of these types of things, but... yeah, I know. Third Strike Cooperation Cup is the tournament. Definitely, Damar. That's why I'm restreaming it, because I'm like, this is the tournament of the year. This is the Third Strike tournament of the year. It's just so fun, so amazing, such a good time. Yes, it's VF5 time, my friends. This was a cool opportunity because when else do you get the opportunity to stream like two of the hypest fighting games, or my favorite fighting games, back to back in team formats, which I think are really fun. If there was SBO, that'd be so cool. I don't know if SBO is still around, but if there was like an SBO event, that'd be cool to restream as well. Is the Beat is asking, is the announcement happening at the end of the VF tournament? It is. So it is happening. Math. Let's look. I'll look on my phone. Hold on. Sorry, you guys couldn't hear me talking there. So what is the money? People are asking. I think it's like $4,000, something like that, for winning Third Strike. So it's in 9 hours from now. I just checked. Oh, I think they've recently relaxed that up a little bit, haven't they, Toad? I heard that, right? They've made it where in tournaments now you can have money in your tournaments if they're like approved or whatever, I think. Well, they've had money in... I feel like if it's like corporate money, it's okay, because remember the old, before Tekken 7 popped off, there used to be the Tekken finals. They would actually take place in the Bandai Namco headquarters, and they were a Japanese tournament, and they would give out prize money to those too. So I think if it's like corporate money, it's okay, I'm assuming. I think it's like civilian money is not allowed or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Beat the backlog. I think you're right. Like if a corporation's cutting the check, it's okay. It's whatever their law with that is. It's something like that. Because Namco used to do this when they did the World Finals for Tekken. They would have them, the older ones, they would have them at the Namco headquarters in Japan, and they would give out checks at the end. No backroom tournaments, that's right. Yeah, that's what it is. Nicely done. Nicely played. Even though our heroes were murdered, it's okay. That was an amazing finals. That Yun player. Whoa. The second Yun, Cyber Yun, was crazy. Yeah, I should check. After this tournament, I'm going to check up, see who he was. And I'm sure he has to be like one of the best players. Or if not, he was playing amazing. Toad says the most he ever won from a fighting game tournament was $20. That's funny. I have a similar story where I went and won a Melee tournament like years and years ago. And my prize money was they bought me like a hamburger, literally, because the tournament was ran at this like random ass restaurant, and so if you won the tournament, you won a hamburger. So that's the most prize money I've ever won either. Is a hamburger at a Melee tournament. So there you go, yeah. High esport accomplishments.
僕実は昨日みもちゃんと夜会ってまして
Oh my god. Those local tournaments were just ridiculous. You guys have no idea. One guy, I mean, these were like really low skilled players. One guy like threw his controller. You would think he was fighting for like EVO championships, and it was literally like a restaurant tournament, and he's throwing his controller. Amazing. Was it worth it? Yeah, it was one of the funnest tournaments I went to. Definitely. It's one of my favorite ones I ever did, was that restaurant tournament. Maybe because I won it. But I had another tournament that I won, but my the finals were against my personal friend. And not to talk dismissively of him, but basically my personal friend and I got into the finals, and I was always just dominating him in our matches. So he just resigned. And I was like, what? He's like, oh, you're going to win anyway. And this was like a small tournament, like a dorm tournament at a college. And so he resigned and went and ate at like a restaurant with with people. So I was like, well, I guess I didn't win since you resigned. There's no prize money or anything, but I was like, damn, dude. You wouldn't even play the finals against me. But yeah, those were my local glory experiences. But my local scenes are always like really bootleg and small. Basically dorm rooms and so forth. Yeah, it is like it's like a dorm. I would definitely do. I'm a competitor, so I would play it out no matter what. Under any circumstance, I'd play it out. I'd rather be shot in the chest than resign it, even a pretend tournament. But my friend isn't like that. He's like, whatever, I don't give a shit. I was like, dude, whatever. It was like a 10-man tournament or something. Just a dorm tournament. Still though. Great third strike. Amazing. Suffering from success. Yes. Punished for my high skill threshold. That was a really fun tournament, you guys. That was some great Cooperation Cup action. We had a whole lot of chuns. We had a whole lot of yuns, but still, great matches. That Alex comeback was amazing. Cooperation Cup always delivers. Because you get so many players, they're all so good, and they all kind of like know each other to some degree, so you get like counterplay and stuff. Yeah, I love my favorite part of Cooperation Cup is like the fact that they're the team. So a 9-hour break? No. The 9 hours is for the announcement. The tournament should be like now, right? Right? I'm gonna check the schedule, but the tournament should be like right now, isn't it? BF5, my friends. I'm really excited. B-Tribe, BF5. I think the tournament's right now or soon. So let me check the schedule. Yeah, the VF Direct is going to be a big deal. Don't you think they're going to show off VF6 to some degree? They better. Something. Wouldn't that be funny if it was like a DLC character for Rebo? Which would be kind of cool, but that would be really funny if they're like, by the way, guys, DLC character for Virtua Fighter 5 Revo. We'll talk about 6 some other day. We do. Matthias says we need online edition re-release. We really do. Like, the anniversary collection is not cutting it. We need online edition on Steam. Oh, thanks so much, Tom.
Thoughts on new GTA 6 trailer? Our games are meant to titillate 13-yo boys to the world moms everywhere. GTA 6 looks like it's made for 30-yo gamer dads.
Exactly. That's so funny. That's funny you mentioned that, Tom. I was saying that like GTA 6, I who knows, it's probably going to be pretty good in terms of just how insanely massive it is. But I was saying I think it's a bog hug. I was saying that like GTA these days reminds me of exactly that. It's like a playground for adults. It's like an adult playground where it's like we got all of that stuff. It might be kind of cool, but the thing about GTA, because I like Vice City for example, but the thing I don't like about the later GTA's is there, especially GTA 5, is it's not really a game anymore. It's like a platform. It's so huge. It's so massive. It ceases to be a game. It's like a literally like releasing Steam or something. Cuz there's games in the game. There's like ecosystems in the game. It's like impossible to critique because it's so immense. It'd be like trying to critique Steam itself. They're so huge. There's always going to be something about it people like because it has all the games, so it'll be interesting, but I think the thing about GTA 6 that I think is the most interesting to discuss is its size. Like the fact that it's going to be so huge, right? And this is why I'm kind of glad that FromSoft are pivoting away from doing like Elden Ring 2 because I was thinking, all right, is this what Souls will do? Just what GTA does, where they just get bigger and bigger and bigger until like Elden Ring 2 is just unbelievably large. But I'm glad they're kind of looking into multiplayer. I think that's a good direction. So, oh, commercials. Mute these commercials. But with GTA 6, the thing about it that interests me the most is the scale. How big is this damn game? Because GTA 5 is just is a never-ending game. It's a game that never stops. It just like keeps going forever. Oh, Matthias says a great point. It'll be violent Roblox. Exactly. It's beyond being a game. It's like a platform. Yeah, it's a toy game. Well, it's a toy game for adults, Spiders. That's why. So I will say, like, I enjoyed Vice City a lot when I was a teenager and stuff because, yeah, it's like edgy teenager heaven, basically, right? So it'll be interesting to see what GTA 6 does. Though, the thing about old Rockstar that I really liked is that old Rockstar had a real feel for making their mechanics kind of fun. Like, for example, Red Dead Revolver, Dead to Rights. I think that was, no, yeah, that was a kind of a smaller studio or something, but like old Rockstar did have a sort of feel for making games feel fun. But it'll be interesting to see if GTA 6 is like that or if GTA 6 is going to be like Last of Us type of thing, like gun sway and all that. So it'll be interesting. I'm just kind of curious more than anything else. I don't have any strong opinions about GTA 6. I'm just sort of curious what this thing's going to be like, basically. Because it could be kind of interesting. But it's also like legally required that everyone on Earth play GTA 6. Hey, how's it going, Jens? Yeah, I was saying I begin the stream at night, and by the time the stream ends, it'll be morning. We'll be here another 8 hours, I bet. Okay. But thanks so much for the donation, Tom. I really appreciate that. Yes, Edgar says, wasn't Red Dead Revolver a Capcom game? Yes. It was actually, there's like a weird shmup connection, Edgar, which was that Red Dead Revolver started off as a Gunsmoke sequel. The shmup Gunsmoke, it started off as like a sequel to that. And so if you look at the early versions of Red Dead Revolver under Capcom, they have kind of a shmup arcade thing going. It's really cool. Alas, that version never was completed, but that's interesting. Ben asks, you think there's still going to be lots of lag on the Switch 2? So my plan with the Switch 2 is I'm going to borrow it from anyone, and lag test it and review it. So, because I don't want to buy a Switch 2 and then it turns out it's like super laggy. And I don't want to buy a Switch 2 unless I really need to, because I want to keep my finances as budgeted as possible. So, yeah, isn't that cool, Alex? So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to borrow a Switch 2 and lag test it and review it, and then give it back to whoever I borrowed. And if it's like amazing, I guess I'll buy one, but we'll see. So you'll get a real unbiased review from me on the Switch 2 because I literally won't buy it. I will review it based off of borrowing it, and then if I like it, I'll buy it, and if I don't, I won't. Yeah, isn't that cool? I wish Capcom would make like a Gunsmoke sequel because that's a really interesting shmup. Spider says, this is anecdotal, but I heard a tester say the lag for SF6 felt better on Switch 2 than PS5. Interesting. So that's what interests me the most about Switch 2. Because let's say the Switch 2 was less laggy, that would make it an interesting proposition because then all the Switch... But I've also heard that maybe its backwards compatibility with Switch 1 isn't as robust as something like PS5 to PS4, that it's a little more shaky. So basically the two things I'm really going to look at with the Switch 2 is how laggy is it and how backwards compatible is it? Because like the best scenario would be if it's like low lag and also plays Switch 1 stuff really well. Now that would be really good. But if it's the reverse, where it's like laggier and has bad compatibility, that would be a problem. So it's just going to really come down to how it performs, I think. How well the backwards compatibility is, and then how well it performs. Because buying the entire Switch 2 for like a whole new set of games and everything, might as well let it sit for a while, right? There's not like any must-buy IP on the Switch 2 that I could think of. Exactly. 8-Bit says backwards compatibility needs to be worked out. Yeah, that's like critical. Much more so than in the past. You know, the Switch 1, I was saying this somewhere to someone, but like I think ironically, the biggest threat to the Switch 2 is the Switch 1. Because unlike the Wii U, for example, the Switch, when it came out of the gates, the Wii U crashed and burned. And so it had a completely open playing field in terms of the Nintendo fan base, right? The casual fan base had no real alternative. So the Switch, you know, it did well and everything. And so it slotted in there nicely. But ironically, the Switch 1 may actually compete with the Switch 2 a lot because the Switch 1 has an insane library of games compared, you know, for Nintendo fans and everything. And then on top of that, it's going to be cheaper. And so, for example, if you're like a suburban family, right, and you have a son, like I would never buy a Switch 2 for my kids. No way in hell would that happen. The price, the possibility it could be broken. There's no way I'd buy a Switch 1 for my kids. But if the Switch 1 comes down in price, or Switch 2, I mean, but if the Switch 1 comes down in price, and, you know, like that happens, you know, it's like, okay, maybe I'll get a Switch 1. So I think, ironically, this is just speculation. I'm not an expert in this, but I think, ironically, one of the biggest threats to the Switch 2 is the Switch 1. Kind of like how the biggest threat to the PS5 in a lot of ways is the PS4, you know, so like my brothers, they don't have PS5. I think my brother finally bought a PS5, but it took him up until this year because they had a PS4 and they're like, why do I need a PS5? And it's like, I don't know. So that could be a similar situation, which Nintendo hasn't dealt with in a long time. That the fact that their biggest threat is their own other product. Exactly. Chino says, Switch was cheap enough to impulse buy. Exactly. Where Switch 2, it's like buying a PS5 now. It's like, it's a real committed purchase. So I think the Switch 2 is going to be a really interesting test case because do you remember before the Switch came out, everyone said, oh, they should just make a traditional console. Nintendo should just make a traditional console. Well, the Switch 2 is a traditional console essentially. So let's see, especially with Steam Decks and everything, let's see if it works. And maybe it will, maybe it won't. But I think it's an interesting one. Redlink says you have a list of games with problems on Nintendo's website. There's not a lot that aren't working on backwards. Yeah, so Redlink, the question though is for, especially for me and a lot of the people watch my channel, is like the niche stuff, right? So I'm sure Breath of the Wild and Mario Party 17, Mario Party 18. I think the 14 o'clock. What time is that in time conversions? Chat, help. How long is this time on screen here? The Virtua Fighter finals, the 14 o'clock, 1400 in military time. How long is that from now? Like from this moment in hours? Do you guys know? Because I don't know what time that is in Japan time. But anyway, yeah. So like the niche stuff. Does Mushima-sama run on Switch 2 well? Does the DOJ run on Switch 2 well? Do the arcade archives run okay on Switch? I think they probably would, but that's the stuff I'm more interested in, more so than like the mainstream Nintendo stuff. 10 minutes. That's what I thought. I thought it'd be pretty short. 10 minutes from now. UD says 10 minutes from now. That seems to make sense, right? Like, why would they make it so far away? Less than an hour. 8 minutes? Really soon. Okay, good. Alrighty, chat. I'm gonna be right back, and we'll continue chatting in the meantime. I'm just gonna go get some water, and then I shall return for the second block of this epic marathon stream. Hello, chat. I've returned. I had to wash my hair a little bit from the heat. How's it going? You guys enjoying the silent stream? Because I can't play that background music. I'm scared to. Because if I play the background music, last time I got copyright struck. Hey, thanks, Tom.
Vice City asked, can we make Scarface but make it more violent? GTA 6 asks, can we take natural born killers and tone it down to a PG-13 action comedy?
That's great. Yeah, there is a sort of... That's great. Thanks so much, Tom. You know, now that you mentioned that, it's kind of a weird thing to say, but there is a sort of like Disney-ish feel to the new GTA that's hard to exactly describe. Where, yeah, it's supposed to be edgy, but it's kind of, like you said, edgy in a very PG-13 way. Exactly. It definitely feels that way. Like, oh, this is a little PG-13. This is a little, like, Pirates of the Caribbean kind of, where it's like, it's got a little edge, but it's not like Natural Born Killers or like Scarface or anything. That's a great point. Did the stream alert scare you? You know, I'm probably going to change the alert sound here pretty soon to something kind of fun. Hashtag play life. Commercials are just the worst. I had to make a pact with myself last time I restreamed EVO not to mock the commercials relentlessly because it's my instant it's like my instant reaction, you know? If I see a commercial, I just instantly am critical of it. So I try not to do that. You got to have the 90s edge. Absolutely. What's the Esports World Cup? Is that I wonder if Brood War's in that. That's the only esport I care about is Brood War. I used to care about Tekken. Then Tekken 8 came out. So now I don't even have that. That's actually one reason why I've been watching so much Brood War is like I have this giant vacant hole in my life where Tekken used to be. In terms of like watching competitive matches. I used to watch like Korean Tekken streams and stuff. There's actually a esports Tekken show called Tekken Crash. There's all that, but that's all. I mean, it's there technically, but we can watch Tekken 8. You're going to watch competitive Tekken 8? Are you insane? So, yeah, I have this giant esports hole in my life, so I've been watching Brood War.
You're a big handheld guy based on the One podcast. Do you have any NDS recommendations? And should I buy a PSP?
Oh, yeah, I'm a huge handheld guy. Nintendo DS recommendations? Advanced War Dual Strike definitely is a big one. And then, of course, Ketsui Death Label is, you gotta have Ketsui Death Label. So there is a handheld version of Ketsui on the DS called Death Label. It's actually pretty good. It works way better than it really should. So definitely get yourself Advanced Wars Dual Strike. Go ahead and get the Fire Emblem games. I like them, and like that's really the only way I like to play Fire Emblem. I've found out is I like to play them on the DS handheld style. So go with the Advanced Wars, go with Fire Emblem, go with Ketsui Death Label. Another good one is Dead or Alive Dimensions. So Dead or Alive Dimensions is kind of like DOA 4 on DS. That's really good. UD Slusher, Trauma Center. Bog, I haven't played Trauma Center, but Bog highly recommends it. So through that, I'm like, well, it must be pretty good. So Trauma Center. There's also Dragon Sword. Ninja Gaiden Dragon Sword. I've never played Dragon Sword. You think I would have, but I've never actually have. But it looks interesting. So I'll take a look at that. I love... Oh, yeah. Edgard says he recommends getting a 3DS. I completely agree with Edgard. Especially get a 3DS XL. A 3DS XL is amazing because not only can it play DS games and 3DS games, but you can mod that bad boy, and it runs a lot of stuff. It runs like all the handhelds, basically, except the PSP and Sony stuff. But it'll play GBA because of emulation. fairly well, not amazingly, but fairly well. It'll play, Game Boy, SNES, all that stuff. 3DS XL is a beast. It's a huge recommendation for me. I love my 3DS XL. And in terms of getting a PSP, yeah, PSP is really good too. Now the thing is that a 3DS XL will cover a lot of your handheld needs, but what the PSP has that's really special is that the PSP can play PS1 games natively, or basically natively, and you can run the homebrew on the PSP is insane, and you can run PS1 games on it really well. It's Adrenaline, I think it's called. And you can run PS1 games on it really well. And so you can play like Tekken 3 on there. So yeah, the PSP is also amazing. I've always kind of had a dual wield. I got the Vita. Vita's even better than PSP if you want to go all the way. Vitas are kind of expensive, and yes, Ben, exactly. Vita is an upgrade over the PSP. So if you want to go all the way, get a Vita, because here's the crazy thing. A Vita contains a Vita, but it also contains a PSP and a PS1. So all of the Sony stuff and the 2MGS game, yeah, Vita's amazing. So what I've always had in the left pocket, we've got the PS Vita. In the right pocket, we've got the 3DS XL. But if you have to get just one, like you can only go with one, I would say go with the 3DS XL, if you can only have one. Because I do really like the 3DS and DS library a lot. But if you're going with both, then go with a Vita and a 3DS XL. OLED Vitas are hard to get. Yeah, I have one. I have my OLED Vita. There's so much downtime, I'm tempted to go grab it, like show and tell. But yeah, I have one. It's really good. Hi, stream. Here's my Vita. Check it out. I play it. I turn the screen to the camera and play it this way. Check it out. I'm playing Metal Slug. It's so hard. Streaming sometimes is borderline. You kindergarten instincts start coming out. You're like, oh, you want to check out my my PlayStation controller? You want to look at my Vita? There's something about it. It feels. I guess when your friends come over, you show them all your shit. I guess it's kind of like that. Michael asks, does anyone know how much input lag is on the Psycho ports for the PS4? Yes, I tested it forever ago. Let me look. Now, there could have been updates because it's been years, but I did test it years ago. I think it's 4 frames, but let me confirm that. For specific ones. Some are more laggy than others, but I think it was Strikers 2 that was 4 frames. Let me double check. Yes. Last I checked, it was a while ago. It's 4 frames. Strikers 2 is 4 frames. Some of them may be laggier than others. Though, Edgard... Oh, who asked that? Sorry, Michael asked that. I think the Steam ports are less laggy now. Because I fired up Strikers on Steam recently, and I was like, this feels more responsive. This feels like some lag reduction has occurred. So, the PS4 ones are definitely less laggy than the Switch ones. But I get the feeling that the least laggy is the Steam version. This hat. I'm debating whether or not to wear it. Here we go. Yeah, Dragon Blaze OST is a little bland. Yeah, some of the Psycho OSTs are a bit of a struggle. This is a whole lot of commercials. They're getting revenge on us for not having commercials during Third Strike. They're getting them all in now. Oh, Tom Faze asks, is PSP emulation any good lag-wise? So last time I tested it, which was years ago, it was insanely laggy. So I was trying to run, what was it? Metal Slug XX on PSP emulator, and it was crazy laggy. It was like 9 frames or something like that. But that was years ago. I mean, I'm talking like 6 years ago or something. So since then, who knows? It's probably improved a lot since then. But yeah, back in the day, it was crazy laggy. Who knows? Now it could be like pretty good. A lot of things have really improved input lag wise. Remember how bad the PS2 was? Now PS2 emulation input lag is not so bad. It's not amazing, but it's not so bad. You know what I really dislike about like fighting game commercial streams too is that like they have literally like 3 commercials. So they just play the same 3 commercials over and over. That's even in a way more rough than having a bunch of different commercials. Whoa. Oh, B-Tribe time. Wait, turn on the audio. This is B-Tribe, I can tell. This is B-Tribe. You get the sick like yeah. I could see it. I could tell. Yeah, I love this intro. I actually know this intro. It was in last year's intro, I think. Or maybe this is a new one. I can tell. I think this is a new one. It is. Look, it's a new one. Oh yeah, this music is amazing. Get him. Yeah, this is new. The beginning was a little similar, but this is all new. So this is going to be a weird year in one way. The weird thing about this year, I've noticed during the qualifiers, or during the early rounds, is that no one has all their customs. That was kind of a signature of B-Tribe that I'm kind of sad isn't in this year. Is that because it's on console, so the arcade cabinets for VF5, I think there's a card system where you could, right? If I'm wrong, correct me. This is just what I understand, right? There's like a card system that so you could like scan your card and it'll have your customs and everything. So I don't think this year they have as many customs because it's on console and no one's set them up. Hopefully for the finals they have their customs though. Come on, we need the customs. B-Tribe is so awesome. It's my favorite tournament. Yes, we made it. It's in the dead of night for the rest of the world, but that doesn't matter. Why did they give B-Tribe such a rough time slot? They're mean.
この大会、この大舞台、エボジャパンで開催することとなりました。開催できることになったのも、プレイし続けてくれた選手の皆さん、そして駆けつけてくれたこの観客の皆さん。
Tank says I got my first ever 1 credit on Shmup today. That's awesome. Perfect timing, Tank. Congrats.
この場を借りて御礼申し上げます。本当にありがとうございます。さあ、それでは決勝トーナメントの開幕の挨拶を山井さんお願いします。
はい、2年ぶりの晴れの舞台でトータルでいくと31年ぶりの晴れの舞台ということで、はい、でバーチャはね必ず定期的に晴れの舞台が用意されております。これは他のゲームではちょっとないんじゃないかなと。はい、であれですよ、未来の晴れの舞台もう約束されております。はい。なので今日は向こうよりこっちの方が
This guy's got attitude. I like it. I don't know what he's saying, but I sense attitude.
はい。それでは2025第19回 VF
Toad says, I legit bought Blue Revolver because of your review. It's fun. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you know, poor Blue Revolver, other than my review, didn't get a lot of attention. So I'm glad I helped be found helped you find the game. Zoro says, I like the 3DS, but the online store is down, so a lot of good games are just kind of stuck. Yeah, Zoro, you gotta mod that bad boy. You gotta break through the Nintendo barrier to truly unlock the 3DS's true potential. We can't let Nintendo hold the console back from its true power. Yeah, and it sucks that they don't support the online stores and stuff. Nintendo are awful with that. Oh, they got the new song. This is the same guy as the Daytona guy, by the way. The guy who's singing that song, that's the Daytona guy. Yeah, King says, I've got a modded 3DS, best decision. Exactly, King. Yeah, a modded 3DS is a full power machine. Toad says, Nintendo will break your Switch 2 if you mod it. You know, Toad, they do that to your Switch 1. I know it's like crazy, they do it to the Switch 2, but literally, they kind of do that to your Switch 1 now. It's just people kind of tolerate it, but yeah, if you mod your Switch 1 and it gets flagged, you have to just mod it more because it's like cooked. They lock you out of everything. Nintendo don't give a damn. They will murder your machine. It sucks, dude. I hate it. Nice. I like the attitude. Would I ever do any videos on racing games? Okay, so the first video, so I did one actually on F-Zero GX. If you haven't seen that one, or Elias, I did one on F-Zero GX, but I think the next one is definitely gotta be my favorite racing game besides GX, which is, I'm trying to build dramatic suspense, and I forgot what I was saying. Initial D, baby. Gotta do a video on Initial D. It actually made me depressed when they got rid of my Initial D machine at my local arcade. I was actually gonna buy an Initial D card. You know, like the cards for the machines. And they got rid of the machine. Damn it. So, Initial D is one of my favorite racing games, basically. Yeah, Toad says, I bought the machine, but it's still Nintendo's. Exactly. They really feel that way. Nintendo legitimately feel that way. They feel like basically you rent their hardware from them. It's like on loan. Yeah. I know you can emulate and play Initial D, but my arcade actually had like the cab. I don't know, guys. I don't know because I always played it on the cab and I loved it on the cabinet. And it kind of depressed me to try to play it on console or whatever. So I've never actually played Initial D on console. I've only played it in arcades. Wow, this has got a little bit more turnout than Bird Strike. Or maybe not. Does it? It seems like it does. In terms of like people in the audience. North Face, nice. That's some peak Idaho gear. A man in Japan in a North Face jacket? Did he get that from Idaho?
Okay.
Yeah. The Virtua Fighter players are always happy. They're the happiest group of players. I don't think I've ever seen an angry Virtua Fighter player before. If you get angry in Virtua Fighter, you get strapped to a chair like in A Clockwork Orange. And you get corrective therapy. Oh, Damar says one of the arcades I used to go to had F-Zero or AX. That's really cool. F-Zero AX is awesome. I want to play that. Maybe the Colorado arcade might have one. I definitely want to play the cab. Most Wanted on 2005 is mad fun. You know what's funny? You know what other game I played a lot that would surprise you guys is when I was in middle school, I played an insane amount of Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, like the original for the computer. It was like one of the few computer games I could get running. I played so much Need for Speed. and like it was like my version of GTA for a long time because I didn't have GTA. It's like me running from the cops in Need for Speed. Yes, it's time for VF, baby. Ram says, I love all VF players are literally just salarymen. Yes, they are. So Ram, what's so fun about, it's not going to happen this year, but what happened in the other B tribes that was really fun is, like I said, because they have those arcade cards, you could see in the matches how many matches these dudes have played in VF5, and the match counts are just absurd. You just like, yeah, 30,000 VF matches. And then you like tally that, like, all right, how much yen per play for 30,000 matches? It's like, whoa, this guy has spent like $5 grand or whatever it would be playing VF5 in the arcade. It has to be one of the most, like, in terms of just like player to money ratio, it has to be one of the most profitable all time, right? I don't know. It'd be hard to say, but it's insane how many matches of VF these guys have played. And they're, like you said, they're salarymen. They probably get home, they get off of work, and they sit down at their arcade and play like VF for like 2 hours or whatever. Yeah, definitely. And they're insane. They're so good. The skill gap between the Japanese VF players and the Western VF players is sort of silly. You know? It's actually like how Tekken used to be. Back in the day, it used to be when Tekken was good, it used to be that the Korean players were just so much better than the American players, that it was like a meme that if an American player got into top 8 at EVO, it was like a miracle. Or they'd be like the one American player who managed to wiggle his way into top 8. Ram says, work, play, VF, drink, sleep, and repeat. Yes, no kidding. That's the life. Yeah, that is the life. Yeah, I would really struggle in Japanese culture. That's the funny part, is that I love Japanese arcade games, but I would really struggle in their culture. Like their whole like regimented work culture, that I would go insane. I would go absolutely insane. That'd be really hard for me. Lil Majin won EVO? Really? I don't know if he... Did he? I know he had an insane run at EVO that was legendary, but I don't think he won it. I think it was JDCR or Knee that won it, right? My memory, it all blurs together. But I know he had an insane run at EVO one year. I love the... I really like the VF5 OST a lot. That's what's playing in the background, by the way. Yeah, King A says, yeah, their work culture isn't the best. Yeah, and I would really struggle with it. I struggle with a lot less intense American work culture, let alone Japanese salaryman work culture. Yeah, ended in 3rd, but it felt like he won because his run was so epic. He won in our hearts. He spiritually won EVO, that's for sure. I love this theme. Yes, the background music, this is the pie stage, the grass stage. I love VF5's music. It's like, yeah, it's fine, Nebula. He won first in our heart. That's all that matters. Yeah, I always lose track of these types of things myself. Plus, I'm kind of easy to convince. You'd be like, no, he did win, remember? I'd be like, oh, yeah, you're right, he did. So, I definitely, it's easy to get mixed up. Yeah, Damar, that's such a good point. There are, like, all the versions of VF5's OSTs are amazing. So, to describe them for you all, because I know them all pretty well, the original VF5 OST I really like, and it's more moody. It's got kind of this darker, moody feel to it, which I really like. And then Final Showdown is a little bit more sort of kind of more standard VF sounding. And then it's either Final Showdown or Ultimate Showdown, whatever. The one we're listening to now, it kind of has a more like whimsical, upbeat sound to it, which I really like too. So yeah, they're all really good. I like them all. This is one of my favorite ones too. You're gonna hear all about my VF opinions for the stream, because I like Third Strike, but I haven't played Third Strike as actively as I've played VF. So yeah, we're truly powered up in final form when VF comes on screen. Hey, good night. Thanks for tuning in, Jens. I might see you in the morning. By the time this stream is over, I'll see you in the morning for breakfast. For the VF announcement at 8 a.m. my time. I'll see you then. I might as well just stream into it, right? Maybe. I don't know. It depends on when this tournament ends. If this tournament ends near it, we might stream into it. If the tournament ends like hours before, maybe not. Thanks for stopping by, King Ages. Yeah, poor VF. It has such a rough time slot because everyone's got to get to sleep. It's Mother's Day tomorrow, and the only thing that's going to survive are people willing to battle through the night. Edgard asks, okay, Mark, with that many teams, how long will this go for? My estimation? Well, VF is a very fast game. So if they just ran the matches, it would probably only be a few hours. But the setup times is the true danger, my friend. Right? That's why I said they should put the players on like a shot clock. You got 1 minute. You have to sprint to the cabinet. Oh, okay. That makes sense, Jens. Yeah, well, good morning to you, Jens. So it's a good time for you then. You're waking up to some VF. That's great. Yeah, this is a rough time slot, though. I mean, it's YouTuber. These are YouTuber hours. This is like my work hours right now. Midnight? Oh, it's YouTuber hours. Time to edit the video. It's midnight. 2:30 a.m. here. Yeah, Matthias. Yeah. What's going to happen is as the tournament goes on, the chat is just going to slowly fall asleep. It'll just be me talking to like one person by the end. You all will fall asleep by the end. Matthias says, I really want to watch VF5 though. Yeah. Yeah, this is a once in a year opportunity to watch it live. A says, I miss being able to stay up all night. I can only do it in selective times. Like, I cannot stay up all night like I used to. Like yesterday, I was going to stay up and play Brood War for a few hours. I sit down at the computer at like 11. I open up StarCraft Brood War. I'm like, I'm tired. And I close it and go to sleep.
I just came back from dinner. Did I miss much?
Hey, Trooper Scout, just in time. Well, Trooper Scout, I hate to tell you, but you missed a lot of really quality commercials. And you lost a lot of really quality like background images of the schedule. But luckily, you came just in time for the actual tournament. You'll have to catch up on those missed commercials, though, Trooper Scout. Because those were really just excellent. Oh, Anon is in Japan time. So Anon is right local. Doing this stuff as a teenager was awesome. Yeah, you know, I have such fond memories of watching the Namco Tekken finals. I'll tell you guys a quick story. So this was right before Tekken 7 came out. I'm going to turn down the audio just a tad. I think it's a little on the loud side. Is that better? Okay. So, yeah, I know, Trooper Scout. You're going to have to go back and watch them. If you want the complete experience, you have to watch the commercials. But anyway, right before Tekken 7 came out on console, the final year it was in the arcade, they had the World Finals. I think this was 2015. They had the World Finals at the Namco headquarters. And that was like one of my favorite tournaments I ever watched. And I watched it. It was in Japan, so it was in Japan time. I remember it was like 3 a.m. on Christmas break during college. 3 a.m. Christmas break. Watching, everyone in my house is asleep. Everyone's fast asleep, and I'm sitting there watching Nee fight. I'm trying to remember the Japanese player. He's a really good Japanese player. But it was like the finals were Nee versus, gosh, I can't remember the Japanese player's name. But it was Dragunov Deviljin, and I remember like cheering for Nee. And Nee was there as like one of the Korean players, but it was a tournament in Japan, so it was really Japan heavy. So it was really, I can't remember who won. I think Nee lost. I think he got second, but it was a great tournament. You can find vids of it, but they're all like 480p. But I think it's the Tekken World Finals 2015. Great tournament, great memories. Now, all that is lost, my friends. Now, Tekken 8 is just a big pile of shit. Nobi nailed it. Ala Prime nailed it. Yes, Nobi. Correct. That's who it was. Yes. Nobi with Dragunov won the tournament, and he wore this like green custom jacket with a guitar on it. Yeah, exactly. You guys got it. It was Nobi. I knew it was like an obvious player. 480p is goated. Yeah, that is so true, Chernobyl. Like, all the best tournaments are in 480p. SBO, all the VF tournaments. Well, so Trooper Scout, the original tournament was streamed in like 720, but all the VODs I can find that are remaining are like bootlegs that people kept. Like, there's not an official VOD for it for some reason. So it's not like, there's not like a, I think not. Or maybe I'm stupid and there is and I can't find it, but yeah, all the remaining VODs of it I could find are always like really grainy and shitty. Yeah, they're powering up. Is that the clip that's always shared on Twitter? No, I don't think so. Like, that tournament, I've never seen anyone really talk about it or reference it. I don't think so. It was kind of an obscure tournament despite being the global finals. It's because it was right before the console release. So let's remember, before console Tekken 7, Tekken was in a really dark popularity black hole. Like, not a lot of people watched competitive Tekken before Tekken 7's console. Like, in between Tag and Tekken 7 console, everyone was like bored of waiting for 7. And so all of the arcade tournaments, no one really watched or anything. So I think that's probably why. The big esports boom was when the console version came out. Also, what's cool about that version of Tekken 7? There's no rage arts. So the arcade version of Tekken 7 did not have rage arts. Isn't that cool? It actually looks a lot more like Tekken 7 or Tekken 6, Tekken Tag 2 gameplay-wise. The movement looks like it's a little faster. I've never played it, obviously, but the movement looks a little faster, and there's no rage arts. Hey, strangers. Hey there, stranger, says FF6 is so rage drive. Rage drive. Rage drive. Sorry. The fatigue is setting in. Drive rush pilled. It's insane. Yeah, I know. It's crazy how meter focused SF6 is. Like, the meter and the meter moves just dictate everything. Even when you're not in meter, you're like playing around the meter. Hey, how's it going, Breaker? Just in time, we're beginning the tournament. We're at the very start of VF5 on the side stream in the basement. VF5, that's where it belongs, and that's fine. He just says SF6 is dog shit, but I can't believe how Japan is eating it up. Yeah, though, like I was saying earlier, that FOMO thing. It's like it's like the only viable sort of thing, and so that creates that gravity effect to it. Yeah, this is the beginning of well, it's the top 8. It's not like the beginning of the tournament. It's the beginning of the top 8, I mean. Chan says, I don't think I've ever watched a single match in SF6. So I restreamed EVO last year with SF6, and it was just really boring. So I was like, all right, we're good. We've seen what we need to see here. VTubers playing a huge role. I could see that. Well, it's super casual casual friendly via SF6. So I could see that being really popular in a sort of, casual sense. When's the new Primal Rage and Clay Fighter coming, though? Yeah, exactly. Primal Rage kind of rules, to be honest. I always kind of enjoyed Clay Fighter as well, as broken and crappy as that is. But that's just child myself. But Primal Rage, especially as a kid, I really liked. And that's a Mortal Kombat, like a Midway game, isn't it? Primal Rage? So it's got that, like, Midway, like, madness to it. Mugen madness. Yeah, I know. Breaker says, it's so funny, I used to shit talk SF4, but now compared to 5 and 6, it's way more fun to watch. That's so true. I know, isn't that crazy now? You look back on SF4, you watch, like, for instance, I was watching a match of Infiltration versus Daigo from SF4, just to check to see how much Fireball Wars the game had, because I was trying to think, like, SF4 had a lot of Fireball Wars, didn't it? And so I was watching it, I'm like, yep. Isn't that weird? Like modern fighting games and Street Fighters kind of don't have that anymore. The largest Smash Ultimate tournament in Japan. You know, it is interesting that, like, Japan has sort of taken over Smash Ultimate. Isn't that interesting?
Recently reduced my monthly expenses by $900. Game dev is back on the menu, boys.
Thanks so much, Chernobyl. That's really generous of you. And congrats on reducing your budget that much. That's really good. Yeah, it's always good to keep track of those things. Like, for example, I have a terrible story to tell you, which is the other day, I was looking at my bank account, and I had a $25 charge from a car wash. I'm like, I didn't go to the car wash yesterday. And it turned out that what happened was last summer when I went to the car wash, like, there was some sort of weird subscription model I wasn't aware of that I apparently signed up for. So for an entire year, I've been charged $25 by a car wash for an entire year. Then I look and I'm like, why am I getting... So I did the math. I was like, all right, so I just got owned by a car wash for $300. God, that's just awful. I was so mad. There you go. So, yeah, keep an eye on these things, my friends, because it's one thing, like, you're always, here's the thing, it's like, I know, right? But here's the thing, you're always checking for online stuff, right? So I'm always like, all right, is PayPal behaving? Is my credit card, or not my credit card, my debit card behaving? But you never think of a local business doing this. This is a local business having, like, a sign-up scam. It's just wild. I'm like, this is a local car wash. They know I can just walk down the street and yell at them, don't they? Oh my God, that's just that's what everything's become. That's why I think subscription feed is so. Subscription feed is just fatigue. Subscription fatigue is so prevalent because, like, everything charges you, like, randomly. Your local car wash. It's gonna be, you're gonna go to, like, McDonald's or something. There's gonna be a subscription fee for McDonald's, and that's next. Do a chargeback on the car wash charges. You know what's funny is, I was borderline contemplating that, but the fact that they just incrementally charged me $25 a month, it's like harder to do, because I was thinking of that like, if they straight up charged me $300, oh yeah, you bet I would be taking them to small claims court or something, or, like, disputing it. But the fact that they, like, just quietly charged me $25 every single month, it's like, all right, so you didn't notice you're being charged $25 for a year? Like, damn it, you motherfuckers got me, you bastards. So I think that kind of makes it harder, since it's like 12 $25 charges rather than one $300 charge. It's frustrating. It is what it is, though. Every now and then, I'm pretty good about keeping an eye on those things. So every now and then, something sneaks by. And I think I just never considered it, because I just assumed, oh, yeah, I must have got my car wash this month, right? Oh, I must have done my car wash this month. That must be what that charge is. Yeah. I did you guys want to hear since we know the tournament's not going to start for another eternity, is that I actually had a chargeback situation where I booked concert tickets, and then the band didn't show up. So I booked the show, and then the band didn't show up, and so it was like, oh, okay, well, refund your tickets, right? Except, so it wasn't the band because there was some issue, so it wasn't the band's fault. So it's basically one of those situations where like, oh, shit happens, refund the tickets, right? So everything was fine. I go to refund the tickets, and Ticketmaster refuses. So the villain of this story is Ticketmaster. I say, okay, Ticketmaster, the concert didn't take place. Refund this. And Ticketmaster's response is, no, the concert did take place, and you ain't getting nothing. So then I disputed the charge with my bank, and my bank contacted Ticketmaster, and Ticketmaster said to my bank, no, the concert took place. These are valid charges. So then I had to write Ticketmaster, and this was over like $150. I had to write Ticketmaster and tell them, listen, I wrote them an email. I said, listen, I'm really strict about my money, and if it costs me money to take you to small claims court to get this money, I will. So I wrote this email threatening to take them to small claims court. And my plan was just to like represent myself or something. I was so mad I was willing to do this. And so then they emailed me back, and they're like, oh, sorry, our bad, and then refunded me literally that day. I was like, you bastards. So it has a happy ending. I got my money back. But basically, if you want to get money back from Ticketmaster, you have to threaten to take them to small claims court. Then they'll refund you. So there's my battle with Ticketmaster story. Because that's like kind of an unhinged thing to do, right? Like most people, if you threaten to sue them, or whatever, it's like over $150. The lawyer would cost you 10 times the amount of money. But in small claims court, I'm not an expert in legal stuff, but I'm pretty sure you can like represent yourself. So I was like willing to take the time to go represent myself in small claims court and just bitch and complain about Ticketmaster. So I got my way, but that's what you have to do. You have to threaten them with small claims court to get your freaking refund. Well, the thing is Chernobyl, I made a fuss. That's the thing, is like most companies, because remember, I actually went through my bank first. And this took months, by the way. This wasn't like a week. This took months. And I had my bank do the whole chargeback dispute thing. And my bank did dispute the charge. But when it came back to Ticketmaster, and I got a pile of paperwork this thick about it. But when it came back to Ticketmaster, they just went, nah, playa. The concert took place. Even though it's like publicly documented that it did not. Like, it's so easy to prove the concert didn't happen. and so they're like, nah, it totally happened. And so then So anyway, I got my money back, but you had to what was the band? I don't really want to say, because I feel like it wasn't the band's fault or anything, and it was in like my local area. It was like a local band and stuff. So it was. I don't want to reflect on the band in any way. It was really Ticketmaster. So that was just a bitch and a half. Oh my God, the matches have now started. Yeah, Snowcrab says everything you have to deal with the concerts these days is absurd. Yeah, it really is. Like, it's ridiculous. It's insane. All right, so here we go. Finally, VF5. Like I said, no customs. The guy's named Puta. Japanese translations, my friend. Yes, finally, we're here. VF5. Okay, on the left, Brad. On the right, Shundi. In case you're not familiar with the characters, Brad is a boxing-style fighter, and he has these kind of like ducking sort of movements in his strings and stuff. And so he's really good at evading highs and really good at like getting up in your grill. Meanwhile, we've got Shundi. I'll just say this now. I'm not a huge fan of Shundi. I don't like his little, like, drink mechanic. It feels too... It's not a meter necessarily, but it's a little... It's bordering on meter, and I don't like that. But anyway, the way it works is Shundi, he's looking for openings to take drinks. And the more he takes drinks, the more of his moveset unlocks, and then also the more damage his attacks do. So it's not full on like a meter system, but it's getting there. It's a little close. It's a little close to a meter. It's kind of a meter. It's like a... The reason why I wouldn't say it's necessarily a meter is because you have to do the distinct action of drinking, unlike a meter. So like for example, Third Strike, right? Third Strike, you gain meter by getting hit, hitting, whiffing. Like meter is this sort of universal thing, whereas with Shundi, he doesn't. Like he has to distinctly drink in order to get the little drink points, but it's getting close. It's a little too much close on my part. So I'm not a big Shundi fan, but nice fan. But yeah, so that's how he works. Yeah, I know. I'll let Shundi slide. I'll let him slide since he's been in the game forever. I'll let him literally be grandfathered in, being that he's an old guy and everything. But I'm keeping an eye on you, Shundi. VF6, he better not be pulling any nonsense. Alex asks, how did I make the background? Oh, so there's this, I found it on Steam where I think this is from Third Strike, these images. And then a guy on Steam, like, slightly animated them, which is really cool. So then I took that, but then I, like, overlaid it into, like, a 16:9, because the original image is, like, a 4:3. So I overlaid it into a 16:9, which took forever, by the way. And then I applied the scroll, and I applied the color filter. So it's like 4 layers of production where I think Capcom made the image, the guy on Steam animated the image, and then I took his animated image, turned it into a video, and then doubled it, and then kind of randomized it a little bit, and then have it scrolling, and then color corrected it. I really like it though. I'll probably keep using it, even though it was more made for today's stream, but I like it so much I'll probably just use it moving forward from just streaming. I think it's cool. Plus Third Strike's always awesome. Kyudo says he's dead in VF6. Good. Goodbye, Shundi. Get out of here. I do not mourn your loss. I hope Stepping gets back into the game because VF5 had a little of it. Like from VF4, you mean? Yeah, that'd be cool if VF6 played a bit more like VF4, but I get the feeling it will not. I feel like it'll play quite similar to VF5, but you never know. The animations are nice and subtle. Yeah, the guy did a great job on those. They're really cool. The TV static can bitrate so much, so this probably be better. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. The TV static caused bitrate explosions, unfortunately, as much as I enjoyed it. So we're going with something a little more, chill for the background. Plus VF3 is pretty cool. Or sorry, SF3 is pretty cool. All right, okay, Leon is top tier. He's an amazingly strong character. And the way he works is he's all about, like, jabs and pokes. And he's really good at them. And he's really good at getting you into side turn. And when you're in side turn, you're at extra frame disadvantage. And so he's really good, especially at higher levels, at opening people up and just playing really safe. He's a very safe poking type of character. So I'm trying to think, like Vega, something like that. If you think of Vega from Street Fighter, something like that. Great at poking, great at like staying safe. He doesn't have like huge combos or anything. He just whittles you down. So yeah, he's really good. He's really strong. Steven says, in VF5 you mainly move through executing your character's move. This wasn't the case in VF3. Oh yeah, VF3's movement is crazy. I know exactly what you're talking about. The movement in VF3 is really cool. It's like almost like Smash Brothers, like how fast and like wild it is. Yeah, definitely. VF3 is very unique in that way. And VF4 has a lot of like crazy crouch dashing stuff. Yeah, Leon picked him apart. Shanti isn't that great of a character, and I think, especially against Leon, he'd probably have a little bit of trouble because he's not having the space to drink. Though you can drink during like throws and certain moves and stuff. So there's no broken ass characters in VF like Chun-Li, you know. So we have to like disengage from the third strike tiers to like VF tiers, where they're strong characters, but they're not like Chun-Li strong or anything. But Leon is definitely one of the better characters. He's top tier. Alex says, I want to try VF3. I started getting into VF4. Yeah, VF4 is really cool. I wish there was so there is a way to play it on Fightcade, but no one actually does. So you go on there and it's just like empty lobbies. But and Revo is really fun too. So I just play Revo right now, but it would be fun to play some VF4 online. Where's the shot clock? We need a 30-second shot clock for when you're in the match. Oh, the mirror match. Here we go. So this is a low fence stage, which means it's really easy to ring people out on this stage. This is one of my favorite stages, actually. But you can't step off the side. So in like the river stage, you can push people off the side while they block. This, you need some sort of launcher. It doesn't need to be a big one. It doesn't need to be full launch. You just need to get their butt off the ground, and you can launch them over that little mini fence. This is interesting. Usually you don't see this much dashing and sort of like long distance neutral, but being that it's Leon on Leon, maybe that's part of how he plays. Oh, okay. He's going for the timeout. Oh, and then the mix-up. Nice. Severe Outcome asks, Sarah and Kage player, who's your main? Sarah as well. Fellow Sarah player. Two Sarahs. Two Sarahs meet in an alley. Who will survive? Yeah, I play Sarah as well. I will be excited if we see the Sarah players because I could probably identify them. There's you and then there's Juliet. I don't know if they've made it into the finals. We'll see. But yeah, so Sarah.
I just cancelled like 5 monthly subscriptions. THX mark.
Thanks so much, Vacuum Boots. Vacuum Boots says, I just canceled like 5 monthly subscriptions. I'm glad I was able to inspire you. Yes. Well, you know, it's like one of those things. It's like once you're reminded, you're like, oh, shit, I should probably do that. Like, there was 3 months. It's my fault. I had like 3 months of Xbox Live that I was just paying for because I used Xbox Live to play Final Showdown, funnily enough, for like one match against the guy. He's like, oh, I have the Xbox version. You want to play on that? I was like, okay. So I bought a month's worth of Xbox Live to play Final Showdown, and then I just forgot to cancel it. And so for 3 months, I was getting charged. I was like, oh, damn it. That one was on me. So I canceled it, but it's just always good to have the reminders for those types of things. I always watch my bank account like a hawk. Like every morning I wake up, I'm like, okay, what's going on in here? What's happening in here? 2 Sarah mains in the finals. That'd be cool if the 2 Sarah mains are you and Juliet, because they're some of the best Sarah mains. Yeah, monthly subscriptions are evil. I made you check. Mark, best customer. Well, it's only through like sheer punishment. I'm not a very like regimented person with these types of things. So it's only through sheer punishment of like making mistakes that I've been like, all right, I better check it. But yeah, I'm not usually super good about it. Oh yeah, Zoro says he remembers when VF came out and he thought the blocky characters were amazing. Yeah, I know. Like, early 3D graphics were pretty wild to see back then. I remember thinking like Ocarina of Time was like the most insane looking game, like visually cutting edge thing ever invented. I remember that. When Ocarina of Time came out, I was like, oh my god. These are like real people. It's funny to think about. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I should have done that. Yeah, I know. I wish they had like a 30-second stopwatch. Okay, we got Jeffrey. So Jeffrey's an interesting character because his best move, I think it's called like Rising Volcano or something. I forgot the name of it. But it's not a throw or necessarily, or it's like some kind of... I was looking this up because I don't ever play Jeffrey. I don't play as Jeffrey, but he has like some crazy... I think that was it. He's got some crazy move that just does an insane amount of damage. And it's like, if you can get that move, he instantly is like way strong and dangerous. But other than that, he's like kind of mediocre in terms of his damage and everything. Still a good character, obviously. Okay, Leon's got him in. See, this is where Leon really is strong. If he just is like in your face and he's got you at frame disadvantage, he can just keep pressing your disadvantage. Splash Mountain, there it is. Yeah, hey stranger, Splash Mountain. That's it. That's the move. Splash Mountain. Oh, here he comes. And Jeffrey's got some great throws. So what's cool about Revo and Ultimate Showdown is that the hit sparks in this game, the hit clouds, actually tell you what kind of hits they are, which is really useful in VF, by the way, because you do a lot of like on-hit mix-ups and stuff. So I think it's the... Red is a a normal hit. I think blue or purple is the counter hit. So that's what you're kind of looking for. Yellow's a low, I think. I should remember this. I instinctively remember them as I'm playing them, but I think it's blue or purple that you're looking for, especially on like a mid elbow. Oh my god. Okay, Jeffrey is coming back. The wake-up kicks. So wake-up kicks in this game are really interesting because they're not invulnerable. I actually learned that recently. They're not invulnerable, but they have a lot of advantage in terms of just how fast they are and their like frame advantage and everything. So normally what you want to do is space around them, but if you hit them with a big-ass move in the right timing, you can actually beat them, which is crazy. So they're not actually truly invulnerable. Oh, this is coming down to the wire. Jeffrey pulls it out. Juliet. Yeah. Julieta is in the finals, but not you. Okay. I feel like Julieta actually plays Sarah in a way that's probably better at the higher end because, again, this is just my research. It feels like Sarah is a really solid character defensively at like the lower skill, like the mid and low skill area. But once you get into the higher skill, I think she kind of struggles in certain matchups. So what Julieta does is just uses her mix-ups and her aggression really well. And I think that's kind of at the higher end where she would shine. Versus trying to like, play defensively against Akira or something like that. This is a recent revelation of mine. This could be accurate or not. Is this a team competition? It is. So it's a 5-on-5. And the way it works is it's one match, and then you're out. But if you win, you keep going. And so it's pretty cool. So the way it works is like one guy could technically beat the entire other team if he just wins 5 in a row. And then also like one guy could be the last guy in his team, and he could reverse 5-0 the other guys. So there's always a chance, basically, but the odds get scarier and scarier, obviously, as the team gets smaller. Another Leon player. This is like Team Leon. Okay, the river stage is scary. River stage is one of the scariest stages because you can just get pushed off that side. You do not need to get comboed or anything. If you're blocking, you could just get walked off the edge. So Kage loves this stage. This is Kage's best, like, happiest stage, where he just throws you off into the water. Happens to me all the time. Yeah, that's why there's a lot of shuffling and stuff. Though I think, Jeff, they should be on a little bit of a clock where it's like, all right, 30 seconds, run to the station, go. They should all be like sitting there with their arcade sticks prepared. Screen tears on EVO broadcast. Well, they're probably playing with VSync off though, my friend, because you know they want, you know, Revo actually has really low input lag, so they're probably literally playing with VSync off, don't you think? Because this, I would assume this isn't Final Showdown. Maybe it is. Maybe it's Ultimate Showdown. Sorry, not Final. Maybe this is Ultimate Showdown and they're playing on PS5, but. Actually, you're probably right, now that I think about it, because they wouldn't probably play on PC at EVO, right? So they probably are on PS5, and this is Ultimate Showdown, not Revo. So yeah, then why is it screen tearing? Odd. Maybe the capture card? Okay, so one thing to watch for in VF matches when people are up close is the mix-up between mid and throw on hit and block. So unlike Tekken, VF has really fast throws. In fact, your throw is like one of your fastest options. And so when you hit on block, and also VF does not have a lot of like instant launchers or instant combos. You got to really earn your combos in this game with frame advantage. And so one mix-up that's really strong in VF is you hit them with a mid, and then rather than trying to combo, you throw them when they block instinctively. Oh, wow, the cutout. We assumed he won. So one thing is to watch for is they'll get a hit and then throw the guy, and you're like, what happened? It's because that's a big mix-up. You go mid, it's mid into mid or mid into throw. You see that a lot, and it's just really, it's a really strong mix-up. You usually do it off of a mid elbow or like a jab. They cut to the player a little early. The cameraman got a little excited. The cameraman was a little excited. You know what's fun about restreaming other streams is that, like, it's not my fault. So, like, with Shmup Slam, if there's a camera issue like that, that's my fault. But with EVO, they screw up the camera. It's like, oh, that's EVO's fault. So that's nice. Jeff says wanted to pop in on screen more than the game. Yeah, exactly. The off-screen pop-off. Elliptic Ant asks, what are your thoughts on single-player content in fighting games? World of Light, outfits in Tekken. So I think the single-player content in fighting games is really important, but I think it needs to be as related to the fighting game stuff more so than what we're seeing now. Like, for example, World Tour mode is like hardly related to playing Street Fighter even casually versus something like Virtua Fighter Quest mode, which simulates being a competitive player and stuff. That I always think is the coolest. So stuff like Quest mode, stuff like survival modes, stuff that sort of simulates playing competitively, playing against other people in a fun way, in like a cool way, that will stand the test of time. I think that those modes are definitely better than, all right, let's put in like World Tour mode or some sort of RPG mode or something not, or like a Tekken bowling or whatever. It's like, I mean, Tekken bowling's fun and everything, but it's not great. Like, just play a bowling game, right? We need more stuff related to the actual core gameplay. Yeah, Weapon Master in Soul Calibur 2 is pretty fun. But you're fighting matches in Weapon Master, right? You're like playing through. Weapon Master in Soul Calibur 2 is actually kind of like Quest mode, but with like unlockable weapons and stuff. But so that one's pretty good. Yeah, so Yamhead says, it would be nice if AI opponents played like humans more. Yeah, exactly. So I think one of the best examples of that is quest mode. And then also in Virtua Fighter 5, there's this really underrated mode on Final Showdown. Unfortunately, it's not on Revo or Ultimate Showdown, called Special Sparring, where it has unique AIs that are all really pretty good, but they also have unique playstyles. So for example, there's this Sarah player in Special Sparring who plays just like an internet player, where she'll do like jump kicks and she'll do like just really high commitment stuff that like online players do. You're like, oh my god, it's an online player. So that's pretty good. It's called Special Sparring. It's in VF5 Final Showdown. Okay, so Jackie is like the Ken of Virtua Fighter. That's a good way to think about him. Not only in terms of like he's blonde and he's kind of like a main character, but also in terms of he's just really solid and well-rounded, like Ken, where he does great damage. He's got like all the moves. He's just very solid, but he's also high tier like Ken from Third Strike. So he's basically Third Strike Ken in the meta of the game, where he's just really good, really solid, but nothing like too crazy, nothing too like, oh my god, what's happening? Just a really solid character. Yeah, so the whole like stance changing before round, that's like a thing every Jackie player does. There must be some sort of meta to this other than just to be obnoxious, but yeah, that's something you see a lot. I'm not sure why exactly. Okay, this Leon must be stopped. Okay. Okay, that's... It's so hard to commentate this game because it's so fast. But one thing about Virtua Fighter that's really important to understand is that moves in this game are a lot less safe than in Tekken. So, like strings especially. Like Tekken has a lot of safe strings. In Virtua Fighter, a lot of the strings are kind of risky. Like the further you extend that string, especially at this level, the more dangerous it gets. That's why you see a lot of like one move, one into block, one into throw, one into dash, like short bursts of attacks rather than like long flowing strings. Because some characters have long string-ish strings, but they just get increasingly more negative, basically. And also, you can like interrupt them in different ways and all that. So that's why you see a lot of really up-close sort of short bursts of attacks in VF, especially with crouch dash. Tekken doesn't have a crouch dash necessarily, except the Mishima wave dash is kind of like crouch dash. But in VF, it's a universal mechanic. And crouch dash is really strong because it's like a fuzzy guard where you duck under highs, and then you will be able to rise up into blocking mids. And you also duck under throws. And so throws in VF are really strong. That's probably one of the biggest differences between it and Tekken, is that throws are really core to the meta of the game. Whereas in Tekken, even in older Tekkens, like throws become less and less important because you can just break them, right? So in VF, it's more geared around highs, mids, and throws, whereas in Tekken, it's more like mids and lows, if that makes sense. I'm trying to give kind of a rough summary of the difference. Severe Outcome asks, have you checked out the demo of Neon Inferno? Yes, I haven't checked out the demo, but I'm keeping an eye on the game. I'm definitely going to review it when it comes out. Uh-oh, arcade stick malfunction. I'm definitely going to review it when it comes out, but until then, I'm just kind of like hanging tight, because sometimes what happens is there's a demo for a game, and I think, oh, this demo is pretty cool, and then the game doesn't come out for like 3 years or something, in the world of shmups and arcade games especially. So I usually just wait until the release is sort of nearby. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that one. That one looks cool, so I'm keeping an eye on it. Oh, also Jackie's stage is really cool. I really like, it's like a small fence stage, and it's really really up close and personal. Yeah, his arcade stick exploded. I wonder if he lost or won. He was sabotaged. Enemy grenades hidden in the arcade stick. Sponsored by Suzuki. Nice. I used to have a Suzuki motorcycle. Do you think they'll add Kiryu from Yakuza and VF6? Yes. Yes. You are going to get Yakuza crossover in VF6, which I'm fine with. Do you just play Sarah in VF? Yes, I played Vanessa as well. I used to play Vanessa and I switched to Sarah because now I'm like kind of second guessing myself because I switched to Sarah because Vanessa isn't in all the Virtua Fighter games. She's only in 4 and 5 and she's kind of hard, even harder to play in 4. So I thought, well, I was playing like VF4 a lot, so I was like, oh, well, I'll play Sarah because she's in, you know, both games. But now that I'm playing, this was before Revo came out. But now that I'm playing Revo a lot, I'm like, I'm playing Sarah now. I've played her too much to go back, but I did play Vanessa, and she's really cool too. I'm keeping an eye out. I hope my Vanessa player is in the tournament, but I don't think he is. Ben asks, do I like the Guilty Gear series? I like XX and I like Xrd. I don't like Strive though. But yeah, I like XX and Xrd though. Yeah, I think they're really cool. Okay, so this is the collection outfit. That's funny. Okay, so Jackie's stage, full fence, up close and personal. This might be a little tricky for Aoi. That's how it's pronounced. I double checked it. So how Aoi works is she is kind of like a DOA character inside Virtua Fighter, where she has holds essentially. And so she plays a lot like a DOA character where you can't trust your strings on her because she can hold into your strings. And also she can like stop her string and then hold and bait out like a counter punch and like hold the punch. I think the higher skilled players like here in B-Tribe, she's probably harder to play against these guys because there's one. That was a hold. And the shit she can do if she gets it on you is insane. Like she gets that by the wall. Oh boy. I think she's a really cool character. She's also really popular. If you play online, you'll play a lot of Aois. And what's funny is I was saying, I can't remember, someone or on like watching my matches back that like normally Aoi would probably give a lot of people a lot of trouble, but since I played a lot of DOA and played a lot of DOA online and stuff, I was like, oh, I know what to do here. And basically what you do is you mix in a lot of throws that you normally wouldn't. Like you'll jab and then just throw to counter her her holds. So she's really cool. She's got an amazingly awesome moveset. She's really stylish. I think she's pretty underrated as a character, but she's also very popular online. So she's definitely going to be in VF6. I'll tell you that much. Oh man, see Jackie, once he gets rolling, he's just a beast. There's 3 Vanessa mains. Vanessa is awesome. That's why. Vanessa is a really cool character. Yeah, RR says Aoi is a DOA character. What's funny is Aoi visually is not a DOA character, but her moveset kind of reminds me of DOA because of her holds. Yeah, she's got a really cool, I think Aikido is her fighting style. Very cool. When I very first started playing VF4 Evolution, just locally on PlayStation 2, and I sucked and everything, I always kind of I played her a little bit, and I was like, I didn't understand how her holds worked or anything, and so I was just getting annihilated by the CPU. I'm like, all right, forget this. But yeah, she's really cool. She's really popular too. You'll play her a lot online if you play online. And the trick is, like I said, throw her ass. Like do one punch and then she holds and then you throw her. So that's why she's probably a little tricky to play at the higher levels, because throws are so strong that, you know, you're opening yourself up. I think you got to be like really tricky with your holds, or what they're not technically called holds in Virtua Fighter. They have their own name, but they're essentially holds. Yeah, definitely try her out. She's pretty fun. She's really fun. Short little bursts of attacks. She's got a great sweep too, I remember. Will I be playing Capcom Fighting Collection too? Maybe. What's in it, Ant? What's in the collection? Maybe if there's something cool in there, I might. Hey, Love Code Linux. We're in our first or second match here of Virtua Fighter. We're seeing an Aoi. That's how it's pronounced. I checked. Oh, the cage stage. Uh-oh. Okay, so this is John, but it's like Jean. That's how it's pronounced. I had to check all these pronunciations because I said Jean, and everyone's like, it's not Jean, it's John. Okay, so John, but with like a French accent. He is like the devil Jin of this game. It's pretty cool. Like he's got these strings, and he can hold the input, and the longer he holds the input, it like has more stun, and it gains strength basically. So he has all these mix-ups, and he's got like a command roll attack thing. He's really cool. If he's in 6, I might dabble with him a little bit. I think, from what I've heard in the recent patch, he's also even better than he was before. So he's a absolute beast. And from what I understand, he doesn't have like traditional throws either. He has like these strike throw things. So, but he's getting annihilated by Jack. This Jackie is out of control. He cannot be stopped. There we go. Also, Jean, or John, in Final Showdown, has really cool looking customs. He has like black robes and stuff. He has cool customs in this as well, but obviously they didn't set them up since it's on console rather than arcade. Got him. Oh, is CVS 2 in the collection? That would be cool to try. Is CVS 2 in the collection? Yeah, this Jackie is really strong. Like I said, Jackie's kind of like the Ken of this game, where he's just very well-rounded, very solid. He will murder your entire team without breaking a sweat. Oh man, I'll definitely have to check it out if CVS 2 is in it. Absolutely. I've been waiting for a chance to sort of try CVS 2 out in like a port. Because I remember it being on like the GameCube. I remember people used to use Dolphin to net play it on the GameCube. Do you guys remember that? So, playing Cat Stevens says, Gene's out of combo. Offensive moves made no sense. Or John's, sorry. It's hard for me to break that habit. He's a beast. He is a monster. I was watching the Maximilian tournament, and there was a John player from Japan, because everyone else was, you know, Western American, either from like, you know, the States or Canada or wherever, because it was regional. And there was a Japanese player who lives in Canada now. He just annihilated everyone with John. It was crazy. No Brad's in any team. We saw Brad earlier. We did. We saw Brad. Brad's a pretty solid character, so we'll probably see him. Though I think often with Virtua Fighter, it's more like whoever is good and plays your character kind of ends up deciding whether the character's in the tournament or not. The Aoi player got annihilated. I thought she won for a second there, but nope. I saw Brad earlier. He might be eliminated, though. Wow. This Jackie player. And you know the thing about Virtua Fighter is, like, if you're somewhat better than the person you're playing, you just obliterate them. You know, it's like Melee in that way, where because it's so, there's so much nuance, and there's so many like small details building on top of each other, that the skill gaps in the game feel really like stark, right? Like if one, even among the better players, if one player is better than the other player, they just obliterate the guy. You know, because there's no comeback mechanics. There's it's all very, and it's so frame advantage, frame data based. You know, like hard reads and stuff. There's some of that, but it's just very holistic, I guess. So all these little details build up on top of each other.
現状の試合展開がちょっと把握できないので、
はい
ちょっとお届けできないんですが、
はい
まあ次、ヴィラン連合が迎えるのはパイブラプロデュースかゲームスポットハテナ町田下北沢。
Yeah, among Mork, he was the Brad player was short-lived. He did not have a long journey. Low variance, exactly, gents. That's a great way to describe it. Yes. Melee's like that too. Melee, that's why they had like the gods of Melee and all that, because it's just if you were better than someone, you were just better. And he had to really, there's a lot of like X Factor, all these details building on top of each other that would put players into these higher skill brackets. I think VF's kind of like that too, where just these small, all these situations, all these patterns, all this decision making, the pace of it. That's in, yeah, in Itsuno games for Fighting Collection too. That's interesting. Okay, where are we? Now, U.S. Hospital, I remember them. They're beasts. I think they were in, I remember them being in finals before. I don't know if they won, but I remember them being in finals. So, where the hell are we? Oh, that's top 16. Okay, we already passed top 16 though. Where's the current bracket? Hey, how's it going, Private Night Lesson? Yeah, I was saying a lot of people will leave the beginning of the stream during the first part of it and then come back for the end because it's so long. 2 tournaments back to back. And not exactly quickly paced tournaments either. Lots of downtime, lots of chatting about things, lots of setting things up. Oh boy.
さあこの8チームがトップ8。
はい。ここまででいかがでしょうか。
はい、そうですね。このそうですね。暴れ馬牧場上がってきましたね。これ。
Come on, let's go, EVO.
ベスト16入りも初めてで。
Love and Code and EX says this and Vampire Savior. Vampire Savior are my favorite fighting games. Yeah, Vampire Savior seems really cool. Yeah, well, it might not be Revo, Cat Stevens. It might be Ultimate on the PS5. You need a mic stand. Oh, yeah, the legend of the mic stand. Let me show you. Look at this. Here it is. Here's part of it. Yeah, I have a mic stand, or I used to have one, but I disassembled it. Because I'd like slap it, I'd kick it, it was always in the way. This space in here is really tight. It's a small enclosed space, so I was always fighting the mic stand, and it was always in the way. So I scrapped it. I said, you know what? I'm just going to hold this damn thing. Hey, Rubbish, how's it going? Just woke up? It's time for some Virtua Fighter, my friend. Well, exactly, Vampire Survivor. You know, I used to always, what's funny is I used to always call Vampire Survivor Vampire Savior for forever. And then I did all these reviews where I said, my review and discussing Vampire Survivor, so now I say it all the time. So now I have to retrain my brain to go back to Vampire Savior. It's a lampstand now. It's just like sitting in a corner. It's a sad mic stand now. It's been fired. It's out of work. Don't you dare go to commercials right now. Oh, we're going to the trailer? Damn. Get one of those Shoutcaster headsets with a great mic. You know what? Don't tempt me with that idea because I might do something like that for streaming. Go full Gwen Stefani and have like a headset. I might do that. Savior has such a beautiful pace. You can play like 120 games in 2 hours. That's crazy. I didn't know that. This is like the trailer. There must be some sort of delay. Maybe one of the teams went missing. One of the teams has been kidnapped. This is a great trailer, but I mean, it's better than running a commercial, I'll say that. Maybe Vampire Survivor killed Vampire Savior. Yes, stole its IP. This is, yeah, Final Showdown footage. Yeah, this is from last year. So last year they played on Final Showdown. I was kind of wondering if they'd play on the arcade version this year. But nope. They play on, I think they're playing on console. Just based off the fact that it's a EVO and Sony owns EVO. So they're probably playing on PS5. So they're probably playing Ultimate Showdown, not Revo. But, you know, the offline of Revo and Ultimate Showdown are similar. Except I think Revo has less input lag offline than Ultimate because it's on PC and has like NVIDIA Reflex and you can turn off VSync. Bring back the classic UI. Yeah. I was saying I really liked the overlays too for... Oh, you think it's Revo? So it's on PC, do you think? 100%? That's interesting. That'd be kind of cool if it was Revo on PC. We need to... Someone go to the options menu so we can check. Go to the options menu and see if there's NVIDIA Reflex. Sega did make a big deal about PC being the best for a competition. Ooh. Ooh, intrigue. Yeah, Revo feels amazing. It's such a good port. I tested the input lag. It's crazy low. Oh, wow. So even the EVO website says it's the Revo version. Revo for the win. Yeah, so Sega must have insisted. And here's probably what happened. Sony says, no one gives a shit about Virtua Fighter. Fine. Play on your stupid PCs. That's probably what EVO said. By the way, we're not giving you English commentators. That's cool that Suzuki's a sponsor. Ben asks, do you prefer stick for shmups? Absolutely. So, time for show and tell. Here's my arcade stick. Right here. Get over here. I know it looks like hell. It's been through a lot. It's been through a lifetime of punishment. But here's my Korean lever. Yep. I play on a golden stick Korean lever. But yeah, I definitely play on stick. Absolutely. 100%. I play stick for like everything. If I can use a stick on it, I'll use it. So yeah, definitely. So the funny thing is this is a wrap 4 case. Yeah, the case is a wrap 4. Nothing inside it is stock except like the start button. Like the buttons on the side and the start button are stock. I switched everything out. The lever, because the PCB is switched out because I have a Brooks Ultimate board in there. So the PCB is switched out, the lever is switched out. I think I switched some of the buttons out, except the start button, which I need to switch out because it's going out. Everything about it is different except the actual case. I'm gonna get one too. Missing cable door. Yeah, that cable door is lost at sea. We'll never know what happened to that cable door. I mean, it's been years since I've even seen that thing. What parts do I use? So I use a golden lever. So that's the Korean stick that I use. And then I have a video on my channel called like the perfect arcade lever, which is basically explaining my arcade stick and why I love it so much. And I go over the exact parts in that. It's been so many years, I forget what they are, like the sizes and everything, but they're golden stick parts basically. I'm not even sure if all of them are still like available or not. Pi Bra Produce, nice. Yeah, the team names are always sort of humorous and funny. There's always a sort of humor to them, definitely. Hey, good night, Chernobyl. Thanks for tuning in. Thesis Arcades. Thesis arcade stick, yeah.
青いブラッドジャッキーがこれめちゃくちゃバランスいいですね。
そうですね。
Under defeat twin stick with the nunchuck must be nice with its notches. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know if the notches help as much as I thought they would, but it's pretty fun. I was gonna play it at Shmup Slam, but then I realized in order to get the nunchuck to connect up to a PC, you need to like play with drivers and install special drivers and go into the registry and allow experimental drivers and stuff. And I don't want to bring my entire gaming PC to Shmup Slam in Colorado with me. So I was like, alas, no under defeat for me this year because I don't want to like install special drivers on their PC and everything. So instead, I'm gonna play Lilac Zero. But yeah, I was initially gonna play under defeat, but the Wiimote being kind of a pain. What's my favorite fighting game visually? King of Fighters 2002, probably. Definitely up there. King of Fighters, that's like late sprite art. 2002. I like 2002 more than 13. I know 13 is more popular for its visuals, but I actually like 2002's graphics a little more. Like it's a little bit more spritey, but still very lush and beautiful. So I would say in terms of visuals, my favorite looking 2D fighters 2002. Third Strike looks amazing as well. Third Strike's definitely up there. As far as 3D fighters, that's kind of tricky. I do like Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown a lot. And I do like Virtua Fighter 4 a lot. And I do like Tekken 4 a lot. Tekken 4 looks amazing. Hard. I don't have a clear winner for the 3D fighters that I can think of. I like a lot of them quite a bit. I think Revo looks pretty good too. I definitely do not like the modern Street Fighters though, I'll tell you that. And like Tekken 8 at times looks incredible. Like Tekken 8 can look amazing, gameplay issues aside. But, oh, of course, DOA 4 looks amazing. Yeah, it's harder for me with 3D fighters because I like them all for, like, different reasons. Yeah, for DOA, yeah, definitely 4. I definitely like DOA 4 the best visually. It's so clean and so, like, playful and fun. That one I really like. Soul Calibur 2 looks amazing. Yeah, there's a lot of really good 3D fighters. I guess there's a lot of really good 2D fighters too, like Guilty Gear XX, Accent Core. That looks amazing. I like that more than Xrd actually. Accent Core. It's actually a little easier for me to rank things that I don't like visually than things I do like visually, because if I like something visually, I'm usually like, okay, it looks good, you know. But if I don't like something visually, it's a little easier for me to articulate why. Oh yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 looks amazing. All that era of Capcom stuff's really good. Okay, this Aoi needs to... Oh, damn. The Aois are not doing well. VF animations, Tekken 8 effects, DOA models. What a combo. That's a great one. I am insane. Yeah, I think you're getting there. Yeah, VF animations, Tekken 8 effects, DOA models. You're really getting there. Yeah, you're getting close there. I do like some of the... So I like the male Tekken and Virtua Fighter characters better, though, than the DOA male characters. I think they always look a little weird. So you'd have to... For the ladies would be the DOA characters, but for the dudes, you'd need Tekken and VF guys in there. Their art style. Because I've always felt like DOA's, the male characters other than Ryu, always look kind of odd. You know, they don't look quite right. Bushin says, morning, Mark and chat. Joining late, but damn, you're dedicated. I know, right? This is kind of one of those for passion streams because VF's not a super popular game. And we're in the middle of the night, but I love this tournament, so might as well. I don't like 3S visually, Chase says. I like it. I like 3S's visuals, how like moody and muted they are. That's something about some sprite art games that kind of sets me apart. For example, DOJ. I've heard a lot of people say they don't like DOJ as much as some of the other cave games because it's like more muted and kind of moody. But I've always kind of liked that too. So that's what I like about 3S is it's kind of a little dark and a little understated in some ways. Kudo says both top 3 teams facing each other early. Ooh, interesting. I know US Hospital's a really good team. I recognize that one. I'm switching back to VF every time the PS5 overheated. There you go. Oh, Go. Oh, Go's a really cool character. So I play Sarah, but I really like Go, so we're going to have to cheer for the Go here. Rare Go sighted. He's like a rare Pokemon. Get him. But John is such a good character, and a lot of really good players with him too. Oh yeah. So this is a low fence. So if he can get him off that side. Though that being said, like ringing people out in VF isn't like that. It's a strategy and it's a good one, but it's like not something that's like super common. Like you're not constantly trying to go for that. But it's also like a threat. If you start getting closer to those walls, you're getting scared. So it keeps you having to move. It keeps the 3D element of the game really in play. You can't just back up. You know, you're just going to get in trouble. Our Go player is getting annihilated, by the way. Come on, man. Come on. So Go is interesting against Jean. It's an interesting matchup. Because he's got slower strikes, but he's got his amazing throws and grabs and stuff. But then John has all these like strikes and he can like hold them and stuff. Oh my god. This is a beatdown. This is a murder. Someone call the police. Oh my god. That's what I was saying earlier. Like the skill gaps between players in this game can be really brutal. Yeah. What is the Go customization? That's like the swimsuit set. He's playing the swimsuit Go customization. Go going for a swim. Bushin says, also Mark, when you said customs for VF Arcade, you mean the knockout special mode only for arcades? Yes, that let you make customs and show them off in the pre-match character select screen. Yeah, like because when you watch like old Beat Tribe tournaments up to this one, every player had like custom characters. It was pretty cool. Jean is overtuned. Is he a little powerful now? Did he get a little too much of a status buff? It's hard for me to. It's okay. Tan Chan will carry US Hospital. Yes, US Hospital I think won last year, right? I know they were in the finals at least. I recognize that one. Yeah, we saw Go briefly. It's like seeing a shooting star. But this John player just might be a beast too. Okay, so this is US Hospital. So they got the Akira's coming out. Okay, this is a good matchup. Akira can do really well against John, so there's no character matchup issues at all. I mean, there's hardly any in VF anyway, but I mean, Akira it does perfectly fine. So it's down to player skill now. Man, he's such a. I love how active he is. He's such an interesting character because even though he has like these like big strikes and stuff, he's just so active and he's always like moving around and rolling and swinging. He's a really cool character, honestly. I like John a lot. If he's in 6, I might dabble with him a little bit. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Devil Jin. Oh, there it is. That low. He's got interesting moves too. It's kind of hard to when you're first playing him. It's kind of hard to understand what's even happening. Oh, great sidestep. Okay, here's the throw. Karate. So a high damaging throw. So the way it works in VF is there's more complex throw inputs, and those do higher damage. So for example, like if you do like a half circle throw, depending on the character, you'll get like a more damaging throw. But also, since it's the more damaging throw, it's also more likely to be broken, only because the person you're fighting is going to guess that when they throw break. They're going to guess, oh, you're going to go for the damaging throw, aren't you? So there's you can only break one throw type in VF at once, so you have to commit to that. So usually it's smart to kind of break their most damaging throw, but then that also opens you up to getting like neutral thrown a lot. It's pretty cool. Okay, here comes. Oh, see, he went for the throw. That was a fuzzy guard there. Here's the elbow. Akira is really good at that. Akira is really good at playing that like elbow throw, up close, power strikey style. Yeah, the two side steps were cool. Yeah, the side steps in VF are really awesome. Also, sidestepping in VF is invulnerable on startup, so it's not like Tekken where you'll get clipped. They have literal iframes from what I understand, so you'll never get clipped. So it's like, did the sidestep work? But then the way it also works is if the sidestep fails, it has no evasive property at all. So if you sidestep and it fails, you are fully invulnerable. Or sorry, fully vulnerable. So then you need to like try to cancel it or block or dash or do something. So the sidesteps are more discreet in this than they are in Tekken, but they're also a lot cleaner. I've eventually grown to prefer the VF sidestep system. It took me a little while because I did kind of enjoy older Tekken style sidestepping, where it was a little bit more like manual. But at the pace of this game, it ends up being really well done the way the sidestep system works. Okay, Akira on Akira. Oh, damn. The Akira mirror match is really fun to watch because it's just dudes pummeling each other. There's not going to be a lot of like long-range pokes or anything. They're just going to dash at each other's faces and beat the hell out of each other. So the part that makes Akira extremely scary is after he knocks your ass down. He is terrifying. The shit he can throw at you on wake up and the way he can just power into you. Look at him. Last time I checked, Akira was the best character in the game, but there's been a patch since then, so I don't know if he's either improved or not improved or whatever, but he's still a really good character. And you're almost always guaranteed to see him. He's kind of like the Yun of the game, I guess. If it, obviously not as broken as Yun, but kind of like that. Like every team, there's an Akira. You'll find one. On that throw, ooh, it's a nasty one. Because he gets like a combo, and then you end up backwards. Oh, we got him in side turn. So in Virtua Fighter, side turn's a big deal. Because shit will hit that won't work in the same way if they're forward facing. Because you gain extra advantage frames. So if you get him in side turn, it takes them time to turn back to forward. And your moves that's why the sparks were blue. Like your moves are just better. They're stronger. So getting them in, it's very 3D. Look at that. You get his ass. So I guess that must be kind of a meta in the Akira matchup here, is you get him in side turn. Breaker says, I miss old Soul Calibur movement. Oh, absolutely. Especially Soul Calibur 2. That was a hell of a match. I really enjoyed that. So, how are our heroes doing? Because I'm not following which team is which. I don't like the EVO overlays because the light blue makes it really hard to read. They should have added black outlines to the text because it's really hard to read the overlays. Like, because I'm not watching full screen. I'm watching in a little window here so I can see the chat as well. And so I can, like, hardly see who's playing, what the teams are. Unless I get old man mode and put my face up to the monitor. Yeah, Akira's always a really... Akira is like very VF. He's like... That's why he's also very good as like the mascot for the game. He's not only a mascot for the game in terms of how he looks, he's also a mascot in terms of like how he plays. He's just a very VF character. The dojo. Okay, Jackie versus Akira. We got Ken versus Ryu, essentially. Here we go. Now, is this the same Jackie that killed everyone? If I could read the names, I would tell you, but the light font and the light back makes it like impossible. I can just see how long the names are. Ooh, this Akira is terrifying. Okay, great sidestep. So there's something really cool, is that in Virtua Fighter, you can move while crouching a lot. And like you can do a lot of stuff that's not technically crouching, but it's so seamless and slick, it kind of looks like you're crouching. For example, you can crouch dash, sidestep, crouch dash, and it just looks like you're sidestepping while crouching. You're not, but it's so slick and smooth, it kind of looks that way. Akira's really benefits from this too. The dude is just always sliding around. Look at him. He's just always sliding with an elbow, waiting to hit you in the face. Okay, backing off, creating a little space. Jackie got the round. I thought Akira did. Ooh, great grab there. Oh, that was just out of range. That was just on the tip of the range. I always root for Ken. Jackie's pretty cool. I'm not sure which character I like better, Jackie or Akira. I'm kind of torn, divided. But I kind of want the Jackie player to win here. This guy needs to be stopped. He needs to be shut down. Then again, he is US Hospital, so maybe I should cheer for him. We'll decide later. Okay, so he's up. I like how Virtua Fighter plays best of fives, by the way, with the round counts. I really like that. I guess that's Tekken's like that too. Ooh, my God. Now, it's always possible to come back, but it's like real hard. Because like the slightest jab. But if you can get the frame advantage, here we go. Push him. There's no chip. There we go. Yeah, that was tough. Yeah, the game doesn't have chip that I'm aware of. But like, you can kind of sort of essentially take chip damage with like little jabs and little baby strikes. Okay, let's get into it. Instantly into the match. Go, go, go. 30-second timer. Oh man, people are getting hype. It would be crazy if US Hospital got knocked out this early. They're a really good team. But you never know with team formats. You gotta. The interesting thing about teams is that everyone, it's like everyone kind of needs to play well, right? So there's this natural RNG element to teams that's not quite the same as in singles, because you could have like for example, a team where one day everyone's playing amazing and they're just unstoppable. Then you have another day where like 3 guys are playing good, 2 guys are choking. So the team format's always interesting because it's harder. It seems harder to be consistently good as a team in this format than it is to be consistently good in singles. But that's just me observing these tournaments. But then again, if your team has a massive skill advantage, maybe that compounds, builds on itself. So much pressure on each individual member, exactly. Especially because you get one match. So you got to pull this off. You got to come in cold and win. That's why I also think you get a lot of these like momentum swings in teams, because like the guy who's playing and he won, he's got a little bit of momentum that the guy coming in doesn't. So sometimes you can, like that Akira player, he just kept, or that Jackie player, I think it was, he just kept going. All right. If one Jackie doesn't succeed, send in Jackie number 2. Maybe 2 will do the trick. Here we go. Now, this is Jackie's home field advantage. He's got the sick purple jacket. That's like plus 20 skill points right there. So that's good. He's got the skill point edge. Hit throw. Those are always hype. Oh, he's feeling himself. Throw break. Great, like back turn, I think it's called. Hitting him from the back. Uh-oh. That recovery, yeah. It's kind of scary sometimes because VF has a lot of options getting off the ground, but they're not like super amazing, you know. They're all like, there's a lot of risk management happening with recovery. Like rolling away can be kind of good, but if they're chasing after you, that can be bad. Side rolling can be good. But yeah, there's a lot of strategy just in the tacking, waking up system of the game. And you don't have like super or anything to like, oh, I'll just super wake up or whatever. Oh, yep. So roll into kick. A little risky, but you got to do it every now and again to let them know that you'll do it. Great throw. Push him to the wall. Walls in this game are, if there's a comeback mechanic in this game besides ring outs, it's the walls. Oh my God. You get him on the wall, you can beat the hell out of him. It was funny is, as I was learning, oh my God, that Akira. So it was funny, as I was learning to play VF a little bit, especially VF5, I was looking up on their forum or whatever, like wall mechanics, and I swear I was reading like the wall guide for VF, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but the wall guide was like, yeah, we don't actually know how these walls work. No one does. It's an unfathomable mystery how the walls in this game work. Just hit shit. I was like, well, nice. Okay. Obviously, there's probably more information than that, but it was funny. I was just reading this strategy post on walls, and it just gave up trying to explain them. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, kept it going. I love the fake kicks, by the way. There's lots of, Sarah has this too, and Jackie has some overlap with Sarah, where she has fake kicks, where you start the kick and you instantly cancel it, so you get like a little bit of an animation, but then the animation stops and you can like throw. So it's like a, it's hard to actually pull off, but it's pretty good for like mixing in like throws and stuff. But man, this is what I was saying. Hey, how's it going, Lars? Glad you could catch us live. Yeah, so this is exactly what I was saying. With these team games, I also feel like once a guy starts to get momentum, like this Akira player, it's really hard to stop them. Because because everyone coming in doesn't have momentum, right? It's like one guy's sprinting, and as he's turning the corner, you need to sprint next to him. You have to go from 0 to full sprint, so it can be really difficult. I feel like I've played some sort of team match or something. What was it in? Because I know this feeling exactly, but I can't remember what it was. I played some sort of team match like this. Was it tennis, maybe? Maybe it was tennis. I can't remember, but I remember having to deal with this. Yeah, okay, we got the swimsuit edition. Pi. Is she the anchor? I think she's the anchor. Okay, so this Pi player needs to win. It's all on the line. She's using the DOA strategy of distracting the Akira player. Hopefully this works. Oh, great throw break. The fence is terrifying. Do not get on that fence. Pi is also a little bit of, not a, DOA is not exactly the right term, but what I mean is she has a lot of like strings that kind of flow. And Virtua Fighter is much more of a sort of brutalist style fighting game with the strings where they're like short, choppy strings. But Pi feels a little bit more like a Tekken character or a DOA character where her strings kind of flow into each other a little more. Her stances will like mix into each other visually. She'll move through her animations in kind of tricky ways. So she can be kind of tricky to deal with. She's also a really popular character, so you'll play against her a lot online. This Pi player is... She needs to be good, or he needs to be good with her, because being the anchor, you always put the best player at the end, basically. for the fallen comrades, like the spirit of the dead infuse the final player. Oh, great launcher. Okay, here we go. Push into the wall. Oh, those side steps. Oh my god. Moving around the wall, sliding through it. This Akira player is just insane. That was, oh my god. So Akira can guard break, that's what that is. He can break your freaking guard and put you in this little mix-up scenario. And it's like, when you're watching it, it seems fast, but in like Virtua Fighter time, those guard breaks are kind of slow. But when he's getting you all mixed up and he's slipping and sliding, it's really tricky. So here's one. This Pi player, though, I like the strategy. I think the Pi player coming in is coming in really aggressive to kind of shut down his momentum. But, uh-oh, the momentum has restarted. And I think Akira's, he's a lot scarier than Pi in just a slug match. This guy's going to take out the entire team. He's going to take out every single member of this team right now. Okay, final match. Regaining the momentum. This game is so momentum-based. It is actually in the way the moves work, too, because frame advantage is huge. You want to keep that frame advantage, keep pressing it. Rather than trying to cash it out into launchers and stuff. I mean, those two, but like a lot of these scenarios. Oh, amazing throw break. Oh my god, it's not over. Akira can still make this happen. Oh, great throw. That's it. A side throw or whatever, sidestep into throw. Woo, that was amazing. Saved his freaking team. Remember, that Pi is from Hong Kong and not China. Oh, interesting. Oh, Pi the character. I thought you meant the player. I was like, whoa, player all the way from Hong Kong. Oh, the character. Yeah, she's a restaurant. No, her father owns a Chinese restaurant, right? Isn't that the story? Lao. He's another character in the game. They have kind of similar styles, so it seems like Pi is just better. Okay. So that was, but remember though, that was just one guy. That was just one supercharged Akira. They got to get through now this Pi player needs to get through the rest of the team. So, yeah, that's going to be a little rough. But, like I said, if you can build that momentum, it's hard to stop a player really cooking. Ooh, people know. I think this is a pretty significant match here. People are getting hype. I have that Adidas shirt, by the way. The guy on the right there, fixing the cab, I have that shirt. This is teamwork. Yeah, you know, I always wonder, like, in a team format like this, in Virtua Fighter has strategy. It has sort of, like, habits and stuff. Do you think the team members walk over to their... Because it's a team game, so team members can talk to each other, I believe. So do you think, like, an action movie actress, that's right. No, that's, you know, you're right. Yeah, she's an action movie actress, you're right. Okay. Because I was thinking of Eileen, but she's like a singer or something. Anyway, in a team format like this, do you think the players kind of walk over and be like, listen, you know, the guy coming in, he goes for a lot of, like, back throws or something. Like, what would you say to your teammate to kind of get them prepared? You know, and it could be one of those situations where maybe the less you say, the better. Random question, any advice on the hive section in the hive section with the big Bs in DOJ Stage 5? Yes, Forbidden Dave. So that section is very memo heavy. That's one of the more memo heavy stages. So definitely use save state practice and watch some replays, because that's a pretty memo heavy section there, because you could just get trapped otherwise. The swimsuit edition on swimsuit edition, the counter strategy. Brad is back. Someone asked earlier if there's a Brad player. Here he is. Brad's, like I said, he has a boxing style, I believe. And so he does a lot of these sort of ducking maneuvers. He'll get up close and sort of duck highs and that type of thing. It's pretty cool. Like there they are. And then they lead into like these mix-ups where you don't. It's like a. I don't know if it's necessarily a stance. I haven't played Brad, but I know it's terrifying when he's doing it to you. Okay. Oh, the lows. That's the disrespect. Lows and VF are extremely risky, really risky. So to just nail him with like low after low, that's some that's some disrespect right there. Nice mid. Oh, launch into nothing. Oh, the movement, great throw break. The Brad players, I think he's got this. Uh-oh. Well, Pi better survive, though. Otherwise, we're going to run out of matches. Oh, great. To the wall. That was a high damage throw there. If you get like a little cutscene thing, that usually means it's a high damage throw. Oh, the Pi's gaining momentum back. See those sort of ducking moves he does? Oh, right under the highs. That was amazing. Oh, man. This Brad player, once he gets you down, he just throws everything at you. Lows included. Ooh, the string. That was risky. Shouldn't have done that. That was, like I said, strings are really risky. Like finishing a string at this skill in the game is, that was, you know, basically betting it all right there. Yeah, that was, so all the outfits are from the swimsuit pack. So the players are going swimsuit edition. You know, I'm surprised they don't play the Yakuza pack. Mork says, no, that clinch broke. So Brad, I don't exactly know how his moves work a lot, so I'm kind of taking some guesses here as to what's going on. So yeah, if I'm a little off, I apologize. I tried to, I mean, I know the characters I've played. I tried to study them a little bit before the stream, but turns out it's a little tricky. Next match is a repeat of the 2023 EVO Final, Lamau. So, what is one of them? Eye candy wins all. Yeah, exactly. So, I'm trying to guess. Is he a Kage player? I'm trying to remember. Is he a Kage player? Come on, am I right? Is this a Kage right here? Because I feel like the final was... Oh, it's a Jackie player. Of course it's a Jackie player. I remember there being... I think that was EVO Japan I was thinking of. There was like a Kage in the finals. I think that was last year's EVO Japan. Maybe? Miss anything? Yeah, you actually did that. Oh my god. Okay, so this is Tanchai. Didn't he win EVO? Yeah, bring in Jackie. So the Pi player has like single-handedly saved his team against just an onslaught from this earlier Akira player. And now the momentum, the Pi cannot be stopped. Too powerful. But I believe the Jackie player won EVO or something? Yeah, thanks for tuning in, new type. Oh my god. Okay, 1-1. This is everything. This could be... Yeah, Cuter says he's insane. Okay, so... But the Pi player seems like a real legitimate threat. So this could be... This is a really good match here. That's a high damage throw, I believe. Slipping and sliding right under the grab. Ducked right under that. Crouch dash. It's all about the crouch. Oh my god. Calling out the fuzzy guard. You cannot fuzzy guard on this Pi. Oh, there we go. After all of that, he'll just knock you down anyway. Oh, great fuzzy there. Throw break. Launcher, that's it. Yeah, you get launched. You're just dead. I mean, at that health. Not like full health or anything. Oh, great throw break. The post throw break is really interesting in this game because, you know, throw breaks occur so often. There's a whole post throw break spacing game that occurs. The Jackie player is got the momentum. Pi is really, this is really good. They're both, it's interesting. They're both playing aggressively and defensively at the same time. They're like coming in, threatening space, but then like blocking. It's very good. It's very, oh, great throw break. All the throws are being okay, that, oh my god, yep, the wall. The ultimate death mechanic. Yeah, exactly, Chase. You can tell that was really high level. How quickly they're like building on the interactions with each other. That was insane. But like I said, if there was sort of an X factor to this game, other than ring outs, it's the walls. You can just get annihilated if you get knocked into those. This was EVO Grand Finals all over again. Yeah, in a condensed manner, since it was a 5-on-5, you get like one match, death match. That was cool too. I love that stage, that like small fence stage, the city stage. Great soundtrack, great like lighting and effects, and then you're just in a cage with walls all around. The wall is the real boss. Yeah, exactly. Well, ring outs are even more scary, but walls are more common. Clearly confused says Tanchan is pretty young for a VF greatest of all time. He's 32 years old. That's awesome. The millennials are overtaking the Gen Xers. They're rising into the ranks of Virtua Fighter, and not because we're old, right? It's because we're brilliant prodigies. Not because we're getting older. That's not the case. Don't even think that. It's because we're just getting smarter by the day. Man, but this Akira, let's not forget this Akira player. He made this match happen. He was taking everyone out. I got some ground beef in the fridge. Everyone wants some burritos. I know, I wish you could like somehow virtually share food. We haven't quite reached that level yet, Toad, but someday. Someday. I'm not old, my back. We're ascending, exactly. That's right. We actually get younger. I explain this to my children. I actually get younger by the day, not older. It's just a special thing about my generation. By the way, the exposed soundproofing here, this is just thematically matching the EVO commentators. I want to fit in with them. So I have like random, like backdrops. Backdrops are esports, dude. Backdrops are 2 esports. No backdrops. We're going exposed soundproofing, exposed wires. Dudes in the background like carrying bags. Backdrops are for those esports like chumps. YOLO half background. Actually, it's because it's burning hot out, even still. And I'm just gonna pass out, so we're getting a little bit of fresh air, a little bit of cool air. Yeah, scaffolding and Kawasaki's. That's right. Zachary Reeves can buy a house with the winnings, hopefully. Oh, I'm missing the joke. Breaker says, now that it's slightly exposed, care to tell us about your booth setup? Yeah, so if you really want to see the evolution of the Shmups shed, you can actually, it's the same shed over all of these years. So if you go back to my early videos, I'm still in the same tiny room. It's tiny. It's like the Shmup shed, that's why it's called the shed. It's like arm length. So if I go like this, if I stretch my arms both directions, I can touch both walls. So I can touch the far wall and I can touch obviously the door right here. So it is tiny. Yeah, I guess it would be like a sound booth. That's kind of the best way to describe it. It is like a sound booth in here. And so it turns out in sound booths, when you close the doors, you do get good acoustics and everything. But in the summer, in the Idaho summer, they get super hot. So that's also one reason why I don't stream that much in the summer. I just die. I just cook. Was it a walk-in closet? No, it's a storage shed is what it is. It's a storage shed. So that's why it doesn't have AC. That's why it doesn't have... It has heat because I have a little heater out here. But so in the winters it's fine because I can make it warm, but I can't make it cold. I have a swamp cooler I can run. So when I'm out here working, I can run the swamp cooler and cool off, but I can't run the swamp cooler while recording or streaming because it's insanely loud. So, and you'd see like my hair blowing and stuff. So, yeah. So I just have to deal with the heat. So there you go. It's the smaller the room, the better the player. Yeah, this is some real. I'm really just method acting like Japanese Tokyo studios. Like, just imagine I'm recording in Tokyo with this size of a workspace, or like in Korea. Is your PC the heater? It used to be. That's funny you asked that, Zachary. Not even as a joke. Before now it gets pretty warm in here because of the soundproofing. It really insulates it. Yeah, it's tiny. No wonder I'm sweating. The soundproofing really insulates it, but back in the old days, before I had the soundproofing, I literally would come out here and turn on my PlayStation 4 and my PC to warm it up, and my old CRT, because they would put out so much heat. I would just turn them on and like come in 30 minutes later. Toad asks, do I have a fan? Yes, but I cannot run it while I record. It's impossible. It's impossible to dampen. It's so loud. It'd be like a jet engine running. So yeah, when I record, I'm just in the heat, baby. I'm just cooking. Yeah, the PC definitely accounts for a lot of the heat. So this summer, I think I'm going to actually invest in a liquid cooling system to see if that helps a little bit. Even though it probably doesn't help that much, even just a little bit. So I'm probably going to get a... The PS4 is an amazing heater. The PS4 gets so hot. It will output... You could just like blow dry your hair with a PS4. If you don't have a blow dryer, just get a PS4 and stick your head up to the vents. It'll dry it for you. It's so bad. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna get a liquid cooling system for my PC. Yeah, I better get a mini towel. Exactly. Yes, this is I'm just. Yeah, you guys will know the day I get a studio. It'll be a big deal if I ever get like a little studio. I was looking into like maybe like renting out like a little tiny like office to record from. But the prices in Idaho is not high real estate prices compared to other places. But still, like the prices for renting out a studio, it's like, all right, so I would literally make like negative income attempting to do that. So we will just be DIY for the foreseeable future. I'm gonna have to figure out some sort of like. Oh, okay. Zachary says the liquid cooling only helps keep the CPU temperature down. The heat still goes into the room. Damn. So I'm probably gonna have to figure out some like high IQ way to cool this shed out here somehow. I'll find a way this summer. If I have to, like, I don't know what I'll do, but I'll figure. I'll have to figure something out. Yeah, I can't hear. You know, I don't have. I've looked. It's like impossible. Yeah, you need to vent the heat outside. That's the tricky thing. I'll look, because when I'm in here working and playing games, I can just run the swamp cooler. It's just the recording part that's hard. Yeah, yeah. So in the winters, it's cold, totally fine, because you know, I can get warm in here. But it's just the summers that's tricky. Summers are just the tricky part. Any Alaskans in the chat? One thing I've been doing is just recording like really early in the mornings. Pay a little man to run to the corner store for a bag of ice every hour. No kidding. You say that as a joke, but I may try that. I may like try to ice it up in here. Man, this is a long break. Yeah, Chase. Our Chance. Chance says, yeah, in the winter you just need to turn on Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, there you go. That'll warm up because the performance, that'll warm up the place. Yeah, Bushin understands. He lives in New York. I bet he lives in even a tinier. This is just a studio, you know. So someday I'll get a bigger studio. Or figure out some sort of AC situation. Maybe it'll be more likely that like some kind of cutting edge AC solution occurs before then. Toad says he can't get any beers right now. The corner stores are closed. Bummer. Yeah. Though you got to have like a gas station you could probably go to, right? Probably a gas. No, I guess not. Maybe, you know, you might not have a 24-hour gas station nearby. Favorite Taito shmup? Rayforce. Yep, Ben, I agree. That's my favorite Taito shmup as well. Though, I haven't played Gun Frontier, and Gun Frontier seems hella interesting, and it definitely influenced Grega. So that one is a question mark, because it could be Gun Frontier, but I'll have to see when I play it. But the ones that I played is definitely Rayforce. Liquid nitrogen PC cooling, yeah. I get some liquid nitrogen in here. Man, like I said, the down times between matches. It's so funny. Like, the matches themselves, so high-paced, fast-paced, so energetic. And then, like, the downtime between the matches are just like, why? Why are they so long? I guess they're strategizing, maybe? They better be strategizing. They better be, like, breaking out, like, charts and coming up with whole metas. Otherwise, it's ridiculous. New Type asks, will I ever review Dino Crisis? Yeah. Dino Crisis 2, yeah. It's on one of those lists. It's one of those games that's like, man, I got to play this and review it at some point. It's so interesting. Because it seems like it is sort of the precursor to Resi 4, combat-wise. So that's really interesting. So I got to try that. It's got to be Darius. I'm not that crazy about Darius. I like Darius, but I like Rayforce more than Darius. Darius Gaiden's really cool, but I like Rayforce more than Darius Gaiden, I think. Darius Gaiden is really good. Kudo says, just bad organizing. I think you're right. I think you're completely right, because I remember watching Beat Tribe, and they have downtimes, but EVO has a real power for extending downtimes. You know what's crazy is, like, last year when I restreamed EVO, like the regular Las Vegas one, the Third Strike tournament, I was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to restream this, because I explained earlier in the stream that they didn't reply to me till literally that morning, giving me approval. And so I'd made other plans. And I was like, well, I'm going to miss it because I'm doing these other things. I'm like visiting family or something. But I'll stream whatever's left over of the tournament when I get home. So when I get home, I'll stream the last like hour or something. Well, EVO Third Strike was delayed by like 4 hours. So by the time I got home, the tournament still hadn't started. So that's how delayed it was. So, yeah. I do think probably the delays are on EVO's end for sure. It makes Shmup Slam look like insane in comparison because, like, oh, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed the Lilac Zero video. Because with Shmup Slam, if there's like a 10-minute break between games, I'm like, it's slow. We're taking forever. We're taking so long. And that's like switching games, switching overlays, switching players, and like in EVO, it's like literally the same overlay, the same system. You just have to get the player to sit at the table. What is taking so long? Okay. We got a Jackie. Lau. Okay, Pai's father here to avenge her death. Lau was one of the very first Virtua Fighter characters that I played. He's pretty interesting. He's got kind of these it's hard to kind of describe him. He's got kind of these mix-up string type of things going on. He's got a little bit of everything. I guess he's kind of like an all-around character, I guess you could say. But a little more on the cheesy side with some of his low strings and stuff. He's kind of hard to describe his fighting style. It's interesting. Like he's got a low into a high kick. Why is that good? I will never understand. Like why would you have a low into a? I guess if you're trying to sidestep the low, because I think it's a fully homing side. It's a fully tracking side kick, high kick. It's just such a weird string. Oh, great command throw there. Okay, bring him to the corner, stepping on your ass. He's like he is kind of tricky. Yeah, he's got like interesting kind of solid but tricky strings. He's a very hard character to describe, honestly. So Jackie down around, but as you know, Jackie warms up, that could change. He's really punishing the Jackie for not teching. Basically, the way it works in VF is you can like tech instantly like you did there, but that usually gets you in sort of a scary sort of mix-up situation if they read it. Yeah, I saw the VSync, the screen tearing. Yeah, this is definitely Revo. You can see the screen tearing. But sometimes it's safer to just take the kick like this, because then they're in recovery while you wake up. But the Lao player, he's like not hesitating. So maybe he has some really nasty wake-up mix-ups or something. Oh, amazing throw there. Just took him out. Off to a strong start.
トム選手、試合巧者っぷりが光りましたね。その打ち合うふりして、スッと後ろに引いて、その打ち合うのねって言って、打ち合う気になったトゥデイ選手の技をうまく空振りさせて。
Jackie's a character, like I said, he's really well-rounded and everything, but he shouldn't be too unbeatable or anything like that. Toad says, have I ever played PN03? You know, a long time ago. A really long time ago when I was just like playing kind of random. It's either a GameCube or PS2 game. I know the one where the lady has like the crazy stance and everything. And I believe it's one of the big developers made it, right? It's either oh, sorry, my brain is cooked. It is French fried right now. It's either Mikami or Kamiya, I think, right? It's one of the two made it. So yeah, I think it's Mikami, right? It's GameCube, right? So it's a GameCube. It's got the lady with the crazy stance, and I think it's Mikami or Kamiya, one of those two. Oh, rare go finding. Mikami, okay. Yeah, I knew it was one of those two. Yeah, so I'll have to play it because I'm going to play every single Mikami game on the channel at some point. So the entire Mikami library will be covered at some point on the channel. Go. I'm definitely cheering for the Go. I really like Go a lot. You rarely see him in these sorts of Beat Tribe tournaments at the finals. Here he is. Also, Classic Blue. Very good costume for Go. I love Go's Classic Blue. I think in VF4 he had like an orange alternate that was really cool too. Oh, great break there. So Go's all about the grabs. He's a judo guy. He's got slow strikes, big old grabs. Lao's got the strings. String master. Ooh, see, once you get him on the wall, you can have so much fun. Ooh, I love that. That like those like counter hit, like little camera cuts, those are always cool. So that's a big damaging throw. Go is getting, okay, here we go. Here we go. You see that? All the damage on the throws. If he gets you, he'll damage you. Oh, that was really bad. That crouching jab. So when you first start playing VF, crouching jab seems like the most OP thing ever because it shuts down a lot of strings. And so when you first start playing, you just will build a habit of doing a lot of crouching jabs. But as you get better, even at like a sort of mid-level like I'm at now, it becomes like a thing you watch for. Like, oh, okay, if they crouching jab, I'll launch their ass. And so it seems that the higher you get into the like skill of VF, you still use them, but they're more risky. So yeah, he got blown up doing a crouching jab. They're always good, but they get riskier at higher levels, basically. Ooh. Oh boy. Great grab. Also puts him in a great like Oki situation after the grabs too. So it's not just damage. Oh man. Freaking Go. Cannot catch a break this tournament. Yeah, Toad says, yeah, I spam crouch jab all the time. Yeah, it's just a habit I'm slowly trying to work out of too. The way you get worked out of it though is you play ranked and people start just obliterating you for doing it. You're like, okay. You have to it kind of has to get beaten out of you a little bit because it's so good against spammers that at first the game really rewards you for doing it. Like I was like, oh man, this is fucking awesome. I can just do this on spammers and it stops them. Amazing. But then as people stop spamming and start being more strategic, they just catch you doing it and you get launched and just crushed. A Gun Valkyrie video would be very rad. Gun Valkyrie is really cool. I actually have it on the Xbox, funnily enough. That'd be cool. I need to play it again and kind of reanalyze it. Yes, exactly, Toad. Abare is a thing. It absolutely is a thing. Who's the old guy? Where? The tournament organizer? There's like an old tournament organizer guy. But VF is an old game, so could be an old VF guy too. Yeah, Go getting wrecked. That makes me sad because Go's really cool.
そうですね、ラウ対ラウ2回マッチ。僕猪丸選手とね、秋葉原で少し対戦したことがあったんですけど、まるで僕の手の内が見えているのかというくらい、そう、なんかね、すごく数試合して。
I wonder what they're up to. What's the delay? Okay, here we go. Probably just gathering themselves, I guess. Okay, this Lao needs to be stopped. Lao on Lao. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen this in a long time. The purple pajama Lao. Ooh. Great side hit there. Oh, he's giving him a taste of his own medicine. Oh, great side hit there. He's recorrecting. Great. Oh, the side throws. Or the throws that put you side turn, I mean. Wow, amazing throw break. Though, then again, being a mirror match, you better be able to break your own throws. You know them. Oh, got him. Are they on Remake or Final Showdown? This is on the Remake, so this is on Revo, as we understand. So we believe they're even on PC, not just on Ultimate Showdown, which is pretty cool. That's the theory, because of the screen tearing and the fact that Sega said it was Revo on their website. The year is too Lao. Lao on Lao. This is pretty rare. I have not seen this in a B-Tribe that I recall. I mean, there's a lot of matches, but in like the later matches, two Laos fighting. It's kind of a little bit more rare of a character, it feels like. Oh yeah, the screen tearing, you can see it. But all that screen tearing means is the lag is so freaking low right now. They're like playing in hyperspace, the lag is so low. The inputs happen before they press the buttons. That's how low the lag is. That's gotta feel good though. In tournament, you're playing like on like arcade level input lag. Maybe even lower than the arcade, to be honest. Later arcade machines are sometimes a little laggy. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's a hard call out. Okay, so that means he was really laying on the ground if you get hit with that. He's like not teching at all. That's crazy. I haven't seen that in a really long time. I mean, that happens to me on ranked, but in a tournament like this, the full jumping low. Oh man, this is personal now. There can only be one true Highlander here. Oh, the excellent. That's a perfect. Elliptic Ant says, do you guys think Tekken 8 will be played for this long? No. No, it will not. No, I don't think so. I've thought a lot about this, Ant. I think Tekken 8 is in a really... I think this year will be whatever. You know, it's Tekken. It's still getting supported this year. But I would say even 5 years from now, competitive Tekken looks like it would be really rough. Unless they really, really get some drastic shifts happening soon. I cannot see Tekken 8 surviving 5 more years. You know, even on like a dedicated, you know, type of fan base. Because it's just so... There's no, you know, it's not like VF. Where VF, if you get people dedicated enough, there's so much depth and so much replayability. It can survive. You know, the core game can survive. But Tekken 8, it's like Soul Calibur. Like, do people play Soul Calibur 5 and 6 competitively anymore? They're just kind of, no, they don't really. Maybe a few tiny amounts of people, but nothing like a core VF type of scene or anything like that. Because remember, VF lived in the dark ages before Revo and for Ultimate a really long time. A very long time, and it just survived purely on like how good it is. With a small group, but still, it survived. So, no, I feel like Tekken is in a... If it doesn't... there's still a chance. It's still possible within the next year or two if they really start pulling it back together. But, like, if I were to bet on that happening, probably not. So, Tekken's going to be in a rough shape. It's going to hang in there for a while, but long term, I think it's going to be... Unless something shifts, it's going to be in a really... You know, here's another thing, too, is that there is no Revo for Tekken, right? Like, what would you play? Tekken 7? Tekken 5? Tekken 7's the only PC port, PC version. Tekken 5 is on the PlayStation 3 and PS2. There's no PC version of Tekken 5. And is Namco going to port it? So, sorry, my neighbor's outside. I can hear him. So, I think it just looks really grim for now anyway. We'll see if things shift, but... Yeah, anyway. Great question, though. So we got Lao on Lao still happening. Oh, boy. The comeback. The comeback. Oh, my gosh. Oh, wow. That guy is... He's doing a happy dance. I don't think... Oh, look how young he is. Is that his son? Oh, my God. Wait a second. Is that kid his son? Wow. He must be. Now we've achieved true generational moment here. That's like his son. It has to be. The old guy's son. That's why he's popping off so hard. It's like his dad kicking the shit out of someone at EVO. Wow. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, it's his son. It has to be. It has to be. There's no... Look how old he is. Your dad... You're like a teenager and your dad just beat the hell out of someone in EVO? That's crazy. Yeah, he's like Goku and Gohan. Because I was like, wow, that player looks really young. And then I was like, wait a minute, that's not a player. That's like a spectator. That's crazy. My dad could be your dad in VF. Exactly. Elliptical Ant. Exactly. That is crazy. Because obviously, like, I have a kid too, but not a teenager. That's wild. To think of like a fighting game, like a sort of major fighting game tournament where the guy has a teenage son or close to teenage son. VF though, that's possible in VF for sure. It's like when you'd go to old tennis matches. I would see this in like I'd play a tennis tournament and I'd play against a guy in his like 50s and his like teenage son would come watch and I'm like barely beating this guy. He's like, this was when I was in my 20s barely beating this guy in his 50s. I'm like, damn. that's fucking cool. Okay, the Go is back. Go got a max revive, so come on, man. It's a different player, but since it's the same costume, it feels like the Go player just came back. He respawned. They pulled like a spell card and they respawned their Go player. Get him, get him. I feel like this stage, I don't know, who would be good for? I guess Go, right? No walls to worry about. Like, it's a little bit bigger. He's got a little bit more room to move around. Thoughts on tennis video games? I really enjoyed Mario Tennis on the 64. It is nothing tennis-like, but it's like a pretty fun game. That one's pretty fun. And then there's some really freaking hard tennis games on the Super Nintendo. Like, if you want a really hard-ass game, fire up like a random Nintendo and Super Nintendo tennis. There's like Super Tennis or something on the Nintendo. Super Nintendo, I mean. It's insanely difficult. So you can, if you want to get into tennis games, you can find some, especially the older ones, you can find some wild shit. Wii Sports is pretty fun. But like, there's easier tennis games. Oh, there's some like top spin tennis game. Oh, Virtua Tennis is pretty cool too. The Sega tennis game, that one's pretty cool. Tennis games can be really fun. Tennis lends itself to video games pretty well. Wow, the Go did it. He avenged his brother. This is a younger guy. Top spin. Yeah, I remember that one. That was pretty tough. That was pretty good. It's like a sim tennis game, which is pretty cool. What are your opinions on them as tennis player? You play them for inspiration, basically. That's kind of how sports games work in terms of like playing sports games and like playing the actual sport. Is none of the skills will transfer at all. None. Like you could be the world's greatest top spin tennis player, and you're not gonna beat like a 2.5 ranked tennis player. But at the same time, as a tennis player, it gives you a little inspiration, basically. You just, you're like, you play top spin, and you're like, I better go play some tennis. So I think that's what they're kind of good for. They sort of inspire you. They make you kind of think about the game. But in terms of like skill set transfer, there's like 0% skill set transfer. Bushin says, Mark, I'm 55, and you motivated me to teach my 20-year-old son to learn VF. I'll give him my 360 with VF5. There you go. And then you should beat him. That's cool, though. Yeah, as my son gets older, I'll play games with him. It'll be an interesting moment, because he's pretty good for his age. It'll be an interesting moment when he starts beating me in games. Where on one hand, I'll be like, oh, wow, I'm kind of impressed as a father. And then also as a father, I'd be like, all right, now does this mean I'm officially washed up? Is this my official washed up moment? I'm getting beaten by my son in games? Okay, here we go. This is the Gohan moment. Here comes Gohan. The father's down. Here comes his son to avenge his death. Oh my god, this is straight up DBZ moment right here. Cell. Look, he's even Super Saiyan. Go is Cell. He just killed his father. Now the son comes to avenge his father's death. Ooh. Jackie's a good person to do it too. Yeah, this is Gohan avenging his is the kid playing? Yeah, the kid is playing. Gohan mode. This is definitely his son, though. I just can tell it's his son. Yeah, oh my god, he's going to avenge his father's death. Oh, look at him. This is personal. Oh my god, that was great. Holy shit. The movement. Wow. This kid, yeah, no wonder. You killed my father, yeah. Whoa, the ghost like, damn, dude, it's just a game. Look at him. You can tell he's young. Look how fast his movement is. Look at this. He's just, you can tell he's also like kind of a little erratic. Like some of this probably isn't super safe, but he's doing it anyway. Okay. Oh, okay. The go. Okay, it was all, yeah, it was all fun and games, but now the go's coming back. He's like, wait a minute. I'm not letting this kid beat me. I cannot allow this. Oh, great. All of that was counter hit. Or side turn or something. The blue sparks. Oh, the mix up. This is it. He's got him. One mix up. You could like, yep, there it is. Elbow, jab, anything. Man, he avenged his father. He destroyed that guy. Wow. That is so funny. You can tell it was his dad because like the way they interacted with each other, you could tell. And it also explains why he's so young. Like it's like, yeah, it's like an actual like, oh, your dad. He's like, oh, son, I gotta go play Virtua Fighter. And the son's like, okay, I guess I'll play Virtua Fighter too. Now his dad should dance. I think his dad's a little too old to dance. I think it might be dangerous. Okay. So the go was killed by the Jackie, but the Jackie had to avenge his father's death. Yeah, this is definitely a Cell arc moment. But now, okay, now the adrenaline's worn off. Now he's got to really deal with the next guy. Joke's on us, he's actually 30. Of course, Japanese people, they're young forever. He's like a 30-year-old guy. They have the fountain of youth over there. The guy on the left is actually 30. The guy on the right is actually 150. My only worldly possession, your arcade stick. That's funny. Take up thy arcade stick. I wonder what they're going to go with here. Okay, so Jackie's a pretty all-around character. He's going to throw his father into a volcano. Get revenge. Oh, yeah. We see a sort of Mishima-style relationship developing. I wonder what the delay between the matches are. Are they like configuring their arcade sticks? Maybe that's what they're up to. Okay, back on the street stage. Great stage. I wish we could see the Terra stage, though. That's my favorite. El Blaze. Ooh. El Blaze is a tricky matchup. Just for everyone on Earth, because he's so weird. He's such a weird character, because he's definitely like El Fudo or whatever it is from, remember Street Fighter 4? There's El Fuerte, that's what it was. Oh, he's kind of like that, where on paper you'd think he's like a grappler because he's a wrestler, but he like jumps off walls, rolls, spins. He's very chaotic. Every time I fight an El Blaze, I'm like, oh boy. I get El Fuerte flashbacks every time. Though El Fuerte is probably inspired by Blaze. I think he predates El Fuerte, funnily enough. I think. I'll have to look that up. They're sort of the same era. El Fuerte, isn't that it? That's the Street Fighter character. I think that's his name. Yeah, there's a Street Fighter character named El Fuerte that's a luchador that plays a lot like El Blaze, where he like jumps, bounces off walls, wall kicks. El Blaze can do all that. He can like wall kick off things, climb things. It's crazy. He has like just very chaotic sort of tricky movement. He does a lot of like turning kicks too, where he'll like do kind of a full like that. He has a lot of those. Ooh. Wow, the old Blaze is coming back. Hey, a lot of round fivers. Final round here. Just get him on the ground. Just throw him. Throw him. Ooh. Big throw there. Get him knocked down and contained. Oh, the high kick over nothing. Nage means like that means the elbow into throw. That's what that means. Wait, who won? The Jackie player? The elbow into throw is really good. Every character kind of does that. Yeah, Junior is on the loose. They got to be nearing. They got to be nearing the sort of final anchor at this point. I'm looking for the schedule on my phone, but I have no idea where to put that. The juggling while they're down reminds me of Tekken. Yeah, a little bit. The way it works is kind of interesting because I don't fully understand it myself, to be honest, but it's like you can sort of, depending on the way it goes, you like, as soon as you touch the floor, you can tech. So a lot of the juggling is like, you're like floating them before they quite tech. 6 hours of holding the microphone. Yeah, I know. These are the types of streams where I'm like, I don't want a mic stand, but someone suggested a headset. I was like, that wouldn't be too bad of an idea, like a headset. But then what would I do with my hands? I don't know. I wouldn't even know what to do with them. I do have a little armrest here, though. But yeah, it does get to... Oh, Vanessa, finally. I never thought we'd see... Now, is this my Vanessa player? So there's a Vanessa player I've been subscribed to for years. It's like Shiva, something like that. But I can't read the text. I don't think that's him. Sharkva, something like that. Yeah, no, Taka is surprising because he's a really strong character. Vanessa is a really good character, especially in her DSP moment. No, thank you. Vanessa's a really strong character, especially in her offensive stance. So that's when she's like crouching like this. She's got really, really good just oppressive mix-ups. She has a lot of like grabs and stuff, but also some pretty good strings and strikes. She's also got Tekken-style while rising mids, which is interesting. So a lot of characters don't have like for example, Sarah, her while rising kick is like this giant leaping fly into the air knee thing that's like pretty bad. But Vanessa's got a lot of really good while rising attacks. I guess she feels a little bit more of a modern character in that sense. But the tricky thing is managing all of her stance moves and stuff. Though offensive stance seems to be just better. I wish I would have known that when I first started playing her because I always played in defensive stance. And then the other day I was listening to someone be like, yeah, play an offensive stance, it's really good. Oh, damn. Could have been doing that the whole time. But she has essentially she has like two movesets, the offensive stance and defensive stance. Oh. And people do use defensive stance, but not nearly as much as you can see here. Oh, I love this move she has. So Vanessa can lay on the floor and kick you while laying down, which is really unique. And she can actually do like this grab while laying down too. And she can recover like that. She can tech into that. Risky, but pretty good. Pretty cool. Let's see if she actually does it. I'll point it out. Oh, great side turn. This Jackie player is insane. Oh, leaping kick. Swinging for the fences. The kid cannot be stopped. Am I restreaming the VF6 presentation? It depends on when this tournament ends. Because that's at 8 o'clock. So, potentially. Okay, I'm opening the door again. It's going to go.
なんという集中力、なんという使命感。
そうですね、使命感、そして集中力。
俺がこのチームを勝たせてやるんだという気持ちが見えますね。非常に伝わってくる。
はい、見えます。
This is like, yeah, the kid. Well, they killed his father. They killed his father, so they must pay. They must all be destroyed. They're like the Cybermen from the Cell arc. They all must be ripped apart. They've got to be reaching the anchor by now, though.
簡単な道ではないという雰囲気を醸し出しております。どっしりと構えて。
Yeah, we are getting hopefully some VF6 info at 8 o'clock my time. So that would be 6 hours from now. So, depending on how long this tournament takes, if it's like 1 hour away by the time the tournament ends, sure. But if it's like 5 hours away or something, well, it won't be 5, but if it's a long break, probably not. I'll probably like pass out. We'll see. This is pretty far along in the tournament too, so the kid is, yeah, carrying the entire team. Maybe you're right. Maybe because it's on PC, they have to... Yes, finally! My favorite stage, the terrace. This is the first time we've seen it all stream. This is my favorite stage. Visually, soundtrack, and I love the half fence. Okay. John is taking the kid out. This is the perfect counter to Gohan. Devil Jean. Who beats Gohan in Dragon Ball Z? Someone does, right? Like Boo or some shit, but anyway. Oh. Oh, wow. Nope. Still going. Yeah. Jin. Yeah, Devil Jin. He's a really cool character. I'll probably play him a little bit in 6 if he's still in it. Ooh. Oh, got him in side turn. Oh, the low. Yes. See, once the momentum gets going, it's really, really tough. Chi-Chi. Yeah, okay, this is like powered up Chi-Chi. Oh, great fuzzy. Wow. The kid's reactions are unbelievable, though. He's got the speed. Ooh, they're okay, up close. There's so much fuzzy guarding. Aggressive blocking, as I like to call it. Oh, nice. That's something modern fighting games really don't have nearly as much. Aggressive blocking. Imagine that. It's one of my favorite things about VF, though. It's like you run up and block things as like a statement. Oh, wow. The comeback. This is it, though. Match point, I think. No, it's the Jackie. Sorry. I get the rounds confused. All right, now it's match point. Besides the downtime, this has been a great tournament, though, because there's been, like, no commercials, no Chipotle ads. Just it's like watching Beat Tribe, just with long delays, kind of. And an overlay you can't read. Oh, my God. It's not over yet, but he's getting into it yet. Okay. Oh, wow. The kids' reactions are insane. That is one thing, I guess. You think about it, like as a VF player, you're playing against a bunch of like older guys all the time, and then you play this kid with like insane reaction speeds. Oh, man, the kid is popping off. He cannot be stopped. He just beat the entire team. Wow, he really is the Gohan of their team. It started as a joke and became real. Damn. That was insane. You know what the funny thing is like in a really, really old podcast, we're talking like ancient times, like a decade ago. Do you guys remember the Tekken player that was like a kid? What was his name? There was this kid Tekken player way back in the day. Now I think he's still around, but he's older. But he played Law. Yeah, he will remember that this moment for sure. Anyway, there was this kid Tekken player, like back in Tekken Tag 2, and he played Law, and he was beating a lot of the best players. AK, that's it. Dark Rugi got it. AK, yeah. AK was beating a lot of the best Korean players and stuff, and like playing super well. And in an old episode of ATP, they were talking about it. And Eris was saying that, and I agree with this because I've seen this firsthand in some ways. Like, the thing that's scary about like kids in like a tournament is that they don't give a shit in the same way that an adult does. Like, they don't experience the same set of like anxiety as an adult. They don't like overthink things. They just react. You know, they're just like the prodigy thing, right? They don't think too much about things. They just instinctively react to things. And so, like this kid, I think this kid kind of showed that as well, where he was just always so fast to react to everything. Like, you stick one limb out and he launches your ass. When can we expect the next Shmup Slam? Matt, it's next week. So Shmup Slam is the 17th and 18th. So a week from now. Yeah, pure instincts, exactly. Like, they obviously have knowledge and they know what to do. But like in a tournament, they can be really terrifying because they just... Is this the kid's house? In a tournament, they can be really terrifying because they can just react to things without overthinking it. What are we seeing? Oh, are we seeing the players' monitors? For a second there, I thought we'd get like a behind the scenes where the kid's like training. Like you get in like a tennis match or something. Sometimes they have those in tennis tournaments. Same things. Sunbro says same things happens with actual combat sports. Yeah, exactly. So that is interesting to think about. Like a kid, they're not going to overthink things. They're just going to like play super well reactively and super actively until the day they wake up and they become self-aware, and then all hell breaks loose. I don't know what this is. I thought for a moment this was like behind the scenes or something, but I think this is like a weird match replay. Like they wanted to show the screen for the match replay. What is happening? We don't know. This is a mystery. The capture card went out. The rest of the tournament would be played on camera screens. Yeah, it is. I think they're playing Revo on PC with like VSync off, which is pretty cool. Jeff is saying it's in another room, not the main stage. Oh, so is this like a loser's bracket or something? Must be. This is crazy. The capture card. Yeah, they must. EVO could not afford 2 capture cards, my guys. It was too expensive. They have 1 capture card for
I've been trying out the crazy dong pal lever, and coming from my LS32 I just can't get used to the tension. Did you use a different grommet in yours?
Yes, I did, Hollow Rick. Great question. So when I used the dong pal lever, who I think is a Virtua Fighter player, because I saw a match yesterday with that name. I'm like, is that him? But anyway, I use a lighter tension, yeah, than the default. I lightened up the tension because I think they usually ship with a sort of a bit heavier default tension that's kind of hard, honestly, to get used to. So I always play to either, I would recommend ordering both the lightest and then the second lightest tensions and trying both and seeing what you like better. I usually play on either the lightest or second lightest, depending on the stick, and that makes a big difference, I think. So I do think the default tensions for a lot of Korean sticks when you order them tend to be on the overly heavy side, especially if you come from a Japanese lever where their tensions aren't as heavy as I mean, there's some Korean stick lever tensions that's like when your car power steering runs out, you're like so yeah, I would say definitely get when you could go on to like Focus Attack or whatever, or Paradise Arcade, and then order the lightest, and because they're like $3 or whatever, might as well get both and try them both. Order the lightest and second lightest and try those, because those will probably feel better, especially coming from a Japanese stick, than the default sort of like medium tension. River stage. The stage looks great, but it's kind of tricky to play on. Especially against Kage, he'll just throw you off the stage constantly. This is Kage's favorite stage, in my opinion. Just launches you off it. Yeah, you definitely need to make sure to stay near the center of this stage, because it's so easy to get launched off it, lifted off it. It really affects actually a lot of the way the game plays in the stage, because it's not just about not getting knocked off the stage, it's like maintaining that center. So you'll often like forfeit some advantage sometimes just to like sidestep back into a sort of center-ish position, or risk getting carried off the stage. We're going back to 2010s with cam footage. Yeah, this is flashback to when tournaments could only afford one capture card. Granted, I just bought a capture card from Walmart that I've been using for videos for $15, and it's a 1080p 60 FPS capture card. I was just in Walmart like buying a memory card or something, like an SD card, and I saw a $15 1080p 60 FPS capture card, and I was like, let's see if this actually works, and it does. So the budget of EVO cannot afford a $15 extra graphics card or capture card, because I think this is the other bracket, and they only have one capture card, I'm assuming, on like the main stage. The camera footage is pretty good, I have to say. So they have like a good camera, but they don't have a capture card. That's really funny. Nah, this is a proper tournament now. This is like, yeah, this is 2010 tournament footage. Jackie player. The Jackies are doing really well this tournament. It is something funny. It does seem like whenever you watch a tournament, a certain set of characters seems to do well that tournament. Like last year in Cooperation Cup, I was saying the Yang players were just killing it. A lot of the Yang players did really well in Cooperation Cup last year. Did I say Capcom? I meant Cooperation Cup. This year, the Yang players got rinsed. Same thing with the Makoto players. Oh, look at that. That's so cool. How everyone's like crowded around. Now that's Beat Tribe stuff in a Cooperation Cup. That's usually how it is when you watch the matches. Like everyone's just standing around the monitors and standing around the cabinets. I think that's really cool. This is the most ridiculous shit that we're actually watching off a monitor. I guess it's immersive. We've come this far. Oh, that's what I'm saying. The pop-off is like right next to you. Nicely done. We have no idea the round, like what's happening, but he won. We do know that. Yeah, that's funny. That's the funny part. Is like the on-camera capture is kind of good, but sort of silly. Yeah, Hollow Rick says, thanks for the donation, by the way. He's saying that the tap dodging feels right, but the arcing movements, yeah, the power steering's off. Yeah, definitely get the lower tensions. I think that will really help out a lot. Get like a lighter, and the second lightest, and try those. It's just replays. Oh, okay. So it's replays from. Oh, okay. So that was for the downtime. Oh, okay, okay. How is this tournament taking so long? I was saying EVO is just so. The side events at EVO are like so slow. Third Strike last year for the LA EVO, sorry, Las Vegas EVO, was 5 hours delayed, and it took forever. Yeah, it is funny that the announcers have gaming chairs. That is funny. Just in case someone throws an arcade stick at them, they're ready. Yeah, only because it's EVO. Normally it's quick. Yeah, felt like in the past it's just like you play your match, you walk off the cabinet, someone walks up. But because of all the PC stuff and who knows? Who knows? I kind of figured it'd be this way though. Have you ever gone to EVO? I came really close to going one year, but then they dropped Melee. The year they dropped Melee was the year I was going to go, but then they dropped Melee, and I was like, oh, well. Because I was actually going to try to compete in Melee that year, but they dropped it, so I was like, well, I guess I'm not going. But so I came pretty close, because at the time, I wasn't like good enough at any other fighting game to feel like it would justify going to EVO. But these days, maybe VF6. But then again, EVO is like lame now. That's the problem. It's like, even if I went for like VF6 and that comes out, maybe, I don't know, maybe for VF6 I could see myself going. The downtime to match ratio is insane. Makes it hard to restream too, because I feel like I don't want to let you guys down in terms of entertainment, but it's not a lot of material to work with here, you know? I start pulling up Brood War matches? Maybe that's what I'll have to do. I'll pull up some ASL Brood War replays, and we'll talk about those while we wait. I'll pull up another tournament and we'll watch that as we wait for this one. Oh, well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Ben. Yeah, this is very, very chill, fun stream. I knew it would be kind of a more low-key stream because both 3S and VF are niche games in terms of streams and viewership. Despite you wouldn't think that, but they actually are. VF streams rarely get very many views, and same thing with Third Strike actually, other than major things. So. Yeah, ASL. Yeah, so ASL is the Brood War League. Right now, I've been really enjoying this season of it. Play the Brood War, interested in your arcade-filled commentary? Yeah, so the way that works, Tom, is that I'm really into the micro of the game. And then when it gets to the macro phases, I'm like, yeah, they're building shit. You know, he's mining resources. Oh, siege tank time. Kito says this VF stream is peak. Thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Old tournament footage is almost shocking compared to now. How much they're just playing the damn games. I know, right? I think it's because back in the day there was a more sort of consciousness over time. Things were just more time conscious back then. Where because everything now has commercial breaks and setups and that. It's not just that tournaments take longer. It's that I don't think tournaments worry about taking longer. You're right? They're like, whatever. It's fine. People will watch our commercials or whatever. Okay, is this the finals? If we got a guy with a microphone, that usually means, yeah. I think, Damar, I think we are in grand finals. When we see a man with a microphone, it's like, oh, this must be the finals. Thanks, Elliptic Ant. I'm glad my commentary. I'm trying my best. I'm no tastosist in terms of providing information, but I'm trying to at least add a little bit of information. That guy, is definitely, that's definitely his
まあ
son.
どっちが勝っても形的には
The kid versus U.S. Hospital. No kidding. Gohan versus, his name's Gohan, by the way. I've just named him that. For today,
そっかそっかまあまあまあまあ
the arcade gameplay density bleed over to the tournament density. Exactly. That's so true, actually. You know what? It's funny you mentioned that, Yamhead, because there's probably like a literal aspect to this, which is with on arcade machines, right? Like with credits. If you like put in the credit, you have to like hurry and select your characters. Maybe that could be like that maybe just sets a sort of natural pace, I think. Versus on console where there's none of that like pacing sort of thing with the arcade cabinets. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed so far. I'm still awake. I told you guys this would be a marathon stream. We're in the finals though. The kid Gohan versus U.S. Hospital. Yes. We may see a new champion in the making.
はいじゃあ
Hollow Rick says, I think hardcore Tekken players need to come over to Virtua Fighter. I agree. Or at least dabble, right? At least dabble. I imagine they're all his sons. Yeah, they're all, that's really funny. It's like a whole team of brothers and the father. That would be crazy. I think the kid in yellow shirt is his son,
じゃ
though.
あそれでは早速始めていきましょう
I just
もう先
sense
手
it in my bones, the way they kind of interacted with each other and stuff.
先入りね
I mean, I could be wrong, but it just seems that way.
さあ
Did you eat dinner? I did not. I have not eaten. I'm like, this is my weight loss plan. I sweat out my water weight, and then I don't eat for 12 hours fasting. This is my workout plan. And then I hold the microphone for the extra strength training.
というわけでね、現在、配信内の方で、先ほど
I should add like a little dumbbell to the microphone.
が今準備中となっております。
If they aren't, they are now. Well, you know what's funny is I think VF6 will be that point. I think the Tekken guys just cannot accept VF5 for some reason. They just feel it's too old and too like outdated or whatever. So VF6 I think is going to be the point where if we see a crossover more happening, it'll be with 6. They're going to sit out 5. Poor 5. It's going to be it's had a good long life though. I mean, it's done a lot more than most fighting games.
初のベスト16
The snake diet plan, yeah.
初の優勝も
そうですね。
ね、射止めることができるかという。
一気にここまで来ました。
はい。
Looks like the Shenmue creator. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so it's interesting because Yu Suzuki definitely made Virtua Fighter. Freestyle, Mike. Yu Suzuki definitely made Virtua Fighter, but I don't think he was that involved past the early ones, right? That's what I always kind of get the impression. I mean, maybe I could look up the credits, but like, I think he sort of set the template for it and everything, but I don't think he was like super involved in the later ones, right? Because he was more of that kind of conceptual visionary type guy than like sitting down and hammering out like, all right, Gene or John's frame data, hammering out like the moves. I could be wrong here, but I always kind of got the impression that he kind of came up with the concept, he came up with like the overarching stuff. Yeah, okay, so New Type says he worked up till VF3, exactly. That's what I think. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like the early VFs were definitely shaped by him, but 4 onward are definitely like AM2 stuff. I just mentioned that because like with VF6, for example, even though, you know, Suzuki is not going to be directly involved, as long as the VF4, 5 guys are in there, I think it'll still be really, really good. But he's definitely a visionary guy, that's for sure. I mean, without him, the whole concept, because VF is like way out of left field in terms of like fighting games. All the 3D fighters spawn from it. You know, but if you look at Street Fighter and you look at VF, I mean, their philosophy, their systems are so different. Wow. Okay, according to VF, Let's see what the... Yeah, I'm going to have to do a deep dive on this because I feel like, you know, producer is a very ambiguous role. But we'll see. I'll look into it. I'm not fully informed here. Sort of firing from the hip, firing from my gut a bit. So I don't know how... I always just get the impression he was like vaguely involved. But I could be wrong. Okay, this is it. Grand finals. Get hype. Burning. Oh, this is a great stage. Burning stage. We got Swimsuit Brad versus Lau. Laos are rising up this tournament. I've never seen this many Laos in B-Tribe that I can recall. Now, U.S. Hospital, I would say they're the favorite, right? I think they won last year or something. I know they're in the finals at least. I think they're the favorite of these two. But the Brad player... Oh, yeah, he is from U.S. Hospital. Yeah. Thomas says Katagiri directed the later VFs. Yeah, that's what I feel like. There was like kind of a different director in the later ones, which I really like. My favorite ones are VF 4 and 5. 3 is really interesting though. It's a crazy ass game. You should watch for fun, you guys, if you ever feel inclined. Watch some Japanese VF3 tournaments. They are insane, and the commentators get so hype. I mean, that's one thing is, you know, the commentators for this event, they're like a little esportsy. I have no idea what they're saying, but they're a lot more like kind of chill and stuff. He got a little yell there, but you should listen to some of those VF3 tournaments. They're just screaming the entire tournament. It's amazing. Both anchors are Jackie players. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Jackie's a strong, well-rounded character. I think all of them pretty much are that we've seen so far. Like, we haven't seen any sort of, like, more interesting choice. No Sarahs to be found, by the way. Not a single Sarah to be found. Damn. The one character I know the most. Never saw even just a moment, not a frame. Yeah, exactly, commentators curse. I seem to have that effect tonight. I'm like, there's no way this guy's going to win. He wins. This guy, it's over. If there's like amazing comeback, it's funny. Oh, get him. I don't know who to cheer for here. I mean, I kind of want to cheer for Gohan because he's so hype. But we'll see. I guess right now, I just want it. Basically, right now, I'm just going to cheer for the guy who's losing so we get the most extended series possible. Because I don't want the grand finals to be just one team obliterates the other team, right? We kind of want a seesaw, want a back and forth here. So I guess that's how I'll cheer. Wow, Bradley. Nicely done. Sarah's probably the Gohan secondary. Yeah, exactly. The kids team. Kyudo's going with the kids team. It's hard. Gohan's hard to cheer against, that's for sure. I feel like when he appears on screen, it'll be hard to cheer against him. So if they were a smart team, what they would do is they would send in the father first, so he can be like Krillin and be like sacrificed to power up Gohan. They can't send Gohan in first because he feeds on revenge. Yeah, okay, exactly. Nice move, guys. This is the exact right choice. Okay, so we're playing some 3D chess right now. So this man will die, but his death will power up Gohan as a massive stats boost. So rage boost. He'll Zenkai boost with rage. So yeah, so good choice. I agree with this choice. Now, I believe he is a Lao player as well, right? Yeah, Damar plays Brad. Brad's a really cool character. I like how, like, openly douchey Brad is, because a lot of the VF characters are, you know, more, you know, funny or chilly or comical. And Brad is always, like, slightly douchey. Like, when he throws, he goes like, checkmate and shit like that. I think he's cool. He's got a little bit of attitude. He should have like a leather jacket or something. Okay. Oh, the old man is not going. It's funny he plays Lao, you know, the old character. At least he doesn't play Shun-Di, am I right? I'd take 1,000 Laos over one Shun-Di. Oh, great. Oh, yeah, he's gonna die, I think. This is a 4D. Oh, great side throw. Oh, what is happening? Yeah, I think that's Lao's thing. I think I figured out what Lao's thing is. He puts you into side turn with his throws. I think that's what his like little distinctive characteristic is. Besides his like weird weird freaking strings. Oh, man, he's about to close this out. So that's a elbow into throw when the announcer says that. Wow. See, the kid is just so hyped when he plays. You know it's his son. Yeah, look at him. He doesn't do that for the other players. Yeah, VF has feints. It has like fake attacks. It's really cool. It's like Sarah has fake attacks. And the strategy I employ when I play Sarah is when I mean to actually attack, then I do the fake attack. And then when I mean to fake attack, I do the real attack. Now that's high level strategy that I can pass on to you all. you block something, you go for the kick and you do the fake kick. You're like, son of a bitch. Yeah, high level VF is so fun to watch. It is really fun. I heard Lao received major buffs. That makes a lot of sense, B-Weep, because I have never seen this many Laos before in a VF5 tournament. They're usually kind of rare. And these Laos are on the loose. Mark, why are you sacrificing the geriatric players? Old masters aren't useless, you know. I know, but the fact that the kid gets that power boost when his father is killed is, I mean, that is a greater purpose. Sometimes you have to serve a greater purpose, and that is one. You know, he's like Goku kind of. Who knows? How old is he? That is a good question. He seems kind of old, right? Okay, I gotta root for the Aoi, because I don't think we've seen Aoi win a single match this entire tournament. Have we? Every time we see Aoi, she's getting annihilated. We need to see her win something. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Oh my god. Every time. You've got to break this curse, Aoi. You need to win one match for the team. Oh my god. Wow. I think the grabs, though, are really good on Aoi because, like I said, her hold game is kind of vulnerable to grabs. So all these crazy-ass grabs are scary. Wow, air juggle. Great throw there. Aoi has really slick movement, though. That was a fake throw. All right, fake low. That's amazing. That was really good. You see her sweep? She's got a really strong sweep. And then she's got a fake sweep you can go into throw with. There we go. Finally. Just two more. Two more. And then he will be sacrificed for his son. Ooh. See, that's the scary thing. I think that's why we watched the other match. The guy just lay on the floor. Because I think Lao has some really scary, like, tech mix-ups. There we go. Get him on the wall. Push him into that wall. So one little... Oh, my God. Corner. This is scary. Move back. The throw. I bet he went for the parry. Or for the hold. Can we see? It seems like it in the replay. It's hard to tell. But it seems like he caught the hold there. There it is. There's that sweep. So she has a really good sweep, and then I think she can, like, fake it, too. That's an offensive step. I should probably explain that earlier in the commentary. So there's something called offensive sidestep, and that's when they take this big-ass sidestep and it makes that whooshing sound. So offensive sidestep, the way it works is it actually does no dodging at all. It's fully vulnerable. So if they jab or do anything during an offensive step, it'll hit you. But why it's good is because if you successfully complete it, you get to their side and you can, do side advantaged attacks. So a lot of really good players use it, and a lot of crappy players like me never use it. So I need to use it more. Okay, this is anything. A kiss on the mouth. Anything kills him. All right, there we go. Got him. Finally, Aoi wins a match. Yeah, they were able to locate a new capture card. Yeah. So, Fishbot, before today's stream, I sat down and watched the official Virtua Fighter channel to make sure of the pronunciation of these names. And I swear the way it was pronounced on the official Virtua Fighter channel was Aoi. Like, Aoi. So maybe my accent makes it sound even stupid, but that's what the Virtua Fighter channel said. It said Aoi. Ow-W. Anyway, I don't know how to pronounce this woman's name. I've attempted it. I watched the official Virtua Fighter channel for the pronunciations. They aren't using the Father Death buff. That's a mistake. I agree, Yamhead. This is a tactical mistake. Okay, good. Okay, good. You scared me, Pishbot. I was like, I've been saying it wrong all stream. Okay, good. Because it's a kind of a ridiculous sounding name, so I'm like, what if it's Ow? I always thought it was Ow or like something else, so AI or whatever. So here we go. Ooh, this costume's really good. This is our second costume, I think. I like the sleeves. Okay. Now they sent in the wrong Jackie. They should have sent in the kid to get the. I do think the death buff has a time limit on it. I do agree. I think this is a tactical error because the death. But maybe they want the kid to play anchor. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they thought, okay, if someone's playing anchor, it's the kid because he's just insane. So maybe that's the idea. Ooh, whoa. 1 pixel of health. And this game doesn't even have pixels. That's how small that sliver of health was. Massive launch. Oh, that was a mistake. Yes, finally. Finally someone other than me does that. So he did the fake kick accidentally because he was guard canceling the kick a little too early, and he accidentally did the fake version. I've done that many times myself. Many times. And I've lost rounds with that. I do the launch and I do the fake kick and they land on the ground and then they toe kick me and kill me. Ooh, whoa. That was weird. Bounced her backwards somehow. Oh, nice. The fake low into a launcher. On the wall. Here we go. The wall. The wiki doesn't even know how to explain the wall. It's that mysterious. Oh, nice. I think that was a good move. Except it was a good move, except he died. But I think the concept was good. Just laying. Because it wouldn't kill him. And it'd avoid the mix-up. So I think the concept was good, except he got killed anyway. Oh, my God. This is over. Come on, Aoi. It's not really over. Come on. Nice low. There it is. The mix-up. Put him on the wall. Okay, there's going to be a throw incoming. Oh, it's right there. You could have had it. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay. The nice thing about Virtua Fighter is, like, if you get them low enough, you can just kind of chip at them a little bit with, like, little punches and kicks. Those are viable to land. Whoa, nice movement. The back turn. Whoa, crazy. Aoi, when she gets cooking, she's really cool. Okay. Okay. Back in the center. Back into neutral. Oh, great. There it is. That's what I was talking about. The fake low. That worked because it looked like a... Oh! Grabbed his ass. Wow. Nice. Finally, we get the Owie. Yeah, the wall is the final boss. Absolutely. The wall giveth and taketh. You get them on the wall, and the next thing you know, you're on the wall. Edgar is saying Jackie's losing because he's only doing 2 obnoxious turns before a match starts, not 3. Exactly. That's so true. You need maximum, like Awie's redemption arc right here. You need maximum little whatever the hell that is, jumping turn things. That charges them up like a battery. They sent the dad home. Yep. I think this son is really playing anchor. I think he is. He's like the final. Yeah, he is the Gohan. The entire tournament rests on his shoulders. There are many other good fighting games without supers. I mean, if there were like Soul Calibur 2, you got to go like back. Go versus Owie. I'm so conflicted here because I like Go a lot too. I think I want the Go to win because we need to keep the match kind of close, right? We don't want Hospital to run away with it. So we want the Go here. We're switching sides. Side switch. Now we're cheering for the Go. Ooh. Oh my god. But the momentum. I was saying that before with these team matches. You kind of get warmed, and then you start just beating the hell out of everyone who comes in because they're not warmed up. Great. It's kind of cool to see Go versus Owie. This isn't something I've seen a lot of. It's kind of a cool matchup because they're both kind of throwy, type of strikey characters. They're kind of similar. Except Owie's got like crazy movement stuff, and Go's got like these weird grab things where he like holds you and pushes you. Oh man. The Owie's running away with this. Let's go. Let's go, Go. Oh, yeah. The announcers are getting slightly hyper. You notice that? The Japanese announcers are waking up. They're getting the esports effect is running out. They're getting slightly hyper. Oh my god. Okay, great break there, or whatever that was. There it is. There it is. This can be pretty powerful. It's slow, but if you nail it, if you land it, it's a hell of a lot of damage. Oh, break. The post break is always really interesting. Oh, there again. That mix-up just getting everyone right now. The fake low into throw. Push your way out. Great break. The Go's in trouble, though. He's got his ass on the wall. Okay, he's got position here. This is going to be tricky. This is helping, though. Okay, I have no idea what his mix-up is here. Uh-oh. Oh, man. I think it's so hard to come back with Go, though. It just seems really hard to come back with him because he doesn't have, like, a lot of really obnoxious sort of mix-up stuff. You just got to throw your ass. Oh, man. Man, the Owie players on a massive redemption arc. Mena RD won Street Fighter 6. That's crazy. It's crazy how like Japan has been just defeated. Japan has been destroyed in Street Fighter. They used to be so dominant, remember? And now they're just owned. Like the West has destroyed Japan in Street Fighter. Yeah. I honestly didn't know who the players were. I only keep hoping Kazunoko will win something, just so I can have a reason to watch. But every time I check, I don't think he's doing super well. It's down to Gohan. It really is. This is it. I think he is like the last player. You know how high, you know how big of a mountain this kid has to climb? Gohan needs to take out everyone. He's got to take out the entire team. Oh my god. This would be the most insane comeback if this kid actually managed to do it. He's like the prodigy, the secret prodigy. Imagine when VF6 comes out. His dad would be like playing VF5 and the kid will have to like bully his dad into playing 6. You know it's true. He's like, I've played 5 since you were born. We play 5 in this household. And the kid's like, I've had enough of 5. It's holding me back. I need to play 6. I need a future. I haven't played the DS Beautiful Joe. I would imagine it's kind of good. Oh my god, look at this. He's got to go through the whole team except one. Oh my god. He needs to go Super Saiyan 2 for this to happen. Now also the Aoi is really warmed up. So he's got to contend with that too. Like coming in cold, all the pressure. Your dad's retirement is counting on this. He does have the reflexes though. The kid, oh no. This can happen when they start snowballing the momentum. It's so hard to stop them. Oh, great back throw. Okay, this is how it starts. We got to cheer for the Jackie now. We got to cheer for the kid. Oh, throw. Great tech. That was like an instant tech. Oh, he's getting, okay, now he's getting greedy. He deserved that. He deserved that after that tech. He just teched right into him. Oh, they skipped the replay, but that was really bad. Oh my god, the Aoi's just, holy hell. Everyone else is on the team is like, dude, we wanted to play. We wanted to play in the finals. You can't just beat the entire team. You lose all tournament. All tournament long, you lose every single match, and then you win the final? I don't know if they think that way, but that would be funny. Okay, come on, kid. Oh, no. This is rough. In his home stage, too. This is Jackie's stage right now. Oh, my. Look, he's like box stepping. VF3 mode. Oh, the throw. He's getting so greedy. He's getting way too greedy. That's it. That's the thing about kids. They don't give a shit. That's the thing. They go from, like, amazing to awful. Because he was just, like, he's just grabbing. He's just grabbing the entire time. Grabbing. Just, he wanted it all. He wanted it all. He got over-aggressive. Nothing personal, kid. I know. I can't believe the Aoi player like beat the entire team. That's true. Yamhead, you're right. That was the big mistake. His power boost wore off. His power boost wore off. His father died, and then all these other players went in. It watered down the power boost. Still though, really fun finals. Really fun tournament. That was great. I'll probably restream VF at EVO Las Vegas, but just VF, because I think it's at EVO Las Vegas. I think. That was really fun. Lemon Gohan. Yeah, I know that shirt. Very, very yellow.
Now we will have the award ceremony
GG's.
for the EVO Japan presented by Robotech Virtua Fighter 5 Rebel 31st B-Tribe Cup. The presenter will be the Mr. Aoki Seiji, producer of Legacy Virtua
Oh my
Fighter
god, are they going to
Online.
announce stuff? Thanks so much, Pishbot. Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, the Aoi is so funny. The Aoi, every match got owned. The entire tournament. Every single match. It couldn't get a, it's like barely could get around. And then the grand finals, the Aoi player's like, no. I will make my mark in history at this tournament, and just powers up. Beats the entire other team. Will I restream the VF Direct in a few hours? Probably not, because I'll probably be sleeping, but I'll probably do like a little video about it or something if it's good.
Give a pause for the all players won the team.
That was really fun though. He was hiding his power level, yeah. I think though, I think Yam is right. They should have sent him in right after the father went down. Otherwise, he couldn't reach his maximum potential.
さあそして
That's cool, though. They got second. That's still pretty cool. You almost made me use 1% of my power. Yeah. Still, that's cool they got second.
And now we're presenting
U.S.
the
Hospital,
medal
I
to
think,
the
were
first
kind of the
place
heavy favorites,
team.
though. They were just
米国病院
really
です
stacked.
さあ奥様より一人ずつ
All the staff were looking for capture cards. Yeah. So this guy, I recognize him from the direct. He works on the Virtua Fighter team in some way. Base, what did you miss? Oh man, you missed the finals. They were really good. You missed Gohan avenging his father in the semifinal. That was great.
Give applause to the all player who won the tournament.
Yeah, this was really fun. This was way more fun than EVO Las Vegas because there weren't Chipotle ads. Other than the long downtime between the matches were really cool. Yeah, it was a great tournament. So hopefully, see, here's the thing though. Not to be rude to my countrymen, but watching a Japanese Virtua Fighter tournament or a Japanese Third Strike tournament, it's hard to really match that because when you watch like EVO Las Vegas, for example, the quality of players compared to these guys, they're just not as good. You know, they're not as seasoned and experts
Also, their
as
first place
the
team
Japanese
will
players are.
receive the gold Naken fight stick from the Naken.
There was a match. Yeah, so base. I theorized, but I think I am correct, that in the second place team, there was a father and son on the team. Because there's this really old guy and this really young, like, teenage kid. And the teenage kid, like, you could tell there's some sort of, like, connection between the really old guy and the teenage kid. And I'm pretty sure it's his son. And so what happened in the well, should I tell you? What happened in the semifinals match is the father, we had like a Dragon Ball Z moment. The father got like annihilated, and then the son came in and like beat the entire other team to avenge his father. It's pretty impressive. So yeah, that was a great bit of a match there.
25,000 yen.
Wow.
チームの皆さんには賞金50万円が贈られます
The first place team will receive the 500,000 yen.
Okay, I'm gonna
では今優勝
chat. Can you guys convert that? What's 500?
そうですね3名とかそのぐらいでちょうど
What is 500,000 yen? That's a cool stick. So the EVO sticks they gave out, and let's look at it. So the EVO sticks they gave out in EVO Las Vegas last year literally had AT&T etched on the stick, like carved into the stick. Imagine that.
Everyone take the picture for the winner.
$5. $5 American dollars. Oh, it's 3,500. That's probably quite a bit for a VF tournament. Single gas refill. 1 month's rent and gas. 3.5K. That's pretty good for a VF tournament. Okay, so this is way better because EVO Las Vegas had, so on the right there, had AT&T etched into the sticks. It's like, oh my God, EVO. So EVO Japan, they are a little bit more tasteful. They did not have AT&T etched into the stick. Yeah, this really was treated as a side event, wasn't it, Cat Stevens? I know, right?
US Hospital.
I wonder how much the prize pool for City of the Wolves is. It's like $10,000 or something crazy, probably. Can you guys check that actually real quick? What was the prize money for City of the Wolves? I'm really curious to compare it to VF, right? What if it's like 30K or something crazy? It could have been Chipotle, yeah. AT&T is definitely better than Chipotle.
Get out of the cost for the all players.
Yeah, the side events usually are better than main stage because usually the commentators are a bit more like from the player base rather than like being, you know, esportsy. Usually, not always, but The preliminary commentary for Third Strike last year at EVO Las Vegas was really rough though, because one of the preliminary commentators, I guess he was like an insurgent agent from Chipotle. He mentioned Chipotle about every 5 minutes. No kidding. He was awful. And I don't know why he was doing, like, he must have been hired by Chipotle to commentate the matches. He's like, oh, that was an amazing super. You know what also was super? Chipotle's burritos or some shit. Like, you're like, oh my god. It was so rough. It was it wasn't the top 8 guy. It was the preliminary, like the top 30 or whatever.
And I would like to say thank you to all players and attendees.
Yeah, can you look at what the EVO Japan City of the Wolves prize money is? I'm really curious. I could look up later.
And EVO for the Markman, Rick, and Machida-san who organized, and all
yeah, he was an insurgent agent from Chipotle. He was like a general manager from Chipotle, or it must have been. It would be really cool if there's a King of Fighters side tournament. Yeah, exactly. Elliptic Ant says, at least the side events are less corporate. Yeah, definitely. Like, for example, we had a lot of wait times, but we didn't have any commercials, which I really appreciate. The only commercials were between games. So between Third Strike and VF, there were commercials, but in the actual tournaments, you just, had the commentary desk and whatnot. So, I mean, we looked at a lot of empty screens, but at least it wasn't commercials. Oh, EVO Vegas is insane, dude. I could not help but laugh at that tournament when I streamed it last time. I was like, good thing they don't actually watch these streams because they'd get mad at me. But I was laughing at the part where EVO Vegas last year, there's a part where they're throwing arcade sticks. No, sorry. They were giving out arcade sticks to the audience, but they were doing it in like this very like corporate camp sort of way, where it's like, oh, rock, paper, scissors or whatever. I was saying what they should do, it would be funnier, is if they just took the sticks and just threw them, or the PlayStations or whatever it was, and just threw them into the audience, like a baseball style. Like, oh, just catch. If you catch the PlayStation, you win. But they had all these like really cringe sort of like little games or whatever. So City of the Wolves has no prize money, but winning it qualifies you for a 200 million prize tournament? Whoa. Well, I was laughing because it was like, catching a PS5 would actually be like genuinely a little terrifying because they're so enormous and heavy. People would probably like dive out of the way.
Organize more of those team tournaments, so stay tuned.
はい、それから最後告知になりますけれども、今回ですね、バーチャファイターシリーズ初の公式グローバル大会、バーチャファイターオープンチャンピオンシップというのがですね、今月末2週間後のですね、シカゴで開催されるコンボ
I feel like the tournament's over and everything, but I need an official dismissal from the tournament before we can end the stream. Just in case they announce some Virtua Fighter stuff.
皆さんと一緒に見て楽しんでいきたいなと思いますので、こちらもぜひご参加いただいたりご視聴いただいたりしていただければ幸いでございます。
And we're gonna have the first official global tour for the Virtua Fighter Open Championship. We'll start from the end of this month.
Buy a PS5 but pay for insurance.
In Chicago.
Yeah.
Stay tuned and let's see the first official champion for the Virtua Fighters.
Yeah, you're right. They say the direct's in a few hours. There's no way that you're right. There's no way they're going to announce anything like in the middle of the night to like 12 people watching.
So everyone, please support the Sega and the Virtua Fighter series.
But I need my official dismissal from the tournament before I can clock out. I'm a trained little monkey. I need them to dismiss me before I can end the stream. Yeah, it would be cool if they did the VF6 trailer, but I don't think they're gonna because this is kind of a crazy-ass time zone, or time slot right now. This is like Adult Swim hours, basically.
そうですね。まあ米国病院いわゆる九州エリアのチームなんですけど、まあビートライブカップの前身となったアテナ杯も含めてもう九州チーム決勝のあと1人倒せば優勝というところまで。
Luckily, I can speak perfect Japanese, and I can translate for you. Okay, so this is what they're saying. I better translate what they're saying for you guys. Okay, what they're saying is the finals were excellent. The level of play was really high. Some of the best finals we've ever seen. It was a little surprising how many Lao players there were, but we can accept that. One big moment that stood out to me, however, as an expert in Virtua Fighter commentary, is that the moment after the father player lost, it was a critical error not to send in his son for the extra rage power boost that would have potentially propelled them to victory. That is a rough translation of what they're saying. Also, it's insane that the entire finals were basically Aoi beating the hell out of them. That's what they said. That's my perfect Japanese translation. Yes, the experts, we all agree. Me and the Japanese commentators are in complete unison on this matter. What you'll find really interesting is that the Japanese commentators tend to agree with everything I say.
Will give us the latest information.
What's he going to talk about? Well, that's a producer guy.
昨年の12月に新しいバーチャファイターの発表させていただいてから、皆様からも本当にたくさんの声いただいてですね。でさらに今日も本当に素晴らしい戦いを。
Okay, I can translate this. He said, "We did find the capture card. It turned out it was okay. Dang it, he stopped talking."
About the new Virtua Fighter project, we got so many words from everyone, and as for today, we gave us so many grammatic events. So we had to. I was so nervous to have to show us this super great stuff.
I think they might give us a little tease. Do you think? Do you think they're giving us a little tease, a little something? I mean,
I was ready for the one trailer for you guys, so check it out.
Taskumo. Oh, we're getting something. Wow. Yeah, this is something. I'm going to be quiet for the whole thing.
Returning to the ring, a legend in his own right, a man who once dominated wrestling, who redefined what it means to be a fighter, and what dark design of fate has led him to face tonight. The very team that spelled an end to his glory days, that led to his controversial retirement, that shocked the world. Free from his pack tonight, he's hunting solo. The force of pain you can contain. Wolf Hogfield.
Nice. Yeah, they gave us a little tease there. That's cool. He looks good, doesn't he? I was a little nervous when we saw that proof of concept footage that the graphics would be a little rough looking, but that looked pretty good.
2025 spring, so check it out.
They're pretty cool.
はい、山田様、青木様、本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Aoki.
Ganondorf, yeah. He kind of has some Ganondorf energy. That's true. But Ganondorf's cool. That's funny. He's got that Ganondorf energy, yeah. He has like starts doing Ganondorf wizard punches on you.
Alright, so this will be the end of the EVO Japan presented by Robotech. Virtua Fighter 5
Not a fan of the beard. I kind of agree, Damar. Only because that's kind of played out now, right? The beard thing is like, everyone's doing the beard thing. But at least graphically, it looks good, right? It looks like character design the beard's a little much, but graphically it looks solid. And I was a little worried about that, but it looks pretty good.
Big applause.
I think God of War just ruined the beard, right? God of War reboot made the beard a little like, oh man. But it's fine. You probably can still play classic. You probably can still play classic Wolf though. I bet you can still do that.
続けたいとこの春の舞台をね。でやっぱバーチャね。やっぱもう30年以上やってるわけですから。
Yeah, all the characters are gonna look older. But Psycho Josh, that's a. I don't know if that's intentional reference, but isn't Psycho Josh a character from Red Dead Revolver?
必ず春の舞台で今日みたいなね、暴れ馬みたいな感じで。
Yeah, I think they're hopefully going to have like the classic versions as well. Please, for the love of God.
Now we had in 3 days for the unusual system, but we still did it. So if he keeps on playing the Virtua Fighter, we can have a big event like this. So everyone keep loving the Virtua Fighter and keep playing. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, look how small that audience is. Poor Virtua Fighter. Well, we're here watching. That was cool. So they did give us a little teaser. That so I bet they're gonna have a lot more when they do the direct in 5 hours. Same audience as Tekken 8. Oh my god. Japan, all the people in Japan were like, nah. EVO? We got better things to do. The crowd, I know, that's so funny. It's so funny, the crowd's so tiny. Oh, we're gonna see the highlights. Base missed this earlier. Base, here's Gohan right here. We're gonna see Gohan go in. Okay, so here's Gohan's father being murdered before his eyes. He's the Lao getting killed. And then, yep, and then Gohan goes in to avenge his father. Here he comes. Here he is. He's the Jackie. Purple jacket Jackie. Nothing can stand in his way. Alas, Vanessa, a character I really like, she's in the way. She must be eliminated. And the kid popped off so hard, it's insane. How about Jean? Jean owned. Get out of here. Gohan cannot be stopped. He's killing everyone. He was popping off so hard. It was so funny. Oh man, he was a highlight of the tournament for sure. His father. He avenged his father that match, that's for sure. They shouldn't have made him anchor though. Okay, I'm gonna memes aside, I don't think you should make him anchor because that's still a lot of pressure to put on a kid. They should have put him in after his father, and then had a different guy play anchor. Did 3S already happen? Yes, at the beginning of the stream. So, like 8 hours ago or whatever. The stream's a long one, but yeah. 3S was the first tournament, and then VF was the second. And both tournaments were sort of scheduled during Adult Swim hours. Like the most insane time block possible. Yes, so the VF Direct is 5 hours from now, I believe. And no, I will not be streaming 5 more hours. I'm cooked. They cooked me. Oh, in 4 hours, okay. Well, let me at least restore the backdrop for my sign off. How about that?
For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching.
Well, I'll kind of half restore it.
Returning to the ring, a legend in his own right, a man who once dominated.
Here's the Wolf trailer again. You'll never beat Bog Hog's longest stream. Yeah, no way. He had like a 20-hour stream or something, right? Or like 18 hours or something, Freddy? Yeah, I'll do a video about it if there's like if it's just like something like this, like showing Wolf. Probably not, but I do like, okay, so I do understand the beard being a bit divisive, but at least graphically it looks really good, right? It looks really quality. It doesn't look too like pile of meat. You know, it looks good. He's Ganondorf. He does look like Ganondorf. That's so funny. Ganondorf. Yeah, Ganondorf has appeared. That is so funny. Ganon's kind of a cool character, though, so I'm not a huge, I'm not hugely upset by that. He should have a big old wizard punch, by the way, or like that crazy axe kick in Melee. Bro is actually Ganon. Yeah, it's so funny. Akuma? Yeah, he kind of is riding that line. Yeah, Ultimate Warrior. Yeah. Well, to be fair, everyone, though, Wolf has always kind of had a kind of lame character design, you know? So I could see them. Maybe that's why they showed Wolf, because Wolf has always had kind of like a really generic looking character design. So maybe they're like, all right, we're going to try something here. Anon asks, what did you miss? Oh, we've been on a whole journey. Oh, no, I'm muting the commercials. We've been on a whole journey, my friend. But yeah, I think this is the end of the line. I'm going to close it. Yeah, I mean, they're making him memorable, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. You know, Wolf I'm not hugely invested in. It's going to be some of the other characters like Jean. I'm really curious what they do with him. I'm honestly curious what they'll do with Shun-Di, even though I'm not a big Shun-Di guy. I'm curious what, unless someone made a joke earlier that he just died, which I'd be kind of fine with. But of course, Akira we've kind of seen. Sarah we've kind of seen. They look good. Aoi will be interesting. Aoi they're definitely going to have. She's really popular. Go would be really interesting. Hopefully they have Go. Yeah, but anyway. Jeffrey. Oh, yeah. They really need to do Jeffrey because he just looks stupid consistently throughout all the games. He's just a weird-looking character. Sarah's clone, I can't remember her name. Stella or something like that, right? Yeah, Stella. It's kind of a 90s name. They're going with the 90s theme. Yeah, it was a good time. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed our VF and Third Strike journey, our EVO Japan journey. I had a lot of fun. It was fun talking with you all, chatting along, experiencing the tournament. So yeah, I don't know if I have any other. I guess do we have any final thoughts before we close out, chat? Any final closing moments for you all? I guess let's start with it. It's like we're at summer camp. What were your guys' favorite moment from the tournament? Yeah, thanks for tuning in, everyone. Tekken 8 is dead, indeed. Yeah. At least for now, unless they do a max revive and really shift things for real. For sure. Tekken's in real trouble. The Gohan moment. Gohan was great. The kids pop off. The kid popped off insanely hard. The son avenging his father's death. That was great. The Aoi sweep. That was a great moment, too. Aoi, it was funny, too, because that was like kind of a comeback story, considering Aoi got owned the entire tournament until the end there. I wish Dead or Alive was less D and more hay. That's really funny. Me, too. I would love to see DOA return. Oh yeah, NCR says the final comebacks of Remy and Alex in Third Strike, those were really good. That Alex comeback was insane. It was ridiculous. Yep. VF6, you're getting it all new. Brand new, baby. New engine, new voice lines, new everything. Hopefully the same strong combat design, but graphically, visually, the whole new enchilada. Psycho Josh, me trying to support the Downtrodden Tekken. Hey, I think the new Pac-Man stage looks cool. I was saying maybe Tekken 8 at this point should just go all the way and just add Pikachu as a guest character and just go full Smash Brothers. We're getting there. Definitely the Gohan moment. Yes, that was really good. I expected, okay, the kid's going to come in here and he's just going to get stomped. But oh boy, absolutely not. He was a amazing player. Pi. Yeah, Pi definitely, I think it was in the semifinal match. That Pi player holding in there. Pac-Man and Klonoa. Smash Tekken. Yeah. Super Tekken Brothers, you know? They just bring in Pikachu, Goku, Pac-Man, whatever. The Daytona car is a guest character. By Bra produced. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, a lot of the team names are pretty funny. Well, everyone, I think that'll do. Just because I don't want to pass out at this point. I'm, like, exhausted. That was really fun, though. The Pikachu would be really funny. Fighters Mega Mix, yeah, get the Daytona car in there. Yeah. That'd be really funny. Yeah, GG, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I really appreciate it. It was really fun.